him at this hard point.
Yeah, a lot of momentum and Flash on a 4 kill spree. Make that 5 in a row, AJ. 5 kills for him. Make that 6.
Scopes in that way. It's going to be tough for Fury to make a comeback in here. My God, Captain won't be able to bag a double with all of that warm. Was it good or was it bad that Ranger left the squad? I think we've got our answer already. We have never seen Huntsman this sharp. We have never seen Huntsman this dangerous. Raven annihilates all of the players right before him. He plays the guy.
They invested 3 here, so that's a lot of operator skills for the side of Gaijin. But they needed all this time just to, keep the game close here. But again, Riz trying to make the play here. Just spraying it out with the death machine. No kills for him yet with that death machine. But so far, he's getting a lot of information. Finally takes one down. One away from a Predator missile. Yes, he will get it. And he has to play for this cluster. Scopes out, unfortunately. Will spot one, takes him out. Spots another one, takes him out. Spots another one, takes him out. Last player alive, takes him. Nope, not yet. No.
Yeah, bases here. And the spawn just being held on by the players of 7-9. The one and only Zhengyu not letting go of the Kane area. And that is the kind of play that's just getting 7-9 a lot of his momentum at the hard point.
Yeah, a lot of momentum and Flash on a 4 kill spree. Make that 5 in a row, AJ. 5 kills for him. Make that 6. Can he make it 7? Working towards those streaks. One away from the Dragonfire.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to day 3 of the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio. Down here with me at the casting desk, the one and only Coach Jericho, to bring you guys the action from the day. And so far in the competition, we've seen some surprises. For example, Omega Esports really dropping a crazy match in that first hard point and making a strong comeback later on. We've also seen teams like C8 with 2 of their teams in this competition really drop a cracker on everybody else to show exactly what they're made of so far. Will those, trajectory continue for the Filipino teams, or is this the day for the SGMY teams? That's exactly what we are here to find out.
Yeah, that is true. Not also that, AJ. We also have some teams looking for their first win. You said, C8 Legacy as well as NERVO, as well as Fury and TYRANT Finesse. Those teams still on the donut, getting double 3-0 in the last 2 matches. Will this change today, or will it be the same?
Yeah, absolutely, man. So many things here for us in the balance of question, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We want to have you share your views as well. So do drop your comments in the comment section. But of course, as usual, as you start the day off, you know exactly how you can help us bring all of the other friends of the COD community in here. Drop that like and share this stream out as well. Not just on this platform, but on all of the others. We also have our Twitch set up today. And I believe it's going live today, Jericho?
Yeah, it's going live. It's the first stream on Twitch. So if you guys prefer watching on Twitch, on Facebook, on YouTube, drop the like, drop the follow, drop the share, drop everything you got. Thank you for all the support, guys. And it's going to be a great day number 3, AJ. Let's get into it.
And if you want to watch this on Twitch, don't worry. We got you covered. Call of Duty Mobile. Yeah, CODM Garena ESPORTS is the name of the page. Go in there, search it, give us a follow. We will be walking you through the format in a little bit. This is exactly how
Here, you can always make that comeback, and unlike before, if it was single round robin, once you lose the first 2 to 3 matches, you're technically out of it. But right after that, the playoffs, if we get the top 8 teams, it's going to be double elimination, best of 5. That's where the best of the best will fight it out to see who's going to be that Garena Masters champion.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Just so much for us to watch in here. A lot of action all throughout the month of February. The grand finals was, of course, be in the month of March. So it's just Call of Duty Mobile action all the way, right? Who are you guys putting your money on? Let us know in the comment section. And as usual, like what Jericho mentioned earlier, on the top two of each group will be moving on to the playoffs. So there's a lot to fight for in this competition. In the competitions of the past, we've also seen, like, when we've got the group stages, the top team and the sole team from that one will be moving on. So this time, not only do we have more teams, but even during the playoff stages, we're just gonna have crazy number of matches back to back for you guys to consume.
Yeah, crazy back-to-back matches indeed. And this is our the prize pool for here. We do have for our first place, we get 10,000 US dollars. Second place gets 4,500. Third place gets $3,000. Fourth place gets 1,500. Fifth to eighth, $750. 9 to 12, we got 500. If you place 13, 16, you still get a small 250 USD.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And I love the fact that Garena Call of Duty Mobile has divided the prize pool in this fashion. And first of all, it's crazy that we've increased the total prize pool up to 25,000 US dollars, right? I mean, we are really reaching new heights for the year of 2022 for CODM Esports. And to make sure that each and every single team manages to get a slice of this pie, we'll be motivating all of them to do their best in the competition, not be too disappointed if they don't really manage to rank up the most. At the very least, they do have a little bit of a consolation prize to take home. But if you want to have the biggest slice of the pie, you got to work really hard. And having that double round robin, plays perfectly towards that, right? If you, once again, do make a mistake within the first encounter, you can go in there, you can study not only your own series, but also the matches that these teams have against others, and really try to read their plays and see exactly how you can break their strategies in that second round. So having a bigger prize pool in here, not only it does them great motivation, but the format of the competition allows them to really take the fight up to each other in such a detailed manner. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the prize pool. They're not just fighting for the money, they're also fighting for your love. They're also fighting for all of that respect that they most definitely deserve after grinding Call of Duty Mobile for so long now, Jericho.
Yeah, after so long, this is a very good I mean, it's a good step on it. We're getting huge prize pools. Ever since the Eastern Championships, you can win millions or even billions here, and it's just a good start for Garena. It just makes a lot of these teams more hungrier. As we take a look at Group A, we do have Almighty, Rampage, C United, and Tyrant Finesse. And the story for this group, AJ, is Tyrant Finesse really struggling throughout this competition so far.
Yeah, in each and every single group, you're going to have the Titans and you're also going to have the bottom feeders. That's unfortunately the way each and every single group is going to be by the end of the day. Tyrant Finesse finds themselves in that unfortunate situation. They sit in a group with, I have to say, 3 Titans of their own accord, right? Because C8 United, although not the most sharpest team in the competition, they have shown, even as new faces, their strategies are really sound, their rotations are really sound, they've got great map awareness, they've also got great communication within the squad to really take the fight up against any of the teams in here. And you've also got Almighty and Rampage in there, the top brands from Singapore as well as Malaysia. It's not an easy group. We can't hold it against Tyrant Finesse, but that's just the way it is. If they want to spot at the playoffs, they really need to find a comeback in here. They really need to step it up in terms of their team communication and strategies. Let's take a quick look at Team B, Group B, my apologies. And this one has got the lineup of Sem9, Gaijin, M420 Low Kings, as well as Triple V Esports. Here's the surprising thing. Gaijin, one of the best, I have to say the second best team within Singapore, sitting down in that 4th place.
Yeah, just really struggling from the get-go. I mean, we consider this as the group of death, B and C, but so far, I mean, the standings are really unpredictable. Most of the teams are all tied up. Gaijin's still at that 4th place with 0 wins at the moment. And the most surprising one here is Low Kings actually taking that 2nd place, tied up with Sem9.
Yeah, and I just feel the fire, right? I feel the passion out of M420 Low Kings whenever they step out of there on the battlefield. And these are the kind of players that truly excite me as a shoutcast of Call of Duty Mobile, because with their play style out there and with their tenacity, their hunger, which is clearly shown through all of their gameplays, it shows us, right, just how badly they want this for themselves. They're performing even better than Sem9 at the moment. Hopefully, they will be able to continue this trajectory as they progress through the competition. Today, today. M420 Low Kings, we will be catching up a little bit more with them a little bit later on. But let's take a look at Group C as well, because this one has got the Smart Omega, Aguila Esports, Huntsman, as well as Team Fury. Huntsman and Smart Omega, you know, they've got a little bit of history behind them, but Smart Omega, they seem to be, I guess, a little shaky at the start of the competition. I mean, who can forget that very first hardpoint match that they took up against Huntsman, and they dropped that 150 to 32 at standoff. That's something you will never expect out of Smart Omega, but they did, at the end of the day, make a great comeback, winning 3 back-to-back matches. 3-1 all, you know, the overall score was for that, but it was truly a shocker of an opener for that series, Jericho.
Yeah, I think that first opening series against Omega and Huntsman, when they lost that hard point, it was like a flashbang through the wall or something. They just got blindsided by it. But in the end, they managed to, you know, make that comeback, and they ended up beating Huntsman 3-1. And the most surprising one here for me is Aguila Esports. You know, they haven't lost here, but will they hand Huntsman their second L, or will Huntsman, you know, tie it up here again with Aguila? But so far, I know Aguila, they're looking pretty strong here. But at the same time, Fury, they've been struggling a lot. Can they finally also get their first win today?
Yeah, that's exactly what we are here to kind of, you know, dig and find out for ourselves. This is Group C, the final group of the competition. Group D, it has Blacklist International, C8 Legacy, NERVO, as well as the Doctor. Now, here's the thing. I feel for NERVO and the Doctor, because from the get-go, it almost seems like Blacklist International as well as C8 Legacy have got such a strong hold on the qualifier towards the playoffs already, right? NERVO and the Doctor, their strategies out there on the battlefield, they've been suffering a little bit. They just seem to be lacking in terms of that approach together as one mind, as one team. And today, it's going to be a day where NERVO takes on C8 Legacy in that second series, right? So it is their perfect opportunity to kind of really show us that it's not just going to be about these two teams up here in Group D. They most definitely will be able to keep this wide open all the way up towards that playoff stage. Let's see if or not they'll be able to pull that. The Doctor takes on Blacklist International Ultimate. I pity anyone that has to take this team on.
I mean, you're going up against the Eastern champions, and
yeah,
that's what the Doctor will have today. I mean, it's looking really unfortunate for them. But if they can, if they want to make an impact, if they want that buzz, I think beating Black International Ultimate, that's what they need to do. But it's easier said than done. This is the standings for the day, guys. If you take a look, a lot has changed, even though it's still close, actually, AJ. It's still not that nitty gritty part of the days, and we're only on day 3. But I think once we reach that day 6 and 7, that's when we see, okay, if you win this is going to happen. So not a lot of scenarios at the moment.
Yeah. Overall, you are not going to be seeing Group B in participation of the matches in here today. We will have the games from Group C, D, as well as Group A. So, you know, it's a lot to look forward to. But unfortunately, that's why we said we won't really be able to catch up with the progress of M420 Low Kings just yet, right? These will be the lineup, the schedule for the day. Aguila Esports takes on Huntsman for Series number 1. Series number 2, just as explained earlier on, C8 Legacy meets NERVO. And then for the third series of the day, Rampage will be taking on TYRANT FINESSE. Almighty meets C8 United to wrap up the broadcast for the day, Jericho.
Yeah, that Almighty and C8, that's going to be our match number 4. Then for our off-stream, guys, Smart Omega versus Team Fury. That's going to be match number 1 for the off-stream, and off-stream match number 2. It's going to be Blacklist International Ultimate taking on the Doctor for that final. And that's going to be our schedule for day number 3, AJ.
Oh, yeah, crazy stuff that you guys can expect in here. You know, I know a lot of the fans of M420 Low Kings, they will be, you know, gearing up to see them in performance. You guys will be able to spot that on the 18th of February, right? We've got so many of these teams in here, so many of these groups that we have to break it up as such. And off stream, we've got those mega matches, right? Those mega squads. First of all, Smart Omega as well as Blacklist International Ultimate, arguably the 2 top teams of the Philippines at this very moment. Team Fury and the Doctor, they're not going to be having easy matches off stream at all here, Jericho.
Yeah, I mean, they're both at the bottom of their standings, just really struggling here. But I mean, anything can happen here. You know, they can try to take down a map or even, you know, win that series, could get that first W, and they can spice things up in their groups. But here are our predictions, guys. Everything looking the same except for that first series, guys. AJ gonna go with the Huntsman. I'm gonna go with Aguila Esports.
Oh yeah, and the first series, it really can go either way, because the fact of the matter is Aguila Esports have already proven their worth against Fury, as they took a very convincing 3-0 victory when we opened up day number 1, right? And later on, we did see the Huntsman as well, but they truly struggled against Omega Esports. But I can't hold it against them now, can I? I mean, this is the Omega Esports. Although they are no longer the supreme brand of the Philippines at the moment through, the competitions of recent times, they still are a crazy team to meet out there on the battlefield of Call of Duty Mobile. And the Huntsman didn't find it easy. But today, against Aguila, it should be more of an even matchup. And hopefully for that series, it gets pushed all the way down to that match number 5. But of course, as you guys saw earlier on, that was the only series that Jericho and I did not see eye to eye. Apart from that, our predictions are pretty much similar.
Yeah, it was pretty much a similar indeed. But now I think our predictions here. I think we might hit I think one of us is gonna hit a 6 for 6 today, AJ. I feel like one of it's either gonna be you or me. It's gonna depend on that first series. After that first series, I think we'll be pretty okay. But wait, AJ, I just want to say a happy birthday to a friend of mine. She is the representative of Aguila Esports, Janica Alvarez. Happy birthday. Hope you have a great one. And I hope, Aguila, I hope they win.
Happy birthday, Janica. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you guys want to win 100 CP for yourselves, you most definitely can join an event that's currently going on. SGMY
Bingo.
Philippines, it's open to all of you. Yes, it is the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters bingo card. Basically, what it is it's a bingo card, technically, with 25 of those items up there. All you need to do is complete the activities in any vertical, horizontal, or diagonal fashion. Post your completed bingo card with the crossed off activities on your public Facebook profile to be eligible to win 100 CP. Now, don't forget, you need to put in your IGN, OpenID, as well as UID, and use the very, very important hashtags. I think we're not showing the hashtags here on this particular graphic, but don't worry. When you go to the official Garena Call of Duty Mobile Facebook page, you will be able to see the hashtags. Now, the hashtags are CODM, hashtag CODM Garena Masters, hashtag Garena Masters Bingo, hashtag Together We Fight, hashtag Kita CODM for the Malaysian side, and of course for the Filipino side, it will be hashtag CODM Tayo. Now, you have to complete all of this and post it by the 25th of February, and that's quite a lot of time to achieve some of these things, and you will stand a chance to win 100 CP. And I believe we have quite a number to be given away, Jericho.
Yeah, a lot of CP. I think 50 people can actually get the 1,000 CP. I think that's if I'm not mistaken, that's a battle pass.
100, sir.
100. Oh, damn. That is a lot. So, I mean, why don't you guys check out the bingo? Do what you guys can do. There's a lot of objectives you could do, especially that first one at the top right, AJ. Watch Garena Masters broadcast 3 times. It's already day 3. You can just mark it down. That's your number 1 already.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. And of course, if you guys want to show proof for watching the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters, you really don't need to do that, right? We know you guys are tuning in. You obviously found out about this here. You find out about it on the page. But it doesn't really matter, because quite a number of those activities, I personally would prefer the activity that says bonk an enemy on the head 5 times in a row with a wrench. That's going to be fun, Jericho. I mean, it is what it is. And sometimes you guys just need to complete all of the easy ones before you move on to the harder ones.
Yeah, that is true. But now, but don't forget, guys. We just want to say again, Twitch. We just released it again, guys. CODM Garena Esports. That's gonna be on Twitch also. We're also on YouTube, guys. Also on Facebook. But now, let's get down to business. Here we go. Let's show the line of Aguila Esports. We got Captain Jarps, Mickey, Shadow SV, Yuki, and Zunex. These boys, they prove that they can hang with the best, but they're going up against a very, very veteran savvy team in Huntsman.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And Huntsman, although they have got the experience out there on the battlefield, we've seen some moments of weakness from the squad. We've seen some moments of weakness from them. And also with the departure of, the captain of Yudu RSG, the one and only. But, here's the thing, right? even without Ranger, the boys seem to be hanging quite well in the mix going up against the rest of their opponents. Aguila Esports will most definitely not make it easy. How do you think they will, fare in this one particular series, Jericho?
I feel like they've done their research.
Bingo,
These boys,
hashtag
they had
Bingo
film
fight,
against
hashtag keep that C
on
for the
Huntsman.
inside,
Since
and
Huntsman
of
went
course,
against
for the
Omega
side,
on
it will
stream,
be
they saw what they
hashtag
did. They can do on that
Now, you
standoff.
have
So
to
I think that
complete
standoff is
all
going to
of
be
this
that
and
number
post it
one
by
ban
the
for them.
25th of
Or it
February.
depends.
And
It
there's
might
quite a
be
lot of
also
time to achieve
takeoff.
some of these
So there's
things,
going to be a
and you
lot of
will stand a
possibilities
chance to
here.
win
Are they going to stick to that film, or are they going
And
to
I
roll the
believe we have
dice and see
quite
what
a
ban they
number
can,
to be
what
given
map
away,
they can
Jericho.
ban?
A lot of
Yeah.
CP. I think 50
And
people.
I don't know if
can
that
actually
is
get the 1,000
definitely going to
CP. I think
be
that's
the strategy,
if I'm not
because
mistaken, that's a
the
battle pass.
150 to 32 win that Huntsman had over Smart
Yeah,
Omega,
that
that was
is
just
a
one
lot. So,
crazy
I
matchup,
mean,
right? But
you know,
Aguila
just,
also
why
won
don't you
that
guys check
matchup
out the
against
bingo,
Fury,
do what
150 to
you guys can do. There's a
114.
lot of
So
objectives
we
you can
might
do,
not, we
especially
might
that
see
first
them
one on
just
the top
taking
right,
each other
AJ.
straight
Watch
up
during
towards the
massive
Huntsman.
broadcast
Alfari,
3
Derp,
times.
and
Okay.
Glowy, as well as
Mark it down.
Raven,
That's your number
they
one already.
complete the lineup
Absolutely,
of
man.
the Huntsman.
Absolutely.
And this is most definitely going to be one tough team to beat out there on the battlefield for Squad Aguila. But let's see exactly how they fare in here today. Usually we see them all smiles. I wonder if they'll have their game. And nope, still all smiles, man. These guys, they most definitely know how to bring in the positive vibes into this competition.
Yeah, they could most definitely. And this is a team that they lost Ranger, and we had we talked about who's gonna be that IGL for that team. And so far, after that first game, everything looked well. But when we switched over to the next few games, that's when we saw the cracks of the team. Who's gonna be leading that charge? Who's gonna be telling you what to do? And I believe we haven't seen that from this team. I feel like, but this series, I think that's where it's going to change, because these guys may be those veterans, but they could still bring a fight, and still capable of winning these series.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Glowy picking up the head-to-head against Jobs SV here with a 15.33 on the side of Jobs and a 13.0 in terms of the average kills. So mechanically, yes, they do seem to kind of lean over to the side of Aguila. Even with the deaths, Glowy seems to be dropping a couple of times more in the average side as compared to Jobs.
Yeah, Darbs, just doing a little bit more damage here and a little bit more impact for the team. But I feel like Glowy, they had to go up against Omega, and for AGL they had an easier time against Fury there. So I think this is going to change. I think it's going to be an all-out war. Since Aguila, they play on a pace that's really fast, and at the same time, the addition of Glowy, him alone is tripling the pace for Huntsman, and I feel like it's actually helping them win games.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Glowy was a fantastic addition, and it looks like the Huntsmen have won the coin toss in here as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So Lady Luck on their side, and if that's the case, we anticipate Hackney Yard to be removed from the first map, and Takeoff most definitely going to be the second map to be banned in here. But instead of that, it would be standoff, just like you anticipated earlier on after they saw that showdown between Huntsman and Omega.
Yeah, I feel like that's a no-brainer for Aguila. They could have rolled the dice there, maybe banning Takeoff, but I feel like standoff is a good one, and Huntsman, they're going to be the first one on that hard point. Let's see what map they're going to bring into it. They're going to go to firing range here, and I feel like Aguila, I think they like this map. I feel like they aren't scared for this one, because it's not anybody's map here, especially in a fire range. Very small map. Steel house, trailer, barracks, tower. The positions, the power positions, how to rotate this one. So I feel like this one's going to be a very, very close game.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Aguila will be able to respond at hard point. Let's see if they drag us into Summit. There you go. It's going to be one-sided. Aguila just depending on their mechanical prowess to perhaps play this one-sided map to their advantage, especially with, like you said, the pace of matchup that they usually bring into these matches. I wonder if or not Huntsman really will be able to hang with them, but that's hard point. Let's slow the pace down a little bit for Search and Destroy. Map number 2 will be the SND at Raid, which quite a number of squads just happen to love really so much in the current meta.
Yeah, the Raid SND, it's been a favorite for most of these top teams, and then Aguila just stepping up to it. learning a lot from the other teams as well. So I feel like they've done. I feel like they've done so much research that I like their picks here. I like their picks going in here. It's just not a pick that's making like us think like, whoa, why did they pick this? I feel like coming into this, I see that confidence coming in from them. So I think Huntsman, they got to be prepared for this one.
On the battlefield, but Huntsman did also push Smart Omega all the way down to round number 11 at that S&D. So it's quite a risky pick if you ask me, but it doesn't really matter. I want to see exactly what sort of ideation Aguila has in there. Crossfire was picked by the boys of Huntsman for that S&D for map number 5, if we do get there. And since Takeoff wasn't selected by either one of these teams, that drops into Domination, and Guerrilla's side will be picked by Team Aguila. Purifier and Sparrow out of the mix, so we're going to have a couple of Annihilators out there. But since Takeoff is in the mix, do expect to see those death machines as well as Gravity Vortexes as well.
Yeah, Gravity Vortexes will be in the play. Annihilator as well. But as we've seen the Annihilator in the last day, AJ, we just don't see any plays coming in there from, we see people pulling it out very early and then they just get taken out. Sometimes they do get 1 or 2 kills, but essentially it doesn't happen. So I feel like Equalizer could be very huge here. We've seen Glowy use it in that in Hardpoint. But as well as the Gravity Vortex, like you said, AJ, could cover up 2 sides. Even if you die, it can still pull some enemies there. So it's going to be a mix of all those things. But if it doesn't come down to that, we're just going to end up seeing 10 Annihilators on the floor.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Annihilator is just really not hitting its mark at the moment. And one of the greatest weaknesses of the Annihilator is you can only eliminate one opponent at a time. And that is the greatest weakness in comparison to the Purifier or the Sparrow, where you're dropping into that domination matchup. One Sparrow hit all the way into that flag, or when you try to break any one of those hardpoint holes with the Purifier, especially in a map like firing range for that second hardpoint, or even down that barracks hut for that third hardpoint rotation, it's most definitely, White Warehouse for the third rotation, it's most definitely going to be a very, great tool overall to bring into this matchup, right? So great bans coming through from both of these teams. We are not going to see a lot of these easy wins. It's going to go down to those mechanical plays at the end to, of course, find the winners in the series, Jericho.
Yeah, I find the winners in this series, but that game number 1 is going to set that tone for me. I feel like, both teams are very hungry. AGL, they want to go up 2-0. They want to make Huntsman pay for that. They want them to be 0-2. And also for Huntsman, they got to get their first win. It's going to be very, very unfortunate if they get their, if Fury gets their first win and then Huntsman gets 0-2, so a lot on the line here. I know it's only day 3, but this is a loss that Huntsman might it might just cost their chance of earning top. They play on a pace that's really fast. And
you are a hopeful man to think that Fury's gonna potentially pull a win off of Smart Omega, because one has to be a very, very hopeful person to wish that for Team Fury. But anything goes, right? You never know. Maybe that moment of weakness that Smart Omega faced off, that kind of showed against Huntsman at standoff might just be the key here. And we might see an upset, just like how M420 Low Kings took that crazy victory over Triple B, man. I mean, anything goes in this competition. And we've not seen the Smart Omega players for quite a while now. So maybe some of their extra weaknesses we just haven't seen that can be fully exploited by Team Fury. But of course, it's a long shot, right? Team Fury, and I'm not putting you guys down. It's a long shot at the end of the day. But, one still needs to try, Jericho.
Yeah, I mean, no disrespect to Fury, but, if you're going up against the best team for the past year, for the last 2 years, I think the Smart Omega, obviously I'm going to go with that team that I've known and I've seen for so long. But, Fury, it's up to them to show why we need to put some respect on their name. And I believe if they win this one, then we can start to say, okay, Fury, they're for real here. And I think that's going to be very good. Also, guys, sorry for the echo on the street. Production is on its way, fixing that technical difficulties. You're hearing 2 AJs, 2 Jerichos, a lot of delays, guys. So very sorry. That's why we're not starting the game yet. Good one, and fixing that, guys. So we're gonna be the first one. Getting that, guys. We'll get it. They're gonna bring in.
Yeah, apologies, guys. No worries. Once we sort that out, it is a little upsetting. We understand. In order to catch up with everything that we're saying, and we've talked a lot already, Jericho, to hear that double all in that short span of time, it can get on your nerves.
It can really get on your nerves. So, guys, please hold on tight. We got a full packed day. I think everyone's just excited to see that first game. I mean, I'm really excited this first series. I really like the matchup. It's just It's like It's like the new guard versus the old guard. You know, you got the veterans of Huntsmen and going up against the young bloods in Aguila Esports. I mean, who's hungrier?
And that's the thing, right? So the old guards have shown many a times a lot of chinks in their armor. And it just gives that space for exploitation when we talk about how Aguila Esports can go in here and take them down. They can do so much more research, so much more homework on the gameplay of Huntsman. But with a new in-game leader on the side of Huntsman, the plays might be different. The way they approach these matches might be different. I once again have to reference back the standoff matchup that they took against Smart Omega, because that was one of the most dominating games that we have seen in quite a while, Jericho, on broadcast.
Yeah, quite a while indeed. You know, it's been a crazy match this series. And it's just getting better and better. I think every day, I mean, every match day that we have, I think all the teams are just elevating. You know, they just want to get better and better, just doing a lot of these adjustments that they want to do. I mean, I've been saying adjustments so many times, but it's part of the game. You know, your mid adjustments, your pre adjustments, your post adjustments. It's how hungry you are to actually win this one. And so far, I've only been seeing from a handful of teams, and some teams, I don't think they're really up to par. They're like still on that semi-pro level, and that's why the other pros are just really that better. They know what to do, they know what they want to do, and that's why they're pro teams.
Yeah, exactly right. The meta has grown, and a lot of these pro teams, they really go in there and they invest in a great coach, in a good coach. I believe a majority of these squads in here have got great coaches on their side, just telling them exactly how to approach some of these matches. And that's exactly why I feel like, you know, you keep going back to the adjustments that they need to make within those matches itself. Nobody's stepping into the competition without a solid plan. Everybody has got a plan. You just need to figure it out the quickest way possible within that first matchup itself, or, you know, within the first half of that match, and see exactly how you can make those micromanagement, make those micro changes within the way you approach that game to be able to take it away, right? And, you know, when we look at the ability of Omega Esports to get that done, although that Search and Destroy and Crossfire matchup domination was close, they still managed to secure that victory. They didn't really let it slip from their side, right? I think that 150-32 was truly that wake-up call. So in that same fashion, a lot of the teams in here just really need to watch their backs. If you're dropping early, you need to figure out exactly what is going on and try to fix it the best way possible. Of course, the one thing that's not possible to fix on the fly is the mechanical capabilities. That one takes years, months, competition after competition, you know, taking this fight up against top dogs, and, you know, being able to scrim against them when you are not on season, when you're not really in any competition, to be really able to master or sharpen your skills out there. So, and those are the teams that are currently the bottom feeders of the competition. We're not going to take it too hard on them, because things like this, it takes a lot of time, Jericho.
Takes a lot of time indeed, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we did fix the echo, guys, but let us know if it's still happening. But here we go, hard point in firing range. AJ, Huntsman versus Aguila, and I love that new addition, that production did. AJ, the camera, the player camera, you do see how they react, how they play here, and on board we do see Aguila starting off very hot, AJ, with 15 points already on board.
Extremely strong derp. Now CBR tries to break it. We'll find one guy inside of barracks side as well, who quickly goes up towards that second floor to play that power position a little bit better. Shut down all of the plays from in front. Captain SB making derp look like he's no challenge at all as he slides out. 18-7, and this is not too bad of a start for the side of Aguila Esports.
Yeah, Aguila Esports just really starting really strong. About to hit that 30-point mark, and Huntsman just starting off very flat here, now winning those initial guns. As soon as you said that, they finally managed to get that scrap time. But rotation will be key here. We do see 2 players of Huntsman already on that P2, but 3 more players from Aguila. It's cleaning house here, getting those rotational kills, but Raven will take him out. And if you're Aguila, this is where you might just get trapped here. This is where you need to win those initial gunfights just to get that control. But number 1 on your screen, AJ, Jarps is going to be that one flanking from trailer. He's going to have a huge play there. I think we did lose AJ for a while, guys, so I'm gonna be the one taking over first, guys. And we do see 36-26 here at the moment. Huntsman on a 40-point spree right now. They were down a lot at the start, but now they have that control. And Aguila struggling to find something here at the moment. They're trying to hit that pinch. They lose that player. 3 go down, and Captain, they take him out. And we do see 50 to 33 here. At the moment, P3 about to be the hill here. Derp making a play as well, but so far, Aguila, they're going to get that scrap time. They're going to go to that rotation now, 49 to 45. And guys, this is the story here. You know, are you always going to fight for that scrap time, or do you want that rotation early? And I feel like that scrap time is going to be very, very huge for Aguila. 57 to 49, and now they have that huge hill. 57 to 49. This is where you need to invest your operator skills, and if you have those early score streaks, and we do see that, Mickey bringing out the death machine, but not doing that much damage. Here comes the Holger, Captain with the pinch. I like the setup from them. The sentry gun comes down as well, and Captain making huge plays for the team. 65 to 49. And yes, guys, we do have technical problem for AJ here, but don't worry, I'll be the one casting all this for you guys till the end. 75 to 49. I mean, so far, Aguila really shocking the system against the veterans, and the veterans really struggling on making a push here. You know, the trades are coming through from Aguila, Captain, as well as Mickey, just, you know, back to back. They're also controlling P4, so this is good. You know, rotation is on point for them. At the same time, they have those spawns, and if you are Huntsman, we gotta break. This is very huge. You need to break it. But look at Aguila, the amount of pressure they're putting on. They're always picking up those positions, but now they just made one mistake. They overcommitted to that last hill, and now look at Huntsman. They have control of P4, and this might just spark that comeback. Glowy on top barracks, trying to make the play edge, trying to clear out barracks as bathroom. They take him out. But now they spawn very, very far, as well as Aguila. They spawn at P2. Here comes Zunex with that Annihilator. Can he do something with this? 92 to 65. You know, pretty solid lead for Aguila, but they got to make a play here. Here comes the plays. Here comes the Annihilators as well. And so far, none of the operating skills are making huge plays. It's all been that gun skill. And Captain making the play. They break the hill 95 to 75. Predator missile is going to come down. It's not going to hit anyone, but Glowy spots them, tags them as well. But here comes Aguila. They have that 5-man stack, and look at Huntsman. They're going to go through that back A as well as trailer. They need to break this hill. 20 seconds left. Aguila making huge plays toward this P4. 110 to 75. And so far, Huntsman struggling to break the hill. Finally breaks that 12 seconds left. That's going to be that scrap time, but Aguila, they've done the damage and they need 40 more points to end the game, and they need to set up to that trailer. The trailer will be controlled by Huntsman. Derp takes him out in Steel House, 110 to 89. And if you look at the map, guys, you know, Huntsman, they're pretty spread out, but, you know, yes, they have control of those power positions, but they need to get that hill. You know, that time is going to be very, very huge. We're coming into that crunch time already, wherein every kill is very huge, and that time is very, very precious. And now Aguila Esports slowly but surely nearing that finish line, 125 to 89. You know, Huntsman, yes, they're getting that purple section, but they need to hop on it. They really need to hop on it. You know, need to use those Utah stuns as well as nades. Are you willing to invest those operator skills? And now Derp holding down the hill, 129 to 97. Everything seems going good for Aguila, but so far, Huntsman still not yet out of the game. The Thumper takes him out, and now Aguila, they get control of it. But as soon as we say that, Huntsman, they get that final scrap time. And this is the decision where Aguila does. Are we gonna go for that scrap time, or are we gonna rotate? And they decide to get that scrap time. Game will not end here, but the fight for rotation is here. Here comes Captain. Captain on your screen, and another play from Aguila. They have everything on lockdown. Ed's can he do anything with the Annihilator? Takes one down. 3 more players inside the hill, and they actually doesn't notice it. They don't see him. Eds, he's gonna get spotted, and they take him out. That's gonna be 3 down. Huntsman, no player alive. That's gonna be 10 more seconds. Can anyone be near to get the hill? No challenge whatsoever. 5 more points, 4 more points, but there's a contest. Derp comes in as well. He gets taken out. 2 more points, 1 more point, and Aguila Esports, they take down Huntsman in a shocker, in my opinion, on their map. And I mean, that is a crazy, crazy win for them. You know, going up against Huntsman and bringing the fire to them. They take them out 150 to 108. I mean, that is a very, very impressive on the side of Aguila East. And if you're Huntsman, what went wrong there? I mean, they looked very, very nice there. But, you know, once that momentum swung over to the side of Aguila, they just pretty much took it home. And guys, please welcome back AJ. I am losing breath, AJ. Something you know.
Thanks for the hard carry, Jericho. You know, sometimes when you go out there as a warrior, you just need to stand up for the squad, man. You did a great job. Apologies for the technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I kind of dropped out of the broadcast there. But, you know, I managed to catch a little bit of that action towards the very end, right? 150 to 106. They had such a commanding, you know, presence out there, especially Captain SV. Look at the guy, man. 30-13 is KD. Just really outshining not just his opposition, but each and every single one of his own team members as well, doing a lot out there on the battlefield. And not only was he getting all of those skills, he played the objectives quite a lot as well.
He played a lot of objectives, and it was really, really good the way that Aguila was playing this. They were picking up a lot. They were forcing the issue in all the hills. They're getting the scrap time, AJ. They knew when to use the operator skills. They knew when to put the streaks down. And I feel like the turning point for me was when that P4 break. Remember, they overcommitted to P3. They wanted to get that scrap time because they were leading a lot. But when they lost that one, they managed to break that barracks hut in the easiest fashion. They broke it within 5 seconds and they got the whole hill.
Yeah, and it is all about, you know, executing all of their decision out there on the battlefield with the mechanical capabilities that, you know, Captain SV brings into that matchup. It wasn't so much of an issue. Firing range was a very easy one taken, but with Huntsman now hurting because their own map pick has been snatched away from them, they really need to hustle when we drop into this raid S&D. If they don't, then, you know, those warning bells are going to start ringing real loud here, Jericho.
Yeah, really loud indeed. And I mean, I like what I'm seeing from Aguila. I like what they did. They did their homework. You know, I feel like after watching that standoff, they were like, okay, they're going to be very, very aggressive in standoff, and they're going to be aggressive in firing range as well. Why don't we just play on that pace as well? And that's what they did. You know, they got so early. They got a lot of early streaks. At the same time, you know, the operator skills, it was pretty useless. I'm not gonna lie. Both teams were just really struggling using that. It all came down to that gun skill and teamwork, and that's where Aguila really shined.
Yeah, and you know, which is why it's just really smart to ban out the Purifier as well as Sparrow in the current meta, in the current situation of this game itself, right? CODM Garena Masters, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we told you can expect the unexpected, but for Jericho, this one was most definitely expected. He expected Aguila to be able to take a commanding victory over Huntsman, and it looks like that it seems to be the case for firing range. But when we change the pace up a little bit, we allow Derp to get into his true form, you know, give him the opportunity to lock down some of these spaces. I feel like it's going to be a little bit more of a different cracker this time around, Jericho. I mean, you know, either way they take it, they have to get a victory now.
Yeah, they need to take the victory, and it's going to be raid S&D. The last time they played this was against Omega, and it went to around 11 because they had one mistake in one round. And if it happens again, it's just really looking bad for them. But never say never to reverse sweep. And it's anybody's game here. But I feel like Aguila picking this one, they have something up to sleeve that might just surprise, you know, the side of Huntsman. But then again, you got Derp on that sniper. You know, this guy, he can really snipe. And I think Aguila, they need to take him out fast.
Yeah, the question is, which sort of, you know, positions will Derp be holding as the main sniper of the squad from the get-go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? It is going to be that B bomb site that he holds on to, but a little bit different as opposed to the usual practices. He does not take laundry, a spot where a lot of these players will be trying to aim out and try to shut down the snipers early on. He takes the bottom side of it instead, just behind the vehicle. Now, they are trying to play this slow, and I like that approach from Huntsman. They're just trying to lock down those defensive positions, but look at this over-aggressive Eds now, sitting down inside of Central Garden. He should be able to meet up with Yuki SV. This is going to be a big fight, and Yuki can get that quick scope on him if Eds is not too careful. Oh, the timing! But Eds does not manage to get the spray, doesn't get to play that advantage down mid.
Yeah, that was just Call of Duty timing. You saw Yuki there switch the weapon at the last moment, but Chaser coming through here. Mickey gets 2v2, very winnable on the side, but ALMGHTY takes out Mickey, and now it's gonna be 1 versus 2 Yuki here. I feel like if Yuki took out Eds there earlier, he could have taken out Derp much more faster, but unfortunately, that is the timing. You know, a lot of players love to do that. YY, Derp takes him out. That's going to be round number 1 for the side of Huntsman. And I feel like those are just some moments you want to take back. Like, what if I didn't switch my weapon there? I could have took him out.
Yeah, I really like the position Derp is holding onto. It's not a very practical position to hold onto. It's just catching all of the players of Aguila Esports off guard in here. And now the second time he tries to snipe, he plays it a little bit more aggressive, moving on straight down towards square center. Derp's still alive. Is he going to be able to bag one out of gallery? He will not be able to spot them just yet. Looks around behind, spots one player. That scope is just not quick enough, and Shadow detects that, shuts him down with a KRM. Just one shot needed. Mickey, on the other hand, takes the and Alfari trades him out. It's a 2v2 for the time being, with the bomb being planted. Raven can make a difference here, but unfortunately,
beautiful, beautiful.
By Captain.
Yeah, that was really nice. You know, Captain, all he had to do was stay alive. Alfari spots him. Oh no, that's just unfortunate. He just lost his life there. He's gonna get spotted, but he doesn't know he's gonna go for a very aggressive push. I like this from Aguila. And the car bomb. That's why, guys, every start of raid, you blow up those 2 blue vans on the right side of B, and that's what happens if you don't blow it up. But good round for Aguila. Adjustment came through. They just went head on, went confident. And if you are Huntsman, I mean, it's just 1-1, but so far you should be fearing this side of Aguila, because they can just adjust really fast.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And the side of Aguila just playing that hit glitch to perfection, not really taking a lot of those shots against him. Huntsman, we did see those mechanical capabilities, that quick slide coming away, but he went back in for the challenge a little bit prematurely. He could have played time a little bit more there, but it's and here's where the adjustments that you kind of pointed out earlier on now needs to come through for the side of Huntsman, Jericho.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. I like this from Aguila. They're doing pretty well, but they've given up middle here, and that might just be the one. Eds can just go through zigzag, and that's what he's gonna do. But even if Ed goes through, they're gonna be inside the site already, and Aguila, they're just gonna be playing inside. Alfari trying his best to take out a player, gets away with a thumper. A lot of information, but Eds, he didn't go through for that one. And now Huntsman, they're gonna have to play a retake here. 5-on-5, still a lot. No one has gone down yet. Yuki again, unfortunately, scopes out again. That is not what you want. Glowing Raven takes down 2. Now it's going to be a 5 versus 3. Eds and a gunfight as well. He takes down 4. Last player live is going to be Mickey. That's going to be a defuse. A beautiful retake from the side of Huntsman.
Oh, that's the perfect smoke out of Eds. Just anticipating Mickey to be sitting down inside of the bedroom and sprays him out. What a play coming through by the Huntsman. 2-1 so far, and they've got an all-right hold on this game. Can they show us a few more of these solid plays once again? And, you know, the game sense out of Eds in that one round, most definitely the winner for them, because the position that was being held in that bedroom could have just broken their approach towards the basketball court.
Yeah, they could have just broken that one, and that was just unfortunate. Aguila, they were inside already, but they all just, you know, unfortunately got taken down one by one. You know, Aguila, do they have answers? Do they have those mid-round adjustments? But look at the same plays coming in from the side of Huntsman. Ed's going to be very, very aggressive. Takes one down, but the trade is there. That is okay for both sides. You know, it's a 4v4, still equaling things. But Shadow here, if he peeks his head, he's just going to get sniped here. But look at this. They're just beside each other. It's very, very scary moments here.
Yeah.
What will Aguila do? They do hear some gunfights here. And look at that. That is just... oh my God. I mean, if you have X-ray vision, this is where you want to try to go for that wall bang. But now, a minute left, AJ. And I think they're just going to go for that A rush.
Yeah, and Glow is just holding on to a very risky position right there. Only because if he gets peaked, he cannot keep an eye on both of those positions all at the same time, right? He really needs to depend on Derp. Derp's not really locking down that access from passageway. Shadow takes Glowy out of the equation way too easy with that play. And that's where not only the adjustments, but the lockdown of positions really need to come through. It just looks like the communication for Huntsman at that one point was just not as solid. They weren't covering each other.
Yeah, they weren't covering each other. And what I've noticed in this game so far is they're always switching whoever's gonna win. It's always a Huntsman, Aguila, and that just shows that both these teams, they know how each other plays. The way that they are adjusting to each other, it's just really, really good. And now Raven, 15 seconds left. Probably not gonna clutch this, but we'll get a flashy kill with a sniper. Can he take him out? Will not. Probably should drop that Raven. But that's gonna be a round for Aguila. and that is such a great round for them. They took their time, got their picks, AJ, and now it's 2-2.
It's just a little unfortunate, but you know, it wasn't gonna be a very super clutchable moment for the side of Raven, especially when you know the player that you're going up against is playing that head glitch on you, and the rest of them are sitting down outside of the bomb site, waiting for the flank around, right? So great positioning overall for Aguila Esports, and those are the kind of things that do give you wins in Search and Destroy. Positioning is everything. You gotta be able to cover your teammates' backs, and that's something that Huntsman did not have in the previous round, that Aguila Esports showed how important it is.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they were positioning, they know where the players are from Huntsman. But here comes Raven, going to be in a very cheeky spot.
Nice.
He's going to take one down, take down two. That's 2 huge kills for the side of Huntsman. And just like that, 4 versus 3, man advantage goes to them. But let's see if they can take advantage of it. But, you know, Aguila already inside. And just like the ALMGHTY takes down Shadow, a little bit over-aggressive there. No trades from Aguila. 4 versus 2 now. Now Aguila, they're going to be stuck inside that bomb site, but number 2, that's going to be Captain. He can make the play if he decides to push up and take out money. Will he check it? He does it. Does he spot him? I think he spots him. Trigger discipline is perfect. I like it. They take down 2. Now it's 2v3. Very, very winnable. The pinch is coming through. 2v1. Are they going to hit the rotation? But they seem that they want to go for that A plan, and it might just cost them if their peaks just a wide peak on the right. But so far, it became from Huntsman round, now turning into the Aguila round.
From the hunter to the hunted, and now they do not have the man advantage. Aguila Esports 2v1, not covering each other's backs, but they most definitely will not put themselves in a compromising position.
Oh my God.
Once again, and Jobs takes too much of an easy shot against Derp, and Aguila Esports 3-2. They have got the advantage at the switch of sides.
Yeah, I mean, that was really, really nice for Aguila. They lost first 2. You know, they lost 2 players at the start. Raven got 2 kills already, and if you were Huntsman, you were supposed to win that round already. But unfortunately, no, some things just happen like that. But we do see now switch of sides. Ooh, Derp spots him. That's gonna be information for them. Smokes out 2 sides as well. The nades are gonna come through, and look at Aguila, same style as that Huntsman. Shadow is gonna take one down. Can he take down 2? Yes, he can. Can he take down 3? Yes, he can. 3 kills for Shadow. He spots one more, brings out the thumper. Saying goodbye. That's 4 kills for Shadow. Wow, can he get the ace? Bomb is down as well. Huge round for Aguila.
Huge round for Shadow, man. I mean, what a performance out there with the KRM, right? And he should have been punished with the CBR, I think, with the 3rd kill that he took on there. And Raven now taken out by Mickey. Shadow's not going to be happy because he didn't get that ace out, but he did so much for the team, for Aguila Esports to pick up that 4th point within this matchup. And now 2 more rounds for them to wrap up before they can move on to the 3rd game. And so far, it's just been a one-sided domination when it comes to the Search and Destroy.
I mean, one-sided indeed. Yeah, Aguila, they finally are cracking the code here. And, you know, Shadow just made a horrendous, the very, very amazing player, the CODM gods, giving them that boost. Captain takes out Glowy. Another first blood for Aguila. They've been getting a lot of first bloods here so far. Captain, he spots Derp. Now he gets that information. 5 versus 4. Things are looking pretty good for them.
Yeah, 5v3. ALMGHTY trying to thin the numbers down. A good grenade onto Captain SV. Yuki shuts down Eds. The numbers advantage still on the side of Aguila Esports. 2 players now. One guy's gonna go to the flank. ALMGHTY gets deleted just so easily. And now with the one and only Raven, once again, as the final player left in here, he shuts down Mickey. But 3 more players now. And look at the movement from Aguila Esports. All of them immediately moving on in to cover that bomb. And they know basketball court is gonna be a spot one more time. One player drops behind that bomb site to play that head glitch. He's not going to get taken out very easily, and Raven makes the right decision here to back away from that challenge. There's no way he's going to be able to win that by not wasting a lot of time, but that rotation gives him that information on Jobs, but he's going up against a sniper here. So either way, Raven is not going to have an easy takeover of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is just amazing. This is what we've been talking about for a long time in S&D. You know, most of these teams, when bomb is down, they don't even try to protect it. And Aguila, they are protecting it with their whole life, and I like it. And look at that last player from Huntsman. He had no idea because every angle was covered. And that is what you have to do. That was just perfection till the end. And now, match point for Aguila.
You know, the only the one position that was not covered was, you know, the access from the guerrilla base, right? So if at all he had got in there for a very long flank, yes, it would have taken him more time, but the probability of shutting down one player from bedroom would have been a little bit more possible. And, you know, those are the kind of plays, those are the kind of adjustments, I have to say, Huntsman needs to bring into these matches. But now, Aguila Esports on match point. Can they secure this one final round and just wrap things up? Because Huntsman, they've been hurting, and you know, when you get that shot onto that animal you're hunting already, you got to put it out its misery, Jericho.
Yeah, you got to just put it out its misery. And Huntsman, they have control of that kitchen, you know. Aguila, they decided to give it up, but that's okay. You know, they have that secondary defense, which is not going to be number 4. That's going to be Mickey watching over that kitchen, but Raven takes down Captain. That is going to be a free 8 site for them. But look at that flank. Look at that 2-man flank over at the side of Pool. They're going to be trapping number 4. Alfari, and he win this gunfight. This is a huge gunfight, but Yuki Shadow drops all take down one by one, and the pitch is through. Look at the flank. They're going to be flanked away, but Raven takes down Jarps. 3 versus 2 here. Still a winnable situation if you are on the side of Huntsman. But information is given, and Bomb is in a very, very bad position, AJ.
And once again, all Aguila Esports needs to do is just cover all of the angles, right? The long flank that I was talking about, what Huntsman should have executed for themselves, was executed to perfection by Aguila Esports. And instead of just sending one, they had the numbers advantage. They send both. Yuki bags a double. Aguila Esports finishing off Huntsman just like that. 6-2, and they are 2-0 up within the series.
2-0 and need a collateral in the end. And they played perfect as indeed, AJ. Everything is going well for Aguila Esports, and now they are 1 game away from giving another donut to the Huntsmen. And so far, the Huntsmen, they are struggling in this series.
Oh yeah, and Aguila Esports, on the other hand, are doing so well. And I have to say, it was just very unfortunate mistakes in terms of positioning that kind of gave the match away on the side of Huntsman. Be it the initial positions that they were holding on to on that defensive, where they were not really covering each other to their best of ability. And as you can see here, Derp, he held on to all of those angles, but all of those angles should have been shut down. He should not be moving away from all of those cover. And Glowy would have been able to sustain a little bit longer if Derp had just been a little bit more, I guess, persistent with all of those angles that he was holding on to. Again, Sports, on the other hand, that was just perfection, Jericho.
Perfection indeed. I mean, from the start, you know, they struggled a bit, you know, when they traded rounds 2 and 2, but once they unlock their plays, I think it was just sky high for them. You know, that defensive round, they didn't drop a single defensive round. You know, also Shadow with a 4K in one of those rounds, just heroic plays by him. I mean, there's nothing else you want. When we were looking at the map, AJ, all of the members of Aguila just actively doing everything that they need to do. No one was lost. Everything had a purpose.
Yeah, and Aguila, they did not play team deathmatch. They played search and destroy, bro. I mean, the moment the bomb was dropped, the moment they've got a spot on the bomb, you know they are hunting that player down, and they're locking each and every single position. And there are times where they are down in terms of numbers and they could not cover each and every single one of those angles. But Huntsman, they just did not take full advantage of those angles that weren't covered. They were a little too predictable with their movements, and overall, that just gave such an easy victory over to Aguila Esports. And now we drop into domination. Takeoff is not going to be easy. Oof. And especially looking at how firing range has gone and how, you know, just truly dominating Aguila was on Raid S&D, I don't know if I've got a lot of hope for the side of the Malaysians on Takeoff.
I think this is where things might just be a 50-50 for both. You know, I think this is where Aguila might also struggle, AJ, since, you know, Huntsman, I thought they were going to go for Crossfire. I really thought it was going to be Crossfire domination, but I believe the last time they played, they also lost. So Takeoff domination, a little bit of a curveball there, AJ. Yeah. But this is where we have to see which team actually mastered Takeoff. Was it Huntsman or was it Aguila?
Yeah, I will agree with you that it's probably going to be a 50-50 here in terms of them rotating around, in terms of map mastery, because as we noticed, even when Aguila took on Fury, they banned out takeoff, right? And that was something that was surprising. Obviously, they were not banning takeoff because of the prowess that Fury has on that map. So one might assume that that ban came through because they're not super comfortable on that map just yet. They don't want to step out there, right? Let's see exactly how is their control of this map. As we start things off, it is going to be Aguila Esports starting off at Business Center. One player in the name of Zunex SV seems to be lagging just a little bit, but finally he joins us to cap that A flag.
Yeah, Captain A flag, and it doesn't matter. Captain doing everything on his own, but Derp takes them down. But that's going to be 3 down for the side of Huntsman. But that makes them spawn right beside B. And just like that, an early cap already by Huntsman. And just like that, they get it within the first 30 seconds. But look at Aguila. They're going to be pushing through, overextending immediately. And I like this from them. You know, you guys can take B. We'll defend scaffolding and take your home flag as well. But huge plays like this. And now, this is what they need. Aguila just spawn trapping them. And I like this. Just very, very aggressive at the same time, having 2 flags.
And it's a very interesting setup coming through from Alfari here as he tries to play distraction, which is not super required, but they were low on numbers, so the C flag gets sacrificed to the side of Aguila Esports. Prevention on that A flag came through as well, and now Huntsmen are just left with 1. How is the break going to come through? Where are they going to be focusing on? Because if you ask me, it should be that C flag hold, right? Because it's going to be a little bit more convenient to guard that B and C flag both at the same time, especially from the access from Aurora launch. You're on that second floor, you protect your B flag, you pop off a bit towards the back at that tank, and you're immediately available for that C flag on that defense. But it just seems like Huntsman, they're trying for something very creative here. They want to flip out that A flag now, and they've essentially flipped the spawns.
Yeah, essentially flipped the spawns. It did work, you know, by the heroics of Globy. He took down 3 in a row there. That gave enough time for the side of Huntsman to make the play, but Zunik still alive. You know, just being annoying over at the spawn, and just like that, they make them spawn out. They can capture A again. And now, if you're Huntsman, you got to choose. Are we going to go for that player in A, or are we going to try to go for that trip cap? But Zunex, the last player alive, can he make the play? He's going to spot 1, take him out. There's going to be another player on his left. He's going to get taken out. And just like that, Huntsman, they get control of this game again.
It's a very interesting setup from the Huntsman as they hold on to both this A and B flag. I feel like the distance is a little bit far from each other, but they're doing quite a stellar job winning all of their gunfights, keeping a great hold onto it. 46 to 41. They haven't really run away with the matchup just yet. 2 players now on that approach for that A flag. Are we going to see a prevention from Glowy once again? He does manage to get the first one. Second one's not going to be as possible. Glowy with the mechanical play slides away after that challenge, but Zunex is most definitely a great matchup for him. A double challenge comes through, and Eds will be able to black Glowy up, but the challenge is continuously there. Aguila Esports teasing that A flag, but that's just merely a decoy, because the real plan here is to pull that B flag away from the players of Huntsman.
Yeah, I think that's just debate there, but here, that's going to be a big gun fight. If Eds can take out Mickey, but this is going to be a huge one. Mickey spots him in the corner. I think he hears him in the corner. Pre-fires will not hit anything, but he's going to spot him. Beautiful pre-fire, and that's going to be the decoy. And Mickey going to hop on that A flag, and this is where the decision comes through. Will Huntsman go for it? And I think Derp will spot him as well, but that's going to be that first half, 75 to 56. Good half for both teams, but Huntsman just a little bit better on that first half.
Yeah, excellent placement with a grenade as well, just to prevent that A flag capture towards the final seconds. Aguila Esports, I mean, Huntsmen are playing takeoff to the T now. Very clearly, they've mastered this map enough to be able to take a strong fight against Aguila Esports. Can they use takeoff to fight their way back in this series? They need to give it every single thing that they have. And now, once again, they go in, they start off with the A flag, and it just seems to be the more comfortable side for them. Earlier on, they forced the flip, and now they want to be able to play that B flag as well, spawning out of generators, but losing a majority of the fights down at launch center. You can see Aguila Esports with making a beeline straight for that flag. They want to do exactly what the Huntsman went in with the approach earlier on.
Yeah, that's true. Now Derp brings out Annihilator, takes him down, almost captures A, but that's such a big kill. And Derp, can he keep on going more? But no, Captain takes him out. This manages to pull out 1 shot. Captain picks up that final scrap time on that A flag, and now he has to defend his on his own. 3 players from the side of Huntsman pushing through, but Dark's there for the help. Big gunfights for Jarps here, because if he takes them out, that's gonna stop the bleeding for them and get more time. Jarps takes down 2, last player alive on A, but Derp takes him out. Derp gets taken out as well by Shadow. Beautiful release of that operator skill. Now can he get more? Yes, he gets 2, and this is the one where we need Shadow making the play. Gets 3 in a row, but there's gonna be a player in A. He doesn't spot him yet. He misses that shot. Misses that last one as well, but he almost takes him out, but Glowy shuts him down, and that's just a matter of awareness, you know. If Shadow took him out on A, he could have been back on that comeback, but so far, struggling right now.
I love exactly what Huntsman are doing. Even at this position, they're overextending to that C flag, just keeping Aguila Esports busy all over the map. Very clearly, there is one better side for takeoff domination, and it is the Malaysian side. But a comeback most definitely is possible for Aguila Esports if they continuously focus on the overextension in towards capturing that A flag. And like you can see on the mini-map, that's exactly what they're heading for. Through launch center, this time they throw 3 men in there. The defense needs to be stellar, needs to be solid from the side of Huntsman. Alfari goes in there with those initial shots, but it's not going to be enough. And Aguila Esports pulls one right back for themselves to get right back into the matchup.
Yeah, but now they have to defend this with their lives. Raven is going to be on that top scaffolding. They need to win every single gunfire in A as well, but look at that. Huntsmen finally overextended towards C, and that might just be a cap, but they're still spawning over at C, so huge plays here. Mickey fighting for the flag. Alfari takes him out, 122-105. Definitely still a comfortable lead for Huntsman, but that's going to be very, very close now. Aguila closing in. This might be a huge play here. You do see a player on the left. He's going to get spotted, but Captain takes down 2. That's 2 huge kills by them, and just like that, they stop it. 126-113. It's going to come down to the wire. And now we do see everyone just fighting for the flags. Huntsman, they gotta focus on one flag. Stop splitting up. They need to focus on just one flag. And A, it's gonna be that flag. One player there trying to make the play on his own. Eds, he's gonna get taken out. One more player. Eds, huge kill if he gets this, but he gets hit by Jarps. And just like that, the lead is trimming down, AJ.
Yeah.
And we do see Huntsman. They are making a beeline over at C.
Yeah, they're finally able to capture the C flag, and I believe also the ability to seize that A flag will come through for the one and only Glowy, operating on the Annihilator. Now, oh my lord, misses that and will get shut down by Shadow CBR. But Huntsman, they do have a good hold on this. Spread missile comes through. Captain manages to take Derp out of the equation. 133-140. Huntsman, they haven't run away with this just yet, and they need one flag back for a minimum of 5 seconds to secure the victory for themselves. Because Aguila Esports, this is still a comeback that is very much possible. And now the C flag on the attempt. This is it. If they are able to pull this off, it might just be game over for the side of Aguila Esports, and they do exactly that, Jericho.
I think that might just be a GG unless they can cap it, but I think there's no more time. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be a GG. Game number 4. And that was the final nail in the coffin. If Captain didn't pull out that Annihilator, Age, I saw it once that Observer switched over to Captain. He pulled out that Annihilator. Wasn't the best option to pull it out. I feel like he still had ammo on that gun, and I think that just costed him. But valiant effort for both teams. It really came down to those small decisions. Like, am I gonna go for this or am I gonna push through? I feel like Aguila just a little bit of mistakes there. But Huntsman, they are not looking really good. They are not looking good, AJ, and in the next map, it's gonna be the map of Aguila.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And the one thing that, you know, all of the players who pull out the Annihilator just need to keep in mind is, on such a big map, the one thing that you can do for yourself is to stay hidden as much as possible, right? You've got the range, and the one thing the Annihilator allows you to do is that one-shot kill. All you need to do is just aim in, flick that shoot, you're gonna be able to get the kill. But when you're standing out in the open, pulling out the Annihilator, you might be able to secure one kill, but the second one is not guaranteed for you. And in a lot of these circumstances, that's exactly where the operator skill of the Annihilator kind of falters off and falls off the map a little bit, right? But it was a great effort overall from the Huntsmen. In terms of map awareness, they knew exactly what they were playing for. They played, if you ask me, the tougher side of hold, right? Because they were holding onto that A as well as B flag, but they made excellent use of the control room, because it's just not a part of the map where you see a lot of the players of Aguila able to cross over into and shut down plays. Because Aguila, in order to be able to tease that A flag continuously, they put all of their players in towards launch center and they try to flank on over. But from control room alone, it was quite an easy travel time between the A and B flag, which they made look so convenient and easy in this matchup, Jericho.
Yeah, really easy from both teams, but Huntsman, it just came down to that last gunfight. But I like your point, AJ, just choosing which way to go. I think that controller you were saying, that's going to be very huge because it's just to take that short time, like you said. But at the same time, some of the spawns that were just really granted by the COD gods. You know, I kept on seeing Aguila, even if they got taken out by C, they spawned really near, and it helped them almost make that comeback. But unfortunately, it was just those small decisions, those micro adjustments where, okay, will I use this or will I just wait for it? And unfortunately, that last play by Captain really just caught it. Could have been the game winner, but it could have also been, but it was the one that made them lose.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like, you know, this is something that we've talked about before, and you've pointed this out as well. The one thing that annoys you most about Takeoff is exactly where and how those players spawn right after they drop, right? And it gets a little challenging at times if luck is just not on your side. And in Hardpoint, it's a little bit easier to control the spawns of your opponents. In Domination, on the other hand, where you're just so spread out, you're trying to continuously overextend to the other side. It's no guarantee exactly where you're going to be cropping out of. So it's a game of luck at the end of the day. But, you know, even through all of that, even through, you know, Aguila spawning very close to those flags, it was very impressive to see the decision-making coming through from the players of Huntsman. And that was something that I did not expect after the first two matches, which were very soft in terms of approach. We had a lot of situations there where it seemed like they did not have the best of communication with each other, not really watching each other's backs. It was not an issue at all at this domination match.
Was it an issue? Indeed. But now, I think, you know, if you're Aguila, okay, you lost that one. It was very, very cool. Was it a dominant victory by Huntsman? No, this is where you're like, okay, this might be just our final shot. This is going to be our map. Let's just get that composure going. And if you're Huntsman, you guys got to win. You're fighting for your life. You're fighting for your first victory. And if you're going to get 3-1 again, that might just be unfortunate. I mean, look at the stats here. You know, Zunex 8-13. You're not going to get much out of it if you are going to go 8-13. And look at the side of Huntsman, just very, very active. You know, 20 kills for Glowy, 16 for Derp, 16 for Raven, 15 for Eds, Alfari with 12. But the amount of activity that they were doing, they were always active with each other, always helping each other, always picking up those lanes. I think that was the huge difference that Huntsman did there in order for them to actually get that victory. But I'm liking the series, AJ. You know, first series, we're already at the game 4.
Yeah, but I kind of also feel like this was a map victory when it came for the Malaysians, because
I agree.
It seems like Aguila Esports is just not very, they don't really favor Takeoff all that too much. It's not their best map, and obviously they suffered the defeat here. But does that spell out a comeback for the side of Huntsman? We still have to see exactly how match number 4, continues on in here. But, to your point, it looks like all of the players from the side of Huntsman this time around, they put in equal amount of work to secure this victory for themselves. But they have to be on guard, because this victory was not easy and it was way too close for Comfort, man. If that final cap of that C flag did not come through, it would have not gone their way. And, it would have most definitely been a huge upset for the Malaysians. So they kind of saved themselves here at the very last moment, but they cannot risk it when we move on back into Hardpoint.
Yeah, that is true. And guys, please bear with us. Yes, we know it. There is an echo. We are trying our best to fix it. If you're hearing 2 Jerichos and 2 AJs, we are very sorry for that, guys. But we will get that fixed immediately. But for the meantime, we do have some information about you guys. Omega versus Fury is a 3-0. That's going to be another Alpha Fury. They're going to go down 0-2 now, AJ. And Omega 2-0 at the moment. So I think that's very good and a very solid for them, but we'll talk about that later. Now back to here, guys. If you did miss it, Aguila up 2-0, but they didn't make it a 3-0. Huntsman getting that game number 3, 150 to 144. Now we move over to Summit Hardpoint, Aguila's map pick here. Now, can they close it out, or will Huntsman force a game number 5 over at Crossfire?
That's gonna be the tough one, right? Because this was a confident pick of Aguila Esports, and Summit Hardpoint is a match that we have all known to just be a little bit fast paced. And if you're not gonna be able to keep up with that pace, you will fall behind. And Huntsman, from what they've shown us at firing range already, they do struggle with the pacing that the Filipinos bring into the series, and I'm afraid they might struggle in here as well. But it has to be each and every single strategy executed to perfection, just like what they did at Takeoff. If it was possible to get it done at Takeoff, it's possible to do it at Summit as well, but this time they do not have that map advantage like they did in game number 3.
Yeah, they didn't. They don't have that map advantage. Indeed, one-sided map, like we always pointed out. P3 and P4 are going to be very, very huge. We're going to see who's going to take those rotation early. Those early rotations are going to be very, very key. Who's going to be anchoring that back P3, that back radar station? Who's going to be going for those early picks, those flanks as well? A lot to handle here, as well as who's going to be the one getting those annihilators? Are we going to see annihilators here, AJ? Are the equalizers finally going to be bringing out? Because so far, the operator usage in this series is just way, way, way out of hand. We just see people pulling it out and just dying really fast.
Yeah, and the players just need to take note of that, right? It's not like the operator skill, the operator use, the operator itself is not really viable out there in the field. It's just how it's being used. So all you need to do if you're operating on the Annihilator is just take a couple of steps back and find a little bit of a cover for yourself. You need to play campy in situations like this, especially at hardpoint, man. You bring out the Annihilator on activation. What you want to do is just lock down some of these corners and communicate it to the rest of your team members. And the angle that you want to be holding on to is the longest angle of them all. So, for example, cable car edge or the edge platform itself, especially when we go in for the rotation of those money hills. This is the situation where the operators will really come in handy, because in order to take a long range engagement, by the time you kind of go in there, bring your CBRs, bring your M13s and try to fight against the recoil, the Annihilator serves you really, really well in those situations. Close quarters combat, on the other hand, it's a 50-50, Jericho. So, and that's what these players just need to take 2 steps back from getting done.
Yeah, even a close quarters Annihilator, not really the best unless, you get that small window of chance of opportunity wherein the enemies...
You need to get lucky.
Yeah, you need to get lucky. You either get the enemy caught by surprise, or they're just sprinting. You have your Annihilator pre-aimed.
Yeah.
But most of the time, that's been a problem with these pro players.
Correct.
Like, you're in a zone, I'm gonna pull out my Annihilator. You flip it out. Once you flip it back in, you're gonna be respawning on the next hill. So that's been a problem. I mean, I get it. I've been in that situation. I want to make a play with an Annihilator. I want to show a highlight, but it's a matter of when you want to use it. And like, to your point, the long range is, yes, it can also work, but at the same time, if it's a long range, can you see the enemy? I mean, that's just a 50-50. But if you're using an equalizer or a gravity vortex, equalizer, you could just spray and pray. Gravity vortex, you just shoot it at 2 corners. You could pull an enemy there. So that's where you have to look at it, and that's where teams have to see it. What's more beneficial to this map? And so far, we haven't really seen that with a lot of teams, because some of these players are just superiorly great with their aim.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about those money hills, right, the cable car platform as well as the blue radar station on the 4th hardpoint, that's exactly where you really want to be bringing in the operator skill, which is the gravity vortex. Because, I mean, double shots of that, it's a GG immediately for the rest of your opponents. But, let's see exactly how these teams take this fight against each other. It's going to be an early setup here for the first hardpoint by the Huntsman, but they get crushed instantaneously. The challenge is still going to be there as Aguila Esports, they drop on in and push them out for those initial 3 points. Let's see if the Huntsman can drop back in for a couple more, because at the moment they spawn out of the Special Forces base, trickling in one after the other from the green radar station. In order to have a better and easier, quicker access in, they need to flip the initial spawns first, and then later on flip it right back.
Yeah, flip it right back indeed. But so far, you know, Aguila, they don't care about the spawns. They just want to hop on the hill immediately, get those initial trades that they did. And I like this from them. You know, this has been the new kind of play at Summit. You know, before we've seen people getting control of that second floor, getting that Holger to do his thing. But so far, everyone's just hopping on the hill. And I like this from Summit. This is what you have to do in Summit. You gotta get in there, get those trades. Don't be afraid. And so far, 34-9 in that first hill. Huge points by the side of Aguila.
And that's just so impressive. And the one thing to note about the first hardpoint as well is that the challenge, the contest for the hardpoint is exactly where some of the teams go in there and benefit from, because so many of those consoles that you can hide behind find a little bit of cover whilst waiting for the rest of your team members to drop them in. But when you talk about the second hardpoint, it's just an all-out defense because it's quite open, 2 of the access points, and it looks like an overextension is going to come through for Jobs as well, just to make sure the rest of those players do not step onto the hardpoint. And Aguila ESPORTS really running away with this matchup.
Yeah, running away indeed, 51-12, and Huntsman struggling at the moment. The Predator missile comes in. He's gonna drop it on the hill. Gets 2, Glowy, last player alive, but they're gonna get that scrap time. And Huntsman, they're gonna be spawning on the hill, but look at Aguila already on the new one. Let's see if Huntsman can break this. There's gonna be a player inside the hill. Their P's gonna get taken out, 55-31 after that hill. But so far, Huntsman just really struggling. They gotta fight for those spots.
And you know what the Huntsmen have done in this particular situation is, although they could have gotten there for the very early rotations, which they desperately needed in order to be able to make a comeback, they choose not to. They choose to play scrap points. A lot of those players hanging back. Finally, for the break of the spawn over at the third hard point, they do manage to get it, and they throw all of their players in there, spawning out from behind of the consoles at the spawn of the Special Forces base as well. Great plays coming out of the Huntsmen as they hold on to this point. 47-59. Here's that comeback right through.
The comeback indeed, 59-54. Here comes ALMGHTY, one away from that Predator missile. He's going to be very, very huge here. He's going to fight for that one. But he finally gets that Pred, 20 seconds, and the Huntsman back in the game. And this is that money hill we've been talking about, AJ. You know, even if you're down 80 points here, once you get that time in that P3, you'll be back in the game. But look at Aguila again, early rotation. But the last time that happened, they only got at least 25 seconds from that one. Let's see if they can hold it. And this is where you want to bring out the Annihilator. By the time they come out here, this is where you want to just pre-aim with the Annihilator, take down at least 2 or 3. But so far, nothing is being invested, but they know where they are.
Yeah, we can see Zunex, he does have the Gravity Vortex in hand and an Equalizer in as well. And the Equalizer most definitely one of the better operator skills to be using at this next hard point, right? The blue radar station will most definitely give that to you. Derp, unfortunately, tries to take one out. He gets shut down by Shadow's Annihilator from the back. Raven tries to trade a couple out, 88-67. Finally, the contest comes through, but the break of the hill was what Huntsmen were focusing on first. And they now have the spawns out of the edge platform, but they need to be able to hold on to the Guerrilla base spawn. 28 more seconds on in here. They need to focus on getting that done, because if they don't, they're just going to continuously spawn a little bit too far to be able to make this play for this fourth hard point, Jericho.
Yeah, they're going to go for this hard point indeed, but look at that. The final 10 seconds are going to go on the side of Aguila. They're going to get that 100-point mark now, but will it cost them that first hill? Because look at the side of Huntsman. They're already inside the hill. Everyone's going to be stacked up on that bottom floor. Captain takes one down. Glowy takes down 2. 101-88. Such a close game. Anybody's game right now, but huge kills are going to come through here. Zunex, he's going to get taken out as well. But so far, Huntsman, they get that control. 101-93. A good break. This is what they need if you're Aguila. They bring out that Annihilator and that Gravity Vortex. Can it do any damage? Captain misses those shots, but they managed to break the hill in it. Can they hold it down?
Oh, Captain, it's shut down already, and now Jobs just overextending. And this is the issue with the first hard point. It will swing back and forth. You need to be aiming for these money hills, and I'm actually quite shocked that Huntsman did not try a little harder for the Guerrilla base spawn flip, and they kind of just gave up on it, right? Throwing the numbers into the hard point in itself before really focusing on the spawn. Because without the spawn, you really are not going to be able to play this one-sided map, especially when it comes to P3 P3 as well as P4. On the reset of the hard points, it's once again 50-50, and clearly Aguila Esports now using that 50-50 to their advantage to run away with this matchup. Those consoles gonna give the players of Huntsman a little bit of time to challenge on in here, but hard point number 2, here's where mechanical capabilities once again comes in for the pop. But Jabs brings in the Dragonfire. He won't be able to play information for his side, which is going to be very important on such an open hard point.
Open hard point indeed. 15 seconds left. Huntsman, they managed to break it through, but look at that sentry gun. Not the best position to set it up. The spawn trap's not going to happen, but Jarbs, that's where the equalizer comes in through. He takes down two. Alfari and Ed's going to be inside the hill. Can they hold it down? But here comes the slide child. Captain takes down two, but the flank from Glowy. Can he make anything happen? He's going to get turned on by Shadow. 9 more points, and this is going to be a back and forth. We go. Huntsman, can anyone contest it? Eds, Derp and Glowy just going in there back and forth. Biggest gunfights of your lives. They managed to hold it down. 6 more points for Aguila, and for the time being, Huntsman, they have control. 15 seconds left. Can they break it? But I feel like Aguila, they're just gonna go for that rotation. But look at that player. There's still a player contesting it. He's gonna get taken out. And now this might just cost them because they have to fly to the other side. There's only one player at the back. Mickey fighting for his life. He's gonna get taken out. And now Huntsman, they have control of P3.
Excellent, but they do not have control of the spawns, which is going to play against them. Huntsman, they really have to focus on playing the main objective first, and the main objective is not hardpoint at Summit. It is the spawns of those hardpoint at Summit, and Aguila Esports, they play the map better, and they are able to snatch it away from the Huntsmen, who were impressive at certain points, but just not all throughout Summit. Victory for Aguila Esports, 3-1. They take this series.
Yeah, 3-1. Very, very impressive victory against a team that has been in the game for so long, AJ. That is impressive if you are Aguila Esports, up and coming. 3-1 against Huntsman. Yeah. I am very impressed by this team.
And I'm equally, in that same fashion, shocked that Huntsman were not able to pull off some of these plays, right? It could have been a breakdown in communication, because it initially seemed like they were trying to break the spawn at Gorilla Base for that 4th hardpoint. But I don't know exactly where down the line of that communication they switched on to trying to win a couple of fights against the players who were holding on to the hardpoint in itself. Because if you are able to win the spawn at Gorilla Base, you spawn literally behind that red garage, which gives you so much of cover, which gives you direct access from the back in towards that 4th hardpoint. You'll be able to continuously throw your players in. If you do not win the spawn, you spawn behind at that 2nd hardpoint. That's quite a bit of travel time and a lot of open angles for you to get your play shut down. And that's exactly where the players of Aguila Esports kind of got that one already. And yes, you can wait for control room number 2 or edge platform, but those are the open hardpoints where it goes back and forth a lot. I mean, the players will drop in there to contest, the money hills need to be played, and the money was played better by the side of Aguila.
Yeah, Aguila just really changed everything from that P1. I think like that second rotation, the reset came through. That P1, that's really when they took off. They reached 134 points there, and then for that P3, just huge gunfights for them, and a little bit help from the COD gods, because they did lose those spawns, AJ, remember, but for some reason the game made them spawn at P3, and that was just the one. That was the nail in the coffin. Unfortunately, Huntsman, they spawned all the way in Narnia. No one was there for the challenge. 2 more points, and that's when Aguila took it home.
Yeah, and there was that one player fighting for the spawns, and that's why the rest kind of spawned behind the special forces base at the Forklift area. And that's exactly what I'm referring back to, right? Aguila played the map slightly better than Huntsman, which shocks me because Huntsman have been around in the scene for a long time. And Summit was, as a matter of fact, one of their favorite maps of the past, when I believe it was, Almighty, or back then Divinity Uprising, who were just dominating that map. And we saw an uprising from the Huntsman of old. But this time round, it just did not seem like those plays were as solid. Because for me, the loss here is solely down to decision making. Because when it came down to the mechanical capabilities of these players, they were quite equally matched.
Yeah, quite equally matched indeed. I mean, besides the S&D, other than that, the respawn, this was a great series. I mean, just an all-out war for both teams. I really like it. That domination was probably the best game from the series. But when it came to that hard point, Aguila just had something in them that the Huntsman couldn't really break. And that is just that's been the struggling, and that's the struggling point for Huntsman. They
Yeah.
always start really strong, but
Mm.
when they're always down by some games, I
Mhm.
just see them always collapsing as a team.
Yeah, and now the Huntsmen have thrown my predictions off, man. I mean, I bet a lot on these guys, and that was the only one we didn't really agree with each other on, Jericho. I'm a little disappointed here with the performance of the boys, but it is what it is in a competition of this state. You can bring in your best of strategies, but it's the adjustments that your opponents bring through in these matches that will really decide exactly how the series as a whole ends. And it was the decision making out of the players of Aguila Esports that was just stellar, because when we started off at the firing range hardpoint, you kind of pointed out as well, right? There was that one mistake made by Aguila Esports. What, about 25 points, 25 seconds kind of lost in that situation, but it's the decisions that were made right after that threw them right back into the matchup.
Yeah, it threw right back. It threw them right back in the matchup, and that was it for them. For the side of Huntsman and S&D here, AJ, they were
Mm,
getting a lot of those first bloods, getting those
yeah,
first early kills, but they were losing five. They were losing 4 versus 2s,
correct.
5 versus 2, 3 versus 5s, and those are just rounds that you can't lose. And for this one, this was just Shadow being a hero here, getting
Yeah.
4 kills in this round. You can't do anything about that one. That's it's
Yeah.
just if a player's on it, he's gonna be on it.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Shadow was most definitely on fire in this particular matchup, but I will peg the loss of this match to the side of Huntsman, who just did not have all of those angles covered, and the communication could have just been slightly more solid on their side. They most definitely need a little bit more time in terms of covering each and every single one of those angles, in terms of, just going back in there to the drawing board and practicing some of their strategies in terms of execution. When it came to takeoff, it was the map weakness of Aguila Esports that played to the favor of Huntsman, but my oh my, it got quite close, man. And then once again, although it was a loss for the side of Aguila Esports, it shows the quality of Aguila Esports.
It showed the quality of Aguila Esports, that they can actually hang with one of the former top teams in Malaysia. And
Yeah.
I mean, their next step is going up against Omega, and they've beaten Fury and
Hmm.
Huntsman, and now
Hmm.
Omega. They need to have their eye out for
Oh yeah.
Aguila, because so far they are playing flawlessly. Just a little bit
Yeah.
of sloppiness towards that Harpin and that domination, but
Yeah.
overall they are playing out of their minds.
Oh yeah, and if you look at the statistics here, at Raid S&D, when Huntsman took on Smart Omega, they pushed it all the way into round number 11. It took 8 rounds to close this off as in terms of a Raid S&D against Aguila, and I feel like that's a huge indicator as to how the series between Aguila Esports and Smart Omega could go. Smart Omega, they better have their eyes wide open, checking out exactly what this team is bringing into the competition. But your soldier of the game will be none other than Captain. And this guy, he was doing so much from the first game in, even at takeoff. There were a lot of clutch moments where Captain himself was holding on to that C flag in such an acute angle and just pulling off the surprise against his opponents, right? Always on the prone, not really standing up and surprising them. 19.75 on the average kills. No joke there, Jericho.
Yeah, no joke indeed. His numbers just went up with a KDA ratio of 1.36. I mean, he is everywhere. Captain doing a lot for the team. I thought it was going to be Shadow, but
Mm,
it's just a team effort, overall team effort. But at the same time, with those team efforts, it came to the heroes of
yeah,
all of these players. They made huge plays that
yeah.
significantly made their chances of winning the match higher. Except for that, the domination, they a little bit of a slump there. But I guess that's where they need to improve.
Yeah,
Towards those ending, those
yeah,
final moments.
yeah.
What kind of play do you have to make? You need to have that clutch gene. I feel like that's the missing piece that they need. That clutch gene, that player that can be like, okay, guys, relax. We just need one play. I think that's what they need. And I guess age could be a factor there, because I know these players are
Mm.
very, very young, AJ, and they need that veteran leadership. I feel like one additional player that has been there with a lot of experience can really elevate this team to that next level.
And that's exactly what we hope to see, those adjustments being made within this competition itself in the double round robin setup for the group stages. Let's see if or not there will be a stronger comeback from the Huntsmen the next time these guys meet. We're going to take a quick short break. This has just been series number 1. When we come back, the action most definitely continues.
Strike. Yes, he gets it. And look at this. Just spamming it. And that's going to be a triple with the pred. Takes him out.
Luffy just tries to outplay Cisco and will be able to back castle, but my lord, Luffy! Everything out here.
Yeah, the rest of this team members just doing a lot. You know, if you have your teammates popping off and like just like that, if you're hitting those shots, nasty shots, make it 3 in a row.
Now being outshined. Yes, they did quite a good job getting up to that 100-point mark, but in the second half, it's just been one name being read out again and again and again, and that is Rampage. They are going to be able to equalize in a couple of people to make a better comeback here, but they have to focus on breaking the spawn first.
Yeah, breaking that spawn first indeed now, but you know, 7 here has that SKS. We do usually see an SVD here, but 5 kill streak for him. It's been working out. Make that 6. Can he make it 7? What away from a cluster strike? Yes, he gets it. And look at this, just spamming it, and that's gonna be a triple with the pred. Takes him out, and the doctor. They are struggling. He wants to go for it. Annihilator still alive. 7 is just on a tear here.
Spawn trapping all of these players, and now finally making his way for that A flag, and he's just playing pure distraction all on him. My goodness, Yato. Just use your score streaks already, boy. He doesn't even need to bring any of them out, because this is just such a dominating run, and Yato's just trying to get melee over all of these players. Won't be able to find yet another punch behind the back of the head, and
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CODM Garena Masters. I am your host, VVV Jericho, down here with the Mustachio AJ. Don't forget, guys, we are live on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitch, guys. So a lot of platforms if you guys just watch whatever you want to prefer. But
Yeah.
day two started off with a 3-1, a solid 3-1 AJ. I like it from Aguila Esports. A young and upcoming team. They beat Fury. They beat Huntsman. Now, I think the story is, can they beat Omega on that day number 3? Day number 4. I feel like that's going to be a very, very interesting series to look out. But also on Offstream, AJ, we did see Omega 3-0ing Fury. Now they are 2-0 on the leaderboard as well as Blacklist getting that first game against the Doctor.
Yeah. Smart Omega being able to bag the 3-0 against Fury is not too much of a shocker in here. It will still be a most definitely a tough fight for Fury in Group C because they take on Huntsman, Aguila Esports, as well as Smart Omega. 3 teams that have got so much more, I have to say, experience in comparison to Team Fury. But it's a learning process as well for some of the bottom feeding teams, right? You step on in here onto a stage like this, you take the fight against some of the best, and sometimes when you die in very specific circumstances against the best, you learn so much more as opposed to just going out there in regular scrims. In some of your coaching sessions, you have to take some of these battles and experience for your own. So Team Fury, this might be the first few times we catch them in action in this competition, but hopefully they will use all of this experience to continuously step their gameplay up. Aguila Esports, as we opened up the day, they took a impressive 3-1 victory over Huntsman, but in this series it was emphasized, right, the weakness of Aguila Esports at takeoff. And that's something that they most definitely need to keep an eye on in terms of perfecting. And the other teams that go up against them should be taking a note for themselves. C8 Legacy versus NERVO. That's going to be the series that you can expect now.
And yeah, we do have the lineup of CA Legacy. We have Justin, Mark, HitX, Dre, Freezy, Ed, 7. We've seen the boys in that second day handing out a 3-0 against, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was I forgot the team's name. I'm very, very sorry, but they did get that 3-0, AJ, and they are 1-0 at the standings right now. Can they make it 2-0? Oh yeah, that's that team. But now they go up against NERVO. NERVO down on 1, but say it Legacy. What we saw during that day number 1, they are on point so far.
Yeah, but that was against the Doctor, and we've seen the Doctors. How do I put this in a nice way? Struggle in the competitions that we have witnessed. So, and it was expected because C8 Legacy is that sort of a prodigy squad in the competition, right? They most definitely have got what it takes to surpass some of the best talents in the competition, and this is their platform to shine. But now, as they take this competition up, as they take this matchup against the team of NERVO, can they continue proving that this is the team to watch out for? NERVO, on the other hand, will continue to be nervous because, we've seen them in action prior to this, and just like the Doctors, they have not been very convincing in their approach to the series. But that being said, that approach was against Blacklist International Ultimate. It's kind of a stretch to expect anyone to take a win against those monsters.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very unfortunate for the side of NERVO. They had to go up against the side of Black International Ultimate, but now they're going up against another juggernaut from the Philippines, Legacy. You got to look out for Dre. That kid with those glasses, he hasn't been missing anything and just been really on a tear so far today. I mean, for that day number 2.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the story here is, can they keep it up against NERVO, or will NERVO finally, fix those mistakes and get rid of those mishaps and actually, be that team that they actually want to be?
Yeah, and NERVO doesn't really have much of an option here. They have to bring their best fight against C8 Legacy. So far, it's just been one series that NERVO has been a part of, just like C8 Legacy. Losing one will most definitely put them in a very uncomfortable position. But NERVO, the lineup of players that they have on their side are no strangers to the pro scene of Call of Duty Mobile. Love Range, Claudra, Bakjoy, Keiki, Jamon, as well as Adapt. These are the players that represent the brand of NERVO. They have been a little clunky with their plays, but I just feel like, it wasn't the best of opportunity for us to really dive into exactly how great they are as they took on the Eastern champions themselves, right? Blacklist International Ultimate were maybe just a little bit too tough of a fight, but going up against C8 Legacy, it's a more, I guess, equal fight. And where we are going to be focusing on here is the teamwork. C8 Legacy, they've been playing together as a squad longer than NERVO, although some of the players in NERVO have been in the pro scene for quite a while now.
Yeah, I mean Nervo, they have they have a dap obviously from Almighty, the second place champions from the Eastern Championships, but will it be enough for them to actually take down C8? Because we've seen C8, they are always on a tear. But did Adapt give that experience to them? Will it be enough to be that IGL? Because so far, those struggles that we saw against Black International Ultimate is they couldn't slay. That was the major point for them. They knew what they had to do. They had the plays right, but slaying power is the issue for them.
Yeah, and this is the opportunity for Keiki as well to really step it up as the only lady in the team to inspire all of the other girls out there as well as to how much she can achieve out there on the battlefield, right? And I believe she will be able to inspire if she isn't already doing exactly that. NERVO is the kind of team that we definitely do have to keep our eyes peeled for. But in Group D, where Blacklist International Ultimate, C8 Legacy sit in, you've got the champions and you've got the prodigy. NERVO will definitely need to not only step up, but show up the best version of themselves each and every single matchup within this series and all of the future series that they are going to be coming across as well. It's not going to be easy at all, though, Jericho.
It's not gonna be easy in D, but now we're actually gonna see Keiki actually step into the fray. And I'm excited, Hey, she might be that secret weapon that Nervo is.
I hope so.
I hope so too. I feel like she has something to bring in here for this, especially for those first game. Hardpoint. Hey, she might just drop a 40 bomb on CA, but now let's take a look at the maps and modes. AJ, Lady Luck on the side of CA, they win the coin toss. That's gonna be Hackney Yard for them for their first ban. Nervo, what will they ban? Take off those basic map bans, AJ. Thank you, Nervo. And now let's go and hop over C8. It's going to be Summit. So one-sided affair again, as we saw in that first series. Summit, very one-sided, can really change things up. And Nervo, they're going to bring us into firing range on map number 4.
Yeah, and if NERVO does not bring us into raid for SND, you most definitely can bet your life that C8 Legacy will be doing exactly that. So it's all in the hands of NERVO, and they've done a huge favor here for C8 Legacy. And looking at them kind of go in here with such a confident pick, I hope they will be able to push this all the way into a match number 11, because we know C8 Legacy can show up good on raid SND.
Yeah, raid S&D. I think that's where Nervo can really change things up. Maybe they made new plays. Maybe they just watched the last series and try to copy some plays from the boys of Aguila. But standoff S&D will be the final map if we have to go there. C8 and Crossfire will be that domination. Death Machine Purifier gonna be banned. So definitely 10 Sparrows in the map, AJ.
Yeah,
I'm liking all the map picks here, and also the Sparrow definitely going to be a game changer in that Summit hardpoint.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be such a huge game changer. It's the weapon of choice. It's the operator of choice if you cannot get your hands on the Purifier at the moment. The Sparrow, it's got the range, it's got the ability to shut down multiple players all at the same time. You just need to be really careful with the usage of it. You just need to be really careful as to when you pull it out. I mean, it's similar to any other operators, but, just one small misplay and you take yourself out in the same equation as well. So you just need to be really skilled with the usage of that operator skill. And I feel like we saw a play last week where it was just tremendous mechanical capability, because the Sparrow, close range combat, super dangerous, right? You need to know exactly how far away to hit it at the very least to take down your opponent and not kill yourself at the same time in all of these small spaces.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of that happening in the past days. AJ, they pull out the Sparrow and then the enemy. I think that's going to be the strategy moving forward with the Sparrow. If you don't want to get taken out, go near that enemy. Yes, he's going to kill you, but at the same time, you let him blow himself up. So
Correct.
I think that could be a good strategy to work. But at the same time, not doing it always. You have to think about when do we use that kind of strategy. But that just comes down on on you learning the game, knowing how that Sparrow works. But and so far, that's what we've been seeing. But in Hardpoint Summit, we're gonna see that come out, especially in that P3 and P4, AJ. You know, with that a little bit of range. But if you take them out and you kill them, they're gonna spawn all the way to the other side. So it's gonna depend on where you're gonna invest that.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, the plays to go up against a Sparrow player, it's not something that you can take your time dancing around. It has to be those instant moments where you do react within the matchup itself to be able to shut some of these players out, right? Because when you've got the distance to cover, to go up against a Sparrow player, yeah, run the other way, try to get away as quick as possible, find some cover, shut them down, because it's not going to be that great of a play. But if you know you've got the distance already shut down, just one corner to turn, that's exactly where you really want to just stand above the player. NERVO now having Keiki join in as their final player. 10 more seconds for the kickoff. C8 Legacy, what can they prove as the side of NERVO try to grab their first victory within Group D?
Yeah, but here we go. Game number 1, NERVO versus C8 Legacy. Let's see what happens here. And you know what we've seen in that in Summit, you just gotta hop on the hill immediately, and that is what C8 Legacy is doing. Takes 3 down immediately, 4 down actually. That's gonna be 4 down for NERVO. Yes, they're gonna be spawning behind, but so far players from C8 still alive. 15 points already. They are racking up the time immediately, and this has been the problem for NERVO. The slaying power still not yet there. They gotta get kills here before they start hopping on it.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And it's good to see that the players from the side of NERVO as well going in for the backstab, and now getting the spawn out of Green Radar Station as well is just going to allow them to have that better access in towards that first hard point. And a great stuff coming out from them overall as they move on in the gunfights. But C8 Legacy just as dominant as ever. They continuously push all of their men in, holding the back angles as well. Keiki gets taken out of the equation. Dre shuts down, and it will be Claudra trying to make a play for the side of NERVO, but just really soft overall as they only managed to pick up 7 points from this first hard point.
Yeah, just 7 points, and that's what happens if you lose those initial gunfights. And if you get 4 down immediately, I mean, that's what you need to do. You need to hop on that hill immediately, and that is what C8's doing. They get those early points, about to hit that 50-point mark immediately, and NERVO still just struggling. They gotta find some kind of momentum here, some kind of energy booster for them. So far, just really struggling here. Seven just having his way with him, gets a double kill. It's gonna be another play. The Predator missile comes out, and look at this. See, they're just having their way against NERVO.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the pre-aim, you're talking about the pre-fire. C8 Legacy is doing everything right on this Summit hardpoint, and there's just nothing NERVO has been able to pull off so far that can break their plays. Yes, they're trying to play the pincer maneuver. Yes, they're trying to play the double flank, and they do manage to break the hill for a couple of seconds. But look at the decision-making coming through from the side of C8 Legacy. The player that is the closest to the hardpoint immediately doubles back to secure the spawn for the money hill, cable car platform. And the rest of C8 Legacy, they understand that they've done enough to be able to let go of that second hardpoint for the early rotation. And this is going to be an all-out haul for them. Question is, can NERVO now break this and run away with this matchup? One hardpoint should be enough for them to sneak their way back in, but Seven, he will bring out the operator. It will be the Sparrow on for the pop. The timing's not going to allow him to take a player down from the approach at the cable car platform. He doesn't sneak on back in there. Finally down at cable car. Seven manages to spot him either way. That's just unfortunate for the side of NERVO.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed, but the spawns have been given to the side of NERVO, but the sentry gun is there as well. Seven has fully streaks as well, 91 to 23, but finally, here comes NERVO on the hill. Can they hold it down as soon as we say that, AJ?
Wow.
C8 just breaks it through. The Predator missile comes in. They take down 2 more, but Cloudra with Annihilator will try to take down players, but I mean, damage has been done, and if you are C8, you can still push for this one. If you're C8, you have that huge lead. They have the control of spawns as well, and NERVO, they have to scrap for every single point that they can, and they need to win those initial gunfights on rotation.
Yeah, and once again, sound decision-making from C8 Legacy, an early double back to the next money hill. It will be the blue radar station, and look at them closing down all of the angles. The first thing they want to prevent is the switch of spawns, and they take hold of that first before throwing in the numbers to play the objective in itself, and the rest of those roamers trying to anchor this position down. Freezy gets the hit mark, finishes off the player, but the backstab on here. Freezy gets the second onto Gmo as well. C8 Legacy, they've already won this hard point at Summit. Yes, a comeback is possible, but those rotations are perfect. Decision making is perfect. The mastery of Summit is perfection out of the prodigy C8 Legacy.
Yeah, I mean, 30 more points, AJ. They have everything they need, you know. But and NERVO still trying their best just to get to that hill. They finally managed to break it. But C8, they can just take their time here. You know, they don't need to rush things here. They don't need to go for individual plays. Just one good team push, they can just get all that time. And if you are NERVO, you're the one who has to be in panic mode. You're the one who has to really scrap it out. And unfortunately, you have to make those individual plays.
Yeah, and look at the fact that the hill got broken so easily once again by C8 Legacy. Why? Because they focused on playing the map. They got the spawns first. They spawned right out of Red Garage. And there's just such a close distance to play that money hill. Once again, if you focus on the money hill, which is exactly what C8 Legacy has done over at Cable Car Platform as well as the Blue Radar Station, and from here on in, it's just a victory waiting for them at the door, right? It's already knocking on. Cluster Strike being brought out as well to block off the access from Direct Road. The rest of this play is going to be jumping on in, but it's just 40 seconds here on this hard point that is requested. NERVO, how many of these seconds will they be able to sneak off for themselves? They throw the numbers in now for a strong comeback, but C8 Legacy literally needs 7 seconds to finish things off. Dre brings in the Sparrow. He will get shut down. That doesn't matter. This hard point on reset. NERVO really putting on a strong fight, but now 4 more seconds on the point, and C8 Legacy bags it. NERVO fighting for their life. They cannot afford to lose a single gunfight in here.
Yeah, they can't lose a single gunfight. They have to hold it down 8 more seconds. C8 Legacy, they don't need to fight for this one. They just gotta hop on that next hill. 4 more seconds, but you know, good fight coming in from NERVO. 88 to 146. It's still possible, but highly doubtful. You know, I mean, you just really have to win all your gunfights here. But look at that, the C8 boys finally hopping on the hill. There's gonna be one last player. Cloudra takes him out, but they have control now. How long can they hold this down? Dre gonna be in the hill as well. And so far, NERVO slowly climbing it back. But if you are C8, one good push is all you need.
And look at C8, right? They're not breaking the spawn hole of the green radar station just yet. And just like what C8 Legacy had over at the money hill of blue radar station, that's what NERVO has right now. They have got the spawns, they have got the closer approach. Hunter Killer Drone comes out for the pop as well. And it's a constant fight for that hard point. The smoke is just gonna allow them to contest it. So even if NERVO's not picking up the points, they're not allowing C8 Legacy to run away with this matchup. But like we talked about, those few final seconds is all that is needed for the side of C8 Legacy to secure this match at hardpoint. And although it may seem like NERVO kind of caught up, it was very one-sided from the get-go here, Jericho.
Really one-sided from the get-go. I feel like the biggest issue was, again, slaying power for NERVO. It came out really, really late, AJ. I mean, we saw it from the start. It was all C8 in the kill feed, but towards that second rotation of the hill, NERVO started to get their juices flowing. Everything was going well, but it was just a little bit too late. But C8, at the same time, a little bit sloppy on the ending, and that might be that hole that other teams might find on C8, because if you look at it, only 4 players went double. All 4 players only dropped at least 20 plus kills, and Hit X struggling with 8 and 20, and that might just be a hole that for other teams might be that open they need to actually beat C8.
Yeah, and I feel like C8 Legacy, they kind of held back once we went in there for the reset of hardpoints, because they were so confident as to how close they were to finishing off the match. So they felt like they did not need to rush in. It was a sound decision, but this is hardpoint, and you cannot risk allowing your opponents to kind of make those sorts of comeback, because it can very easily get out of hand, right? They should have just stepped on into that first hard point and kind of make that comeback. But, you know, once again, it is the decision as to going in and understanding why did they not do that? Because very clearly, the players of NERVO had stepped up their gameplay in terms of mechanical capabilities. With the gunfights that were happening at that first hard point on reset, you clearly can see that NERVO can hang with the best, and they most definitely can hang with the players of C8 Legacy. So that's exactly where they step back, because the last thing you want is for NERVO to start streaking themselves out and be able to run away with that matchup. So although they played it slow, it was a wise decision by whoever who called it for the squad to not allow a raging NERVO to make a strong comeback. But they could have very neatly finished this off. Overall, in terms of map mastery and domination at Hardpoint Summit, it was most definitely C8 Legacy. Each and every single one of the rotations, especially the Money Hill rotations, it was just executed to perfection.
Executed perfection indeed, start to finish. Start from the start to the middle. It was perfect execution, but that it was a little bit sloppy on that second rotation, but it worked out for them in the end. But I feel like that those small mistakes that they did, it might cost them against Blacklist International Ultimate. That might just actually be the game-winning plays for the side of Blacklist. So they gotta watch out for that one. And if you're NERVO, now that you got that first game jitters out, this is where you have to make that comeback and rate S&D.
Yeah, I think you brought out an excellent point there, Jericho. They might have been able to run away with this against NERVO in those final few seconds, but my man, against Blacklist International Ultimate, it's not going to be the same situation. But, if they brought in this exact same play, I mean, clearly Blacklist International Ultimate will be, aiming for the exact same strategies as well, because there's no multiple creative ways you can play Summit Hardpoint, right? It's very straightforward. It's when you have two teams with the exact same strategy, that's when we have the mechanical capabilities rising over the other, right? In this situation, it was just C8 Legacy with the rotations, and it was just the side of NERVO trying to win gunfights. And I feel like it's not enough to win the series. And it's a huge wake-up call for C8 Legacy as well, seeing NERVO kind of catch up with those points, because going up against the Eastern champions, that's a GG, bro. They will most definitely make the comeback and leave you in the dust. But if the Prodigy squad can make those adjustments by making those early mistakes in this competition, then there's most definitely a lot for us to continue to expect from them. It's going to be the SND this time. Keiki with the initial opening against 7. Claude Ra taken out by Dre's Sticky. Keiki bags a double. Beautiful shots coming through. And now, Patience bags Keiki the third kill as well.
Four. Come on. No, and they steal it. But that's a great opening play by Keiki. 3 kills in a row with the SVD. But Freezy with the flank, still alive. He takes down 2. Very winnable. Make that 4 in a row. Unfortunately, doesn't have that thumper, but very winnable for him. Now it's going to be a 1v1. Freezy versus Love Rage. It just turned out to be a round for both teams, but now do see Keiki. I think Keiki has that bomb. I believe he has that bomb. If we can take a look at the map here, I don't know where the bomb is. It's gonna be down at A side. Okay, so bomb is down. A minute left. Pressure is on Freezy now. Love Rage in a very good position. This is where you have to choose what position are you going to take here if you are on the side of NERVO. Are you gonna go for that aggressive push? Are you gonna go for that pool side? But this is the toughest things in Call of Duty. You gotta you don't know how you play your 1v1s, but you need to know these are the situationals. You are built for 1v1s here. And now you do see, oh my god, here we go. He spots him, he's gonna go for it, but he backs away. He's gonna get tagged up, but that's information if you're on the side of NERVO. You know he's gonna be on that pool side. Do you go for that push? He picks up the bomb, fakes the plant, fakes it again. Is he gonna fall for that sound? He's gonna go for the challenge, and Freezy! Ice in his veins. He takes them down. 4 kills for him. What could have been around for NERVO went to the side of C8 Legacy.
Decision making once again. Positioning is key. And obviously, Freezy showing that mechanical capabilities gives you a lot of advantage, right? And although Keiki impressed with the 3 kills, Freezy just took that limelight, took that spotlight away from Keiki so quickly. And now, once again, with the opportunity, early approach. 7 shuts her down with the grenade. That's unfortunate that the trophy was not played better. Freezy takes Claude out of the equation. Once again, C8 Legacy in front.
Yeah, Freezy just on fire. 6 in a row. Adapt goes down as well. Last player alive. Perfect round for Legacy. Unless Love Rage, can he say something about this? But 1v5. We haven't seen much of 1v5s, and Dre takes them out. And C8 Legacy 2-0. Oh
my goodness. This is, to a certain degree, a little painful to watch if you are a fan of NERVO. I most definitely want to see solid plays from them. And we expected Keiki to step up. Keiki most definitely did. But the rest of the squad is just not doing enough for the team, right? And this time it's an approach towards that B bomb site. The players rushing on in. Are they going to be able to get this? Because a quick smoke just secures them the blind spot in towards that approach. Freezy now with the CB are not able to spray, but a lot of damage and a lot of pressure to make that player abandon his spot. Keiki shuts down hit X from the back and will be able to play Central Garden to the T. And now all Keiki needs to do is just pull the back step through Gallery, but unfortunately 7 spots are out. NERVO once again shut down with those gun plays.
I feel like that momentum from that first round, AJ, because they were up 4 versus 1, and all of a sudden it's just now all C8 Legacy. They got demoralized after that 1v4 by Freezy. And if you're NERVO, you got to find something out of here, because C8, they're just having their way with this. You know, I mean, Freezy's 9-0 at the moment, hasn't died, 7-0 actually. Make that 8-0. He hasn't died this whole match yet. Hit X gets another one, 5 versus 3 now. And if you are NERVO, you got to get something here. Freezy having his way, but it gets 1, gets 2, the turn and the burn. Beautiful shots. One more player on his left, but he finally gets taken out. Keiki very winnable with that SVD, but Mark gets that quick scope. 4-0. C8 Legacy running away with this S&D.
Yeah, and at this point, it's just getting a little, you know, disheartening to watch, right? NERVO really try to make a lot of plays out here, but the only player I guess doing enough would be Keiki with the SVD. And the pressure, the rushes coming out of C8 Legacy, just uncontrollable, untouchable. And now Gmo shut down by Hit X. That's such a quick entry in there. Freezy, but a good slide by Adapt just to sustain that fight. Claudra shuts down Dre as well. This might be the round for NERVO, but they just have to hold strong, back away, find those positions, and spot out that bomb first. Claudra with an initial pressure with the M13 does not get over aggressive, and this can now fall into the hands of the one and only Adapt, who's keeping an eye on that basketball court.
Yeah, keeping on the basketball court. 4 versus 3. Man advantage on the side of NERVO. Don't have to over-aggress here. Don't have to over-rotate as well. Just stay on that side. But I think Keiki, she's going to be very, very aggressive here. It might cost her, but she spots out Mark. Mark says hello to my little friend, takes her out. That's going to be 3 versus 3 now. And that's what I've been saying, AJ. If you're going to be over-aggressive, that's what you get.
It's just coming to a point of ridiculousness at this moment as Hit X now good head glitch played by Love Range to sustain this fight, but now eats his own medicine as he finds a good opponent in front of him. I believe that's going to be the one and only Dre. Sorry, 7 shut down. Type 25 really getting the damage done, but Mark now spotting the player out, not able to shut him down just yet. It is a 3v1 with a bomb on the ground. Mark needs to get a clutch, but it's not going to even be able to get a hit mark out of that shot, and it looks like finally an opportunity for the players of NERVO to pull one round back.
That was a good round. I thought it was going to be a round for C8 after Mark took out Keiki. It went to a 3v3. Unfortunately, NERVO players, unfortunately, the C8 players, they went 1 by 1 on that B side, and that's a mistake that they cannot do in this S&D. But so far, 4-1, switch of sides now. Let's see how they do on offense. Keiki on that DLQ. Can she hit some nasty snipes here? But Freezy takes down 2. 7 gets on. Claudra gets 2. Now it's going to be a 3v3 again. Same situation, but this time, AJ, bomb is down. C8 Legacy, they have control of that one. What will NERVO do?
Yeah, Gmo now needs to be able to make a play. Only one contender for that bomb right in front of him. And Claudra with those initial shots on that backstep, almost taking his opponent down. But it's a great movement coming out of the one and only Dre. Repositions himself inside of Art, and he will just be waiting for the attack to come through at that B bomb site. Not over-aggressing, and C8 Legacy just understanding their role as defenders in this SND. You don't really need to step out of your defenses. Just wait for the bomb to come to you.
Yeah, so yeah, that's what you have to do. And I like that from C8. They're not over-aggressing as well. But look at this. Yeah. Keiki, they're trying to let Keiki find a player here. But look how near number 1 is Gmo, as well as Mark, just very close. But are you going to risk to take that bomb? But so far, that's it. They just left the bomb. That's an open bomb. You can get that bomb if you are Gmo. And Claudra, will he check his corners? It could be number 3, Dre. Such in deep enemy territory here, but Claudra Trying to hop on it. Keiki gets taken out by Dre, and they did not expect him to be there. But 3v2 now. They do have that bomb now, but they're going to be trapped inside. Cloudra trying to make a play here on his own. Will he take him out? But no, Dre at 7. They both take out Gmo and Cloudra, and that's going to be 5-1. Match point for C8 Legacy.
Yeah, and it just seems like the mechanical capabilities of the players of C8 Legacy is just slightly more solid, right? And the decision making as to what sort of moves to pull off in some of these engagements. You can see the slide challenge coming through, executed to perfection by C8 Legacy. Every single time they want to peek out of a corner. But when you look at the players of NERVO, they're kind of playing like me. That's bad.
No, I think they're just really struggling, you know, not really.
Yeah.
They're just really struggling at the moment. It's just none of the plays it's been working. You know, they're playing too far away from each other, and C8 they're just having their way with it. And now Mark a little bit aggressive there, almost gets taken out, but decides to pull away. And I like that from them. Just, you know, not over aggressing again, but this time Adapt. Can he make the play? Can Adapt try to find a player here as well? Have the thumper angled out, but will not get anyone. Stuns as well. They need to find something here. Adapt. He might just get caught here, but Dre spots him. Dre gets love rage. Bomb is down on the base. Can Dre get another one? Yes, he can. Mark spots 2 more players. He's gonna spot 1. Doesn't have the perfect angle, but he's gonna wait for his teammates to pop out. They take out Gmo. It's all up to Adapt in a 1 versus 4. I mean, this can be possible, but let's see what he can do. Look at the players of CA just flying through. He's going to get spotted. Does not even look at it. 6-1. Send it to game number 3.
Yeah, mechanically, it just seems like Adapt is the one who's most capable of taking those CQC fights against C8 Legacy in those one-on-one battles. But in terms of positioning, it's most definitely been quite a big question mark for me, right? And Keiki had the positioning down, but just no backup from the rest of the team members. And initially, we did see a super strong start from NERVO, but even that super strong start within round number 1 itself got turned on its head, and it got ripped away by the players of C8 Legacy. This is just insane out of the Filipino side.
I mean, insane indeed. You know, these players are the same level as Aguila, in my opinion. You know, just up and coming teams. You know, C8 Legacy United as well as Aguila. I mean, it's just crazy how these. Oh, AJ, you don't like this. They, do you want to say something about it?
I don't know. I mean, clearly we have to speak to production about this, but we will do that after the show. It's just a little unfortunate that we can't break down all of the scores here for you guys. But you know, after that performance, I kind of understand why you'd not want to reveal what sort of scores you picked up within this round. But I feel like Keiki should have just hung around a little bit more, because she most definitely had some highlight plays. And props to Keiki, because if Keiki was given enough backup, I believe she could have made such a huge difference in this matchup. But, you know, they really found not just a solid opponent, but titans of an opponent where they are most definitely struggling against. And I do not hold it against Team NERVO. This was a team that was put together about 12 days ago. You know, and you know, C8 Legacy, and this was the point that we kind of talked about when we started the series. Although individually players from the side of NERVO have been in the ecosystem of CODM esports for a long time now, for example, Adapt, Keiki, and whatnot, it's the players of C8 Legacy that have been together longer as a squad. And when it comes to SND, when it comes to any of these games, man, you know that teamwork is key if you want to reap the win from any one of these series.
Yeah, I feel like chemistry is such a huge thing. And, you know, you just pointed it out. See, Legacy, they've been together for such a long time now. And for the side of NERVO, they were just formed, what days before the qualifiers. So that plays such a huge part, you know, playing what kind of role you want to play, the comfortability, what kind of plays you're going to run. That's a lot into it. And I guess some players, you know, some players are just built different, wherein you can just party them up and they know what to do. But, you know, some also players, it takes time for them to actually nurture and actually know what to do. And I think that's such a huge problem for NERVO. So I feel like hopefully they can, manage to fix that within a couple of days. I know it's easier said than done, but it is possible, AJ, especially. And
Correct.
I feel like that's where Adapt has to step in, being in such a top team in Almighty before. He needs to tell his teammates, okay, guys, this is what we tried to do. Let's try to actually work together as a team and not just, play the game for fun. Yes, you're trying to have fun here, but at the same time, you're fighting for a prize, while at the same time, a title to be a top team in Garena.
And come on, man. I mean, this is one of the biggest events of the year, and things just get better from here on. And because of the fact that NERVO was put together very, very recently, obviously we can't be too hard on them. But hopefully they listen to this and focus in on getting their chemistry kind of sorted out, right? Because individually they are amazing players. They're just not functioning together as one core squad. And now that B and C flag immediately picked up by C8 Legacy as they take over Butcher's Fest, and you can see the overextension at dead end as well, coming through from the one and only Justin. CBR guy gets flashed, still wins his gunfight against Gmo. And once again, C8 Legacy showing exactly how supreme they are in this fight. And now even going out to a point where they want to spawn trap the players of NERVO. And this is the overstep by C8 Legacy that NERVO now needs to punish.
Yeah, NERVO now just really at the same time struggling again. But 7, what is that? What are you shooting at? But it's actually working. He actually. Okay, kids are crazy now, guys. I mean, I am lost for words, AJ.
Yeah, I think just usually in Call of Duty Mobile, there's a little bit of a bug sometimes in Spectate, and I feel like that's exactly what we saw moments ago. I think he still had that view before he took that shot. Unfortunately, just got a little blocked out. But 36-21, please ignore that bug, guys. On that B flag, it is going to be a possibility now for NERVO to make a play, but hit X trying to prevent it. It's not going to be possible. NERVO finally with the opportunity to make a small comeback in here, but they need to control that mid segment of the map. They need to control Butchers as well. You can see those players dropping on in, but mechanically they can't shut down Freezy. Finally, Love Range finds him with the M13, but it's just a tough fight so far.
Yeah, tough fight indeed, 45-32. C8 Legacy, they actually managed to get that early lead, but NERVO finally, that teamwork's actually working now, AJ. And here they come, protecting B, and that's what they need. Just a lot of protection towards that B. Adapt's gonna be that first line of defense, but look at that. There's going to be a player hopping on it, but Cloudra takes him out, and I'm liking this. I'm really liking this from the side of NERVO. Just, a breath of fresh air, because they're working, they're actually working together.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was the punishment that we were talking about. C8 Legacy overextended when they didn't need to. They try to go for the spawn trap. And when you get cocky, you are going to get punished. It doesn't matter whether you're a Prodigy squad. NERVO doing really good to take over that situation, pulling away the B flag. Now they just need to hold this, but they have to remember mechanical capabilities of C8 Legacy. Now they're throwing 3 bodies in there. It should be a fight for C8 Legacy, but it's a great showing from Claudra and the KRM. Keiki with the backup as well with the SVD from afar. I love this out of NERVO.
Yeah, I'm really loving this new style of NERVO, just working together, using that teamwork to its perfection. But as soon as we say that, C8, they're gonna be hopping on that flag to get that final ticks towards B. Can they get it? But the Sparrow comes through, as well as the Predator. A little bit of overkill there, AJ, but it worked out in the end.
Yeah,
they want to keep that lead in that first half, and that is what Love Rage is doing.
Yeah, absolute perfect plays coming out of Love Range, but finally he gets taken down. It's just so much that he can do all alone, but the backup is there. 75-67. Not a lot for NERVO to be laughing and smiling about, but it is just enough to keep them alive within the series. And this is what I want to see out of NERVO. Keiki holding on to the second floor of office building, shutting down the plays down middle lane, making sure the rest of their players have that sustainability for the B flag play. I love those ideas coming out. And now NERVO, they flip the sides already. They start off from the favorable side, if you ask me, in terms of this matchup. But it is going to be a question as to how they now move in from that midsection to grab that B flag once again. The flank doesn't work out. 7 brings out his Annihilator. This is what we're talking about. The range of the Annihilator. And that is exactly how you want to play these operators, not CQC.
Yeah, and I'm loving this, that range that they talked about, that long range. And if you have that God A, game, which for example, 7 has it actually. That's where you want to use it at 7. Look at that spawn trap. He can be that annoying player, but GMO spots him. Dre brings out that Sparrow, and now the spawns are flipping for the side of NERVO. This is the time we're seeing Legacy can take control over this game, but Keiki at the same time trying to make the play with the SVD. 7 still alive in NERVO. They have to make a decision. Are we gonna go for B, or are we gonna try to take out that player at the back? And so far, they're always one man down because Gmo just stuck at the back, trying to focus up on 7. The distraction just working for him, and they finally take him out. Doesn't get that cluster, but has that sentry gun as well as that Predator missile will be very, very huge. And now seeing Legacy, they have the lead, and this might just be the turning point.
Yeah, 7 gets the perfect revenge, taking Keiki out with the Pred, and the SVD is not going to be much of a problem down mid, which gives C8 Legacy a little bit more of a pressure hold onto the B flag. But still, the break will come through now from the one and only Love Range, who successfully manages to commandeer that B flag. The fight needs to happen, but C8 overextends to take away the C flag instead from the side of NERVO. And this is what we're talking about, the decision making that comes through, and they pull out the sentry on that C flag as well, just to throw some salt into the wound of NERVO. This is gonna be where things start turning around and C8 Legacy starts running away with the matchup.
Yeah, C8 Legacy starts running away with it. They're gonna be able to try to capture C, but that's enough time for them to actually go for B as well. And that's gonna be a triple cap on B, but there's gonna be a player there, Gmo, trying to make a play for his own. They take him out, and just like that, it actually did not work for them. The distraction was there, but they didn't manage to capture B. But here comes the play. The thumpers come through, and here we go. But Cloud is still alive, making a play for his team. 122 to 160, very, very close now. And NERVO slowly but surely gaining the upper hand here. But C8, they still have some streaks to use it. They still have that sentry gun by 7. Can they make the play?
And it looks like NERVO has this in the bag, but they just have to continuously throw their bodies in there.
Yeah, they really have to throw in their bodies, and that's what they do. No Predator missiles, and that's what they do. That's exactly what they do, and that's all the time they need. That's going to be a good at least 5 seconds to get that first tick. They still have that early lead, 133 to 131. And I mean, they need to cap it again if they want to win it. The Goliath comes down there actually, and that might just be the game changer. But here comes 7 over at the flank. Can he make the play? He gets taken out, and I think that might just seal the deal, and we might just go game number 4. But one more final chance for C8 to actually clutch it up.
Keiki choosing to not use the cluster strike just yet. Is that going to be the right decision? The XS1 Goliath most definitely doing a lot in terms of buying the side of NERVO time in here. 145 to 140, a close matchup, but NERVO making that last minute comeback.
Oh my God.
What a fight at Domination Crossfire. The Singaporeans get it done.
Great job by NERVO. Keiki taking the MVP for me in that game number 3. AJ fully streaked out. Did a lot of work for her team, and that Goliath, the way that she used a score she can, even if she blew up there, she still had a cluster strike that they could have used. So very smart plays coming in from them, and that's what they needed. AJ, slaying power and teamwork finally showing, but it's only the beginning. They need to win 2 more straight if they want to win this series.
Absolutely, man. And, I was just afraid that it might come to a situation where, it was a mistake where the cluster was not used before the XS1 Goliath because of the time constraints within that matchup itself. But things turned out really good for the side of the one and only NERVO. Claudra picking up the MVP this time round, but just like you, my personal MVP of this matchup was Keiki. Keiki, who held down the control of middle lane, which is something that is not easy to do. But with the introduction of the SVD and the range that the SVD has, the ability to take those kills with just one shot, as long as you've got your aim all sorted out, it just makes such a huge difference. Initially, when she's holding on to that A flag, she takes off his building 2nd floor, and when she flips around to the other side, broken building is her home, right? And yes, there was a Pred that took her out of the equation, but continuously just repositioning herself and making sure the mid segment of this particular map is not overrun by the side of C8. And C8 did not have such a strategy. Most of their players were going in there for the very straightforward approach. Yes, we did see this SKS come out, but I don't think 7 focused on it as much as Keiki did.
Yeah, Keiki pretty much knew her job was just to get kills and be on that power position because she needed to earn those streaks, and that's what she did. And CA Legacy, when they were pushing through, they weren't even minding Keiki. They thought she was getting killed, but she was on a tear on an 8 kill spree, 5 kill spree with that SVD. At the same time capturing B. So I feel like they need to look out for that one in Crossfire, and they need to work on that Crossfire because so far CA Legacy, they were very sloppy in that Crossfire.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, I guess it figures as to why they did not pick Crossfire out, you know, from the get-go. But it was a great showing by the side of NERVO. And I have to make this assessment once again, where earlier on we did mention that the individual skills out of NERVO is solid. It's just the teamwork that is lacking. In this domination matchup, they did manage to show up together as one unit. And that was really, really important. Those rotations were on point. They stuck together and they backed each other up, not just at the B flag, but at their home flag as well, not really allowing it to run away from them. We did see C8 overextend, but the recovery of that flag was instantaneous, although C8 Legacy had one sentry already on the setup. So, you know, we saw C8 Legacy give their all and NERVO be able to make a strong comeback. But can they stay alive in this series? We now move on to hardpoint at firing range. Let's see how both of them crack it.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Hardpoint firing range, very, very important to control that tower and as well as that seal house and trailer. But now let's see what happens. Here's C8 pushing through. They're gonna get those early frags in the game as well as the points. That's gonna force out NERVO. It's the same story as that game number 1. Our initial gunfights being lost by NERVO, but now they're slowly winning those gunfights as well for that second time. And I like this from them, you know, different kind of attitude. You know, you just won that game number 3. You got that momentum on your side, and let's see if they can bring it up. And now we do see 9-7 C8. They flip the spawns here, but NERVO, they're gonna be spawning very near to P2, or this is the decision where you have to go. Are we gonna go for that scrap time or work on that spawn and they try to get that trailer? But so far, they need to get that time, and that is what they're doing. 15 seconds left on the hill, and now it should be the battle for that spawn. You know, if you are C8, but C8 7, if we can hop on back to him, 7 kill spree production. Let's go back to 7, make that 7 kills. Let's just keep watching him. He's on that 7 kill spree so far. Very, very good streak by him. Fully streaked out AJ. 24-10 here. Sentry gun is already set up, and CA Legacy, they might just get this money hill on P2.
Yeah, the guy's insane, man. I mean, fully freaking out so early on in the match, and now the sentry out for the defense on that second hard point. C8 Legacy, they want to run away with this. The question is, how will NERVO get this break? Leverage with a good double for himself. Goes in, spots the corner perfectly. Has got the UAV hunter-killer drone. He's not going to be able to use it just yet in this position. We're 39, 40-13 now. NERVO really are struggling against C8 Legacy, who I guess are a little annoyed that they could not finish this off with a 3-0 flat on the series.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably pissed off at the moment, but then again, CA Legacy, they don't have that momentum. It's over with NERVO after winning that game number 3, but so far, it looks like CA Legacy, they want to end it fast, and this is the same story as that game number 1. Very slow start from NERVO, another strong start from CA Legacy, especially from 7, and now they're just running away with the game. 75-13. Third hill, no one from NERVO is even near that hill. And look at this setup from CA Legacy. They have barracks hut control, they have mid control, they have P2 control, they have their operators brought out, and just like that, Freezy fully streaked out. And this is just what they need. Freezy going on the tear, make that 7, drops the sentry gun, another player drops the cluster strike, 90-13. 40 points left in that hill, and CA Legacy are running away with this game.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing here. The quality out of the Prodigy squad. C8 Legacy. Look at them trump now the side of NERVO, making them stick to the 13 points. Having such a stronghold now to this third hard point. White Warehouse. And I will not be shocked if it is all over by the time we move into Woods, right? When we move on into the fourth hard point at Barracks Hut, it could all just end on the side of C8 Legacy. Because no matter what NERVO tries to do in terms of making a play here, they're losing out on each and every single one of these gunfights.
Yeah, they're just losing out. A full 6 60. You rarely see that in P3 and firing range, AJ. A full 60 there. 129 to 13. This is just a massacre. Streaks again from the side of Justin. Another Dragonfire takes out the Fred. Gets 130 to 13. And this just might be the nail in the coffin. NERVO just really struggling. You can't win if you can't kill. That is the name of the game in Harbor. If you can't slay, this is a GG. 145, 4 points remaining. 3, 2, oh, not yet. 2 more points, 1 more point. And that is it. C8 Legacy dominating that game number 4, 150 to 13. Underage challenge completed. I mean, yeah, they're pretty pissed off they didn't win that game 3.
I mean, that was very clear. But, you know, to be pissed off is one thing. To put all of those emotions, you know, out there onto the battlefield and to play the game right, even as you're frustrated with your own performance, that's the mark of true pros in the Call of Duty mobile scene. And I unfortunately will have to pluck out, you know, the names of, you know, the 21 Huntsmen of old. You know, we've seen them get frustrated. And when the frustration gets to you, unfortunately, it just makes them falter in some of these matches. C8 Legacy, on the other hand, uses it as adrenaline, as fuel. My God, 150 to 13?
Crazy.
Get out of here.
I mean, that's crazy. I mean, that's really fast. I mean, look at the stats. Justin with 17, 7 with 19, Freezy with 23, Dre with 12, HitX with 9. I mean, they didn't have to even reset the whole hill. It finished in 4 hills, AJ. And you could see the frustration from the side of Envy. They were just, they couldn't do anything. They were like, what can we do against this team? And that just shows the mechanical supremacy of other teams. Like, even if you have that teamwork, 50% is teamwork. Actually, no. Well, I could say 30% is teamwork. 70% is mechanical gameplay, AJ. And I feel like NERVO, it's just sometimes some teams are just really better.
I really feel for NERVO because once again, I see the individual skills out there on the battlefield, but it's like going in for a ranked match with 5 legendary players that you know are really good at the game, right? But when you meet a team that focuses on pro plays, focuses on, you know, the strategy, on execution as a squad out there on the battlefield, it changes. Your individual skills now mean absolutely nothing. Your ability or your past history being a part of other, you know, supreme squads don't really mean jack when you're taking on a sound squad who have got all of their priorities in check. Over at Summit Hardpoint, we saw the priorities of C8 Legacy. Playing the map, playing those rotations, securing the spawns before they go in there for the hard point. And they kind of let it falter a little bit as they second-guess their approach into the matchup, and they allowed the players of NERVO to catch up a little bit, but finish it off at the end, they most definitely did. Raid S&D, I mean, if you thought that it was a one-sided match at Hardpoint, it was most definitely a similar story there as well, Jericho. Only in Domination did we see such a different side of NERVO. But, you know, just like the previous takeoff match in series number 1 that we kind of witnessed in here earlier on today, I have to say, this might have just not been the best map of C8 Legacy, which could have kind of contributed to that loss there.
I mean, yeah, it was just a different kind of NERVO on that game number 3. But here, let's take a look at the highlights, AJ. I mean, you hit the nail in the you hit it right, AJ. You know, game number 1, it was just all C8. Game number 2, all C8 again. It was just all C8 all the time. But once that switch of gears happened in the game number 3, you know, not a fast game mode, not a slow game mode, just a right mix of it. That's where NERVO really loved that game mode. But then again, how many times do you play Domination in the series? You play it once. Yeah. And you know, if you're only good at Domination, you're just going to win one game all the time in the series. And I feel like NERVO, they got to work on that hard point. You know, I mean, I know the intentions of their plays, but it's just the slaying department just can't do anything. They just kept on getting double killed, triple killed, naded out, stunned out. They're just always lost in the sauce and the hard points for me. So I feel like that's what they really need to focus on.
Yeah, and I think the saving grace for the side of Nervo on the domination matchup was mainly the long angles that Keiki could hold on to with the SVD, which was really, really bagging the big kills over for the squad, opening up the B flag for the rest of their players, right? But, it was a similar pressure that Keiki played in the SND as well. Early on, she was a monster. She was putting on so much of damage. She was doing so much for the squad. But C8 Legacy very quickly caught on that Keiki was going to be a problem, and Freezy was that perfect solution.
Yeah, Freezy was that perfect solution indeed. I mean, first round 1v4, first 4 rounds he went 9-0, and then ended with a game with 12 or 13 kills. I mean, just a man on a mission. Those are just individual plays you can't teach. Those are just talents who actually know what to do in those kinds of situations. People who have ice cold in their veins, and just, I mean, it's just crazy things coming in from them. That's just hard work and dedication from just each players, and you can't teach that. And Nervo, unfortunately, they were the ones who had to face the wrath of Freezy.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And sometimes you just gotta dwell at the bottom a little bit and just understand, because you see the mechanical supremacy in terms of the squad of Nervo and the individualistic plays that they have brought into the competition so far may have been enough to beat the rest of the hundreds of teams from the qualifier into qualifying as the top 16 squads. But from here on in, it is not individualistic plays. It is all going to come down to the squad plays as well as the execution of those strategies that you pull off as one unit. It was the positioning of a lot of these players as well, similar to the weakness of Huntsman that we saw earlier on in that SND against Aguila ESPORTS. They just didn't have the back of each other.
They just didn't have their back each other. Indeed, I agree with you. Just no backup from each other. Just pushing in one by one on your own. Individual plays, yes, it can work from time to time, as we would always say, AJ. But it always comes down to that teamwork. Your teamwork, your communication, where you want to go, where you want to push together, and it worked out in domination for Nervo. They were actually making a lot of plays that were very, very beneficial for them. Spotting out the enemy, overextending, going to this position, cutting them off in rotation. It worked out for them. And C8 Legacy, it was just I guess it was just kind of a bad timing for them, because that's when Keiki brought out all her streaks, and you couldn't do anything at late game. I mean, if you have a Sparrow, probably you could have taken out the Goliath, but the timer was just a little bit too late.
Yeah, I just love the angle held on by Seven just outside of Broken Building, right? Initially, as they were holding on to the C flag, it was quite the crazy plays that he was bringing out of those SKS hits. In terms of muscle memory, because whatever that you saw in front of him, These positions were all smoked out. The guy was an absolute crazy monster because he knew exactly how much on his screen did he need to move his crosshair to be able to bag those blind kills. And you really cannot fight against stuff like that, man. I mean, regardless of who you are, regardless of your mechanical capabilities, when you bring out your utilities to blind your enemy and they function as if they can see you straight through the smoke, that's a GG right there. C8 Legacy proved themselves, but it was not enough at domination, and they were pissed. They were angry. They were annoyed, and they had something to prove in this hard point at firing range.
Crazy.
I think they proved a big point there.
Yeah, they proved a big point indeed. And 18 kills for Dre. It's 13 deaths with an average KD of 1.40. He is definitely the soldier of the game, just doing a lot for him. I definitely would give it to him and Freezy popping off in all the games. Just very, very huge plays from these players. And C8 looking very sharp after those first two series.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, and that's exactly why I dubbed them as the prodigy squad of the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters, because these guys, these new faces, yeah, we definitely need to keep our eyes on them. They are in here to prove not just that they can be one of the best, but they can hang with the best.
That is definitely true. They can really hang with the best. But their next step, after beating those two teams, is going to be Black International Ultimate.
The greatest challenge so far.
That's going to be the greatest challenge, and they need to work on that rigorously. And I mean, hopefully they have something that they can watch out for. I mean, there has been clips for Black International, a lot of footage that you can study. It's on how you will know if it's going to be the same kind of plays. That's like the fun part, in my opinion. Dissecting an enemy team, and I feel like hopefully C8 Legacy, they can try to find something that they can do with that one, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Because when it comes to strategy, I feel like Blacklist International Ultimate has really hit the ball out of the park. But C8 Legacy is showing that they can most definitely bring in some great strats into the competition as well. That was most definitely a great series, although NERVO could not show up stronger than what we expected. But it doesn't matter. We had a lot of fun casting it. Would it be as fun casting Rampage going up against TYRANT Finesse?
Hopefully.
We will have to find out. That's series number 3 after a quick short break. At this hard point.
Yeah, a lot of momentum and Flash on a 4 kill spree. Make that 5 in a row, AJ. 5 kills for him. Make that 6.
Scopes in that way. It's going to be tough for Fury to make a comeback in here. My God, Captain! Won't be able to bag a double with all of that wall. Was it good or was it bad that Ranger left the squad? I think we've got our answer already. We have never seen Huntsman this sharp. We have never seen Huntsman this dangerous. Raven annihilates all of the players right before him. He plays the guy.
They invested 3 here, so that's a lot of operator skills for the side of Gaijin. But they needed all this time just to, keep the game close here. But can Riz try to make the play here? Just spraying it out with the death machine. No kills for him yet with that death machine. But so far, he's getting a lot of information. Finally takes one down. One away from a Predator missile. Yes, he will get it. And he has to play for this cluster. Scopes out, unfortunately. Will spot one, takes him out. Spots another one, takes him out. Spots another one, takes him out. Last player alive, takes him. Nope, not yet. No.
Yeah, and the spawn just being held on by the players of 7-9, the one and only Zhengyu not letting go of the crane area, and that is the kind of play that's just getting 7-9 a lot of his momentum at the hard point.
A lot of momentum and Flash on a 4 kill spree. Make that 5 in a row, AJ. 5 kills for him. Make that 6. Can he make it 7? Working towards those streaks. One away from the Dragonfire. from a cluster strike. Yes, he gets it. And look at this, just spamming it. And that's going to be a triple with the Pred. Takes him out.
Luffy just tries to outplay Cisco and will be able to back castle, but my lord, Luffy! Everything out here.
Yeah, the rest of this team members just doing a lot. You know, if you have your teammates popping off and like just like that, if you're hitting those shots, nasty shots, make it 3 in a row.
Now being outshined. Yes, they did quite a good job getting up to that 100-point mark, but in the second half, it's just been one name being read out. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So far today, in the day 3 of the group stages of the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters, it has just been, as usual, a dominating Filipino side in terms of all of the teams. We opened up with 2 back-to-back 3-1s. Aguila ESPORTS representing the Philippines, beating the Malaysians side of Huntsman. C8 Legacy doing the exact same thing to the side of NERVO that represents MYSG. Now, into series number 3, where we have a Malaysian team once again on representation. Rampage will take on TYRANT Finesse, but I feel like in this series, we might just be able to see MYSG smile a little bit. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Triple V Jericho to continue bringing you guys all of the action from the day.
And that was a great point you said, you know, Rampage versus TYRANT Finesse. You know, Rampage, they did manage to get that first series under their belt last day, and TYRANT Finesse still looking for that first W. But so far, TYRANT Finesse, they were the ones struggling because they had to face against really top teams. Yeah, and you know that's part of the round robin. You're gonna have to face with everyone else that you have. And unfortunately, now they have going up against another top team from Malaysia, which is Rampage Gaming. So, I mean, I don't know what kind of mindset you have to go through here. I mean, there is some film on Rampage Gaming. You know, you could do some counter plays here, but let's take a look at the schedule. You know, we started off the day with Aguila ESPORTS versus Huntsman, and for our second game, we had CA Legacy versus NERVO. It was both 3-1 for both series. And for our off-stream matches, guys, we do have update now. It's a double 3-0. Smart Omega handing a 3-0 over the Team Fury, and Black International Ultimate versus the Doctor. It was a 3-0.
It's still a Filipino rampage in day number 3. Basically, is exactly what we can say, Jericho.
Yeah, it's basically a rampage. You know, the top Filipino teams just doing what they have to do. You know, get that record up and secure that top 2. Yeah.
Rampage and Almighty might be able to pull this right back, but of course, let's focus on series number 3 first. The lineup of the Malaysian side: MIB, Psycho, Zarif, Asmal, Nochi, as well as Speed. Now, they have done enough to pull away that one series from the C8 United squad. Can they do the same against TYRANT Finesse to make sure that they are the undisputed, or at the very least, slot themselves into that second spot of Group A first?
I mean, they definitely can do that, but they have a tough challenge, you know, against Almighty. They lost against Almighty, but but they have a good fight for that second place, and this is where they can just extend that lead against TYRANT Finesse, and hopefully they can actually take them down. But you know, if you are TYRANT Finesse down 0-2, this is where you need to bring that fire, bring that energy in, because if you go down 0-3, you're looking at a very tough spot wherein you need to win at least 3 in a row or 4 in a row just to fight for that second place.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, Rampage cannot give up on this opportunity. Taking on TYRANT Finesse is one that they cannot take advantage of, although TYRANT Finesse sits down at the bottom of the group so far. Jello, Eldos, Cream, Goyong, Basic, as well as Neo stepping up for the Philippines, and they are representing TYRANT Finesse. Let's see if or not they will be able to take the fight up against one of the best out of Malaysia and be able to pull away the win as well, just to keep Group A a little spicy, right? Because the number 1 spot, I think we have no arguments as to who's going to be able to secure that for Group A, but it's all about that second place for who's going to be able to qualify along the almighty Singaporeans.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with you. You know, the number 1 spot. Obviously, you know, I mean, we both agree it's definitely going to be Almighty, but you know, if you are the last 3 players, you got to get that second place, which is definitely possible. But let's look at our head-to-head. Speed versus Eldos. Speed with 21 and 18 with a KDA ratio of 1.17. And for the side of Eldos, not the best numbers, 9 and 13 with a 0.71 KD ratio. I mean, I expect him to change it up if he wants his team to actually get a W here. This is wherein they need to really step things up, because if they keep on giving numbers like these, it's just going to be a hard time for them to actually try to get a win here. So let's see if things change.
Yeah, and this is most definitely a point for concern, because it's not just some random head-to-head. This is the head-to-head of the key soldiers. That means the best player out of Rampage against the best player out of TYRANT Finesse. And like you said, Jericho, it's a little concerning when we look at these numbers, and as it gets translated out there onto the battlefield, it could only mean, and it can only point to the fact that the mechanical capabilities of the players out of TYRANT Eldos not being so great. But Lady Luck is on their side as they win this coin toss.
Yeah, they win the coin toss indeed. TYRANT Finesse winning it against Rampage Game. And let's see what's going to be that map ban. Probably could be a summit here, just to keep that one-sided affair off. But they've managed to take off. And now Rampage, let's see what they will ban. I think it should be a Hackney Yard, AJ. Crossfire. Okay, Crossfire will be banned. So definitely we'll see a Hackney Yard in the series. Now let's see what's that map number 1. Now, if you're TYRANT Finesse, you know that they like that Rampage likes Summit. So, but okay. Yeah. They want to go for Fire. I like this pick from them. They don't want to go for that one-sided map. They want to go for a little bit smaller, a little bit more and close map here. Yeah. And for Rampage, Standoff will be that map number 2.
And I like the fact that TYRANT actually removed Takeoff from the list, because very clearly they were keeping an eye on the players of Rampage. And as a matter of fact, this is the first time we are going to be seeing TYRANT Finesse perform out here on broadcast for the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters. So I'm quite excited to see exactly what they can bring to the table. Hackney Yard is going to be the S&D response from the side of Rampage. And when we look at TYRANT, they most definitely can bring us into one of 2 maps in here, and they choose Raid, which is most definitely a sound decision, which just leaves us obviously with the final map, which gets dropped into Summit. And since Rampage did not win the coin toss, they get to pick the side, and they will choose to start from the Special Forces side.
Special Forces indeed. And now that's going to be Annihilator and Purifier being banned. So it's going to be 10 more Sparrows again, AJ. And I'm liking the picks here, except for that Hackney S&D. I don't know with Rampage Gaming. It might bite them in the back here, because, Hackney Yard, very, very offensive-sided map, and that is what TYRANT Finesse did. Let's see if the Rampage boys have something in that defensive side, AJ.
Yeah, and I feel like both SNDs might just go on over to the side of Rampage, because this is just consistent picks coming through from their side. And, very clearly, Rampage does not like to play Crossfire. And clearly that pick or that ban is coming through from their own weakness. But what's going to happen when they take on a side like Almighty, when they can dominate you on any one of the maps, right? So are you then going to be banning out your own weak map, or are you going to be banning out one of the best maps from the side of Almighty? Most definitely that will be a great fight for us to witness a little bit later on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as Rampage tries to get the revenge on to the Almighty squad, right? Because as we opened up the competition, they got eaten 3-0, and it was not an easy series to watch, Jericho.
Was not an easy series to watch. It was just very, very unfortunate. But that is Almighty. That's all you have to say. It is what it is. They are that second best team in Garena at the moment. And if you're Rampage Gaming, you just hope that they make a mistake. But even if they make a mistake, any of those single players, hey, I can do this play for you. You can do this play for me. They are all capable of actually doing something here. But now that they're up against TYRANT Finesse, this is where they can actually work on something else. If you're Rampage Gaming, work on how to push together, work on coordinating your plays. And if you're TYRANT Finesse, this is a moment of redemption, because you need to win at least a series here just to stay alive in those standings.
Oh yeah, and let's see if or not TYRANT Finesse will be able to pull it off against a confident and hopeful side. Notchi getting a lot done with a 525 from the distance. That's just absolutely insane with the trigger discipline, and he takes one by one all of those shots. Eldos will be able to punish MIB from the back. He brings in the SVD, and so far in terms of hard point domination, and it will be the Malaysian side running away with the initial 17 points, and the great hold of that white warehouse, that power position, will be fought for once again, as we can see MIB right back in the fray, holding on to it. But Jello's trying to make a play for his squad from the second floor of TIM, and he looks like he is most definitely ready for a little bit of backup here. It's just the rotations from the rest of his team members not quick enough.
Yeah, just not quick enough indeed. And Rampage Gaming, they have the early lead. But, you know, here, look at TYRANT Eldos with this SVD. I mean, it's been working for some teams, but so far, if you're TYRANT Finesse, you need that added pressure on the hill. Maybe try to let him drop that gun and maybe use an M13. Play for that one. But it's so far, it's actually working out for him, Major, with 6 kills already on his name, working towards that cluster strike. Gets that flick. Unfortunately, does not get that cluster, but damage has been done, and now they have control of that P2.
Yeah, and the SVD is just such a huge game changer in some of these respawns, as long as you're able to get the positioning done right. And he was holding on to a great position there earlier on Jello, almost getting that score streak on the activation, fully streaked out, but he got shut down at the very final moment. But very clearly, TYRANT Finesse is showing us that they've got the ideation. The only problem is here the execution. But now on the second hard point of this matchup, they take the lead, trying to run away with this matchup, Jericho.
Yeah, trying to take the lead or running away immediately, but Finesse 50 points already. Very good, and this we haven't seen them play, but I feel like they finally switched up how they play here. You know, they got 2 players with streaks already. It's gonna be very, very important for them to know when to use these streaks. So 68 to 36. So this is gonna be a huge time for them, and I like this already. They set up a sentry gun already towards that P3. Rampage Gaming struggling at the moment here. And you know, so look at Rampage, they're just pushing one by one again. They're gonna get double Predator missile out, and that's just gonna be a huge lead for Finesse, and Finesse looking very, very good.
Oh yeah, you know, good is most definitely an understatement at this point, as they're just running away with this matchup. But you know, in hardpoint, anything can happen. One good hill, 60 points in there, solid. You know, Rampage can fight their way back in. But if you are Rampage, you most definitely are sweating, bro. Your palms, super sweaty. Probably just flipping off that mobile phone right now, because in a series that you thought was going to be so easy, it's all of a sudden turning out to be a nightmare. Look at Neo now, trying to streak himself out. He's got the sentry to play on to the next hard point as well. Got the Sparrow on activation. The guy is on quite the run right now. 7 kills back to back, make that 8, and he's still on fire. Speed now finally pulls out the Sparrow, but the timing on that, he gets shut down. And this is the opportunity now for Rampage to make a good comeback at the Barracks Hut.
Make a good comeback indeed, but 126 to 36. The last time we saw this in a series, it was pretty much over in that P4. Streaks are coming out again, and TYRANT Finesse are running away with this 128 to 37. But here comes RG with their Sparrow still available at their disposal. They gotta win every single gunfight here, but here comes Cream with a double kill with a Sparrow, pushing up on his own, trying to make the play for his teammate. Seas finally gets taken out, 120 to 50. And so far, Rampage Gaming still have control here, but they need to win their gunfights here. Nachi with the Sparrow gets taken out, but the MIB already on the contest as well. 131 to 50. They get that hill, but TYRANT's just going to keep on pressuring this hill. And I like this from them, just applying so much pressure for TYRANT.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, if you are a TYRANT fan, you are ecstatic right now. But if you're on the side of Rampage, I think I can spot a teardrop, you know, just at the corner of your eye right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because this is a GG. Look at what they are right now. 3 more seconds, and it's all over. TYRANT Finesse 150 to 53, a strong showing at the opener of the series.
I mean, that was a great show. Honestly, the way they played, I mean, we've been hearing them getting 3-0'd by the other teams here, but now that they're in the broadcast, they are showing up in indeed a 150, and they just dominated Rampage Gaming. And Rampage Gaming again struggling in hardpoint again. So many teams are struggling in hardpoint, AJ.
Nah, I tell you, man, the Philippines just needs to calm down. All right, that's what they need to do in these games. They need to calm down. God damn it. I mean, if you are a huge fan of the MYSG side, this most definitely is very, very, very painful to watch because, it was a great start, if you ask me, on the side of Rampage. They were getting a lot of those kills. They were getting the job done. And if you can, just take a peek at the scores here, it wasn't that huge of a difference. Only a couple of players really stepping it up on the side of Tyrant, but not all that too much, right? But it was more of those rotations. It was more of the angles that were being held on by the side of Tyrant that just made the world of difference. Because from the White Warehouse onwards, they just ran away with the rest of the game. And most of it was initially played on by Jello because he was just on that SVD, streaking himself up, and then he just left the rest of those plays to Neo. Neo was the MVP inside of the third hardpoint.
Yeah, Neo was definitely the MVP, just hopping on it, waiting for letting his teammates do his thing. They had their sentry gun as well set up, so just very, very good usage of all their scores as well as their operators. When they balled out their operators, they were letting them spawn out very, very far. And from the side of RG, nothing was going through. I mean, yes, you were getting kills at the start, but once they got those streaks, that SVD pretty much started it. Eldos just making huge plays with it. RG just had no match for them.
Yeah, unfortunately, in this particular series, it was just a little too much for the Rampage boys to handle, which truly shocks me and makes me quite worried in terms of their fate within Group A in itself. Because Rampage, if they cannot put up a strong fight at Hackney Yard, I feel like that will be such a huge, huge warning sign in terms of what's going to happen to them in the competition, right? TYRANT FINESSE is not going to be able to pull away all that too far with that victory because of what C8 United has achieved for themselves to really hang with the best up top. But it will most definitely be a tough fight for them nonetheless. Rampage now, they need to find, no matter what, a victory at SND Hackney Yard.
Yeah, they need to get this W. I mean, they just got blindsided in 150-53. Rampage Gaming falling off. I really think that they're falling off now. Just really struggling. They need to. I know it's only the third day, but I feel like a roster switch would be inevitable after this tournament. In my opinion, if these things keep on happening, it's been the same problem for them over and over again. Respawns, they're really struggling, and S&D, it's always on and off. You don't know if you're gonna get that good Rampage or is it gonna be a bad Rampage.
Yeah, and at this point, I feel like the Rampage boys just really need to shake things up on their side. I'm not so sure who is coaching this team, but the team has most definitely plateaued after kind of getting into the echelons of the Malaysian side, right? They were known as one of the best. Most of the time just playing the second fiddle to back then the 21 Huntsman or you do RSG. And now as the Huntsman kind of, break apart a little bit and revert to their old selves, you think that Rampage would be able to show up a little bit stronger because they've been together a little bit longer and they most definitely have that chemistry on a little, tighter on their side, right? But it just doesn't seem to be the case, man. This brand has just been struggling from as long as I can remember them being in part of the CODM competitive scene.
Yeah, they've been in there since the start, and now it's just sad to see that struggle is real here. But here comes S&D on Hackney Yard. Let's see what they can do. Jello takes down one already. That's gonna be 4 down for Rampage. And as soon as we say that they're falling off, they shut us down immediately. 1-0. 15 seconds in the round, and RG, we're like, Jericho and Mustachio, you better shut up right now. We're gonna show you why we are still at the top.
Yeah, but is the scores flipped? I think it is Tyrant on.
Oh,
yeah. I think this is just a mistake with the graphics.
Yeah, it's just a mistake.
Yeah. It is actually Tyrant that kind of bit the bullet in that first round. And I want to see this tenacity out of Rampage, right? And they most definitely need it if they want to step up. MIB and Nochi, Zare finds that nade as well. And Rampage now, they are going to be on the prowl. They will be able to get that perfect round once again. Production, we got to flip this out because it's confusing.
So Rampage, guys, is up 2-0 now, guys. Finesse down 0-2, and I think this is where Rampage, they're trying to make that comeback here slowly but surely. Big kills coming in for them. No one has died except for MIB with 1 death. And I like this from their side. Just showing a lot of aggression. Goyong finally takes down Zarif. That's gonna be the first blood. And now Tyrant finally slowing things down. They take down another one. MIB goes down, but Nachi's gonna be on the top. AC 3 versus 4. Man advantage goes to the side of Rampage. But by Tyrant actually, and Tyrant 2 versus 3 now. They can just drop the bomb, but they don't know if Asmos is gonna be below there. Basic gets spotted by Asma, but Asma, he's gonna get tagged up. Still alive, but now Eldos, they can actually rotate if you are on the side, and that is just a mistake you don't want if you're Tyrant. Bomb is down in the middle. Asma gonna eat that thumper. Last player alive, it's gonna be Speed. I think he spots him in the end. A minute left. Now, let's see who's gonna win this.
This is all map awareness and a little bit of luck in play as well when Speed is concerned. As far as, on the side of Goyong, he just needs to be able to find the perfect flank, catch Speed off guard. But now, with Speed just holding on to his bottom half of that warehouse, has a lot of cover around him. Just needs to spot 2 main angles. The angle on the right, he will be able to play the timing a little bit, so he just needs to focus on the angle on the left, which is a very tight corner. And if Goyong just managed to flick around from there, it's a GG. Speed gets shut down, but he holds on to that long angle perfectly, and Rampage picks up the 3rd round in a row.
3-0, and Rampage Gaming just really slowly but surely dissecting this game, guys. And so far, I mean, it's been working. In production, please, can you please fix it? Rampage should be on the left, Tyrant should be on the right. It's really mind-boggling right now for me. But so far, Rampage Gaming 3-0. And now Tyrant Gaming, they're slowing things down here, AJ. They went for that early rush in the first 3 rounds, but now B is going to be their place here. So far, no one's been taken out.
I love the fact that they are continuously switching up their plays in this Hackney Yard S&D. It's one that they cannot afford to lose. And after showing up so poorly at that hard point, you can see that the boys of Rampage are on fire. But Neo and Goyong, they strike, and they strike back hard. A 5-3 at this particular point. Bomb on the plan as well for that B side, but it's not going to be successful just yet, as the attacking side of Tyrant now gets shut down by one more. Zarif takes basic out. Goyong finds Zarif for a good trade. One final player left on the side of Rampage. This time, their slow approach kind of makes them bite the bullet.
Yeah, their slow approach really just costed them there. And not costed, actually, it worked out for them there. And finally getting that first round they need. It's gonna be 3-1 at the moment. But that's what the problem is for some players. Sometimes they just can't control. They don't want being patient, and that's what Rampage did. They ended up peeking out too early, and in the end, they got those first bloods.
Yeah, and if they can just focus on that a little bit more, it's going to pay them dividends. MIB now just holding in the pre-aim. CBR with the speed manages to bag 2 for himself. Immediately repositions, anticipating that backstab, backs away, repositions himself. MIB after that reload comes back in for round number 2. Zarif with that backstab as well. Speed will be able to find Jello as MIB gets shut down by Neo, but the numbers advantage still on the side of Rampage.
Yeah, on Rampage now, leading it 3-1. Goyong, last player alive. Bomb is down over at B. And this is not looking pretty for him. Can he find anything going here? But, with a sniper in this map with a lot of cover, it may not look good for him. But anything is possible with 50 seconds left on your clock. If you can get that second weapon, AJ, things might just open up for you.
Let's see if or not he will be able to play this carefully. Goyong, gets the first one. Speed taken out. Now the second one spots the second player, who repositions himself immediately. Bomb not planted just yet. And it is all for the call of the players of Tyrant. Goyong needs to make a play, but Tyrant Finesse Sorry, Rampage, they are not moving an inch. They know they want to hold on to that bomb. Goyoung picks it up. Zarif. Oh, what a good slide challenge, but he unfortunately misaims to the other side. Gets sprayed out. Rampage now 4-1. What a comeback so far, Jericho.
Yeah, what a comeback indeed, guys. And now we do see, guys, don't forget, Rampage is leading 4-1, guys, and we already had the switch of sides. Now they're going to be on that offense, and Tyrant's going to be on that defense. And now Rampage, they're going to be going in fast, but Basic and Jello, they take down two immediately. Speed takes down Jello. 3 versus 4. Neo gets another one. Speed, he's going to go down as well, and it's all up to Zarif in a 1 versus 4 with a sniper. Definitely one of those best snipers in Malaysia. Can he clutch up for Rampage?
4 kills back-to-back is going to be asking, a lot from the side of Rampage. They are the attacking players. Oh, timing. Oh, the quick scope does not hit. Guy repositions himself, Neo. What a response to Zarif. And now, Tyrant Finesse on the road to a comeback here, perhaps.
On the road to comeback, maybe. They can try to do something. They got those early kills there. Very huge kills for them. Let's see if they can do it again. Now, Goyoung with that sniper. Trying to find someone in that middle spot. He spots Zarif. Is he gonna go for that snipe? Now we do see just another slow approach. Neo going for that rush. But so far hasn't picked off anybody yet. Has another teammate to help. He finally gets one. They get 3 in a row. 3 versus 2 now. And Rampage, the last player alive. Speed goes down. And that's gonna be 4-3. Tyrant Finesse making the comeback so far. 1 more to tie, 2 more to lead.
Oh, and at this point, Speed will be most definitely annoyed, man. I mean, he has been performing extremely well for the side of Rampage up to this point, but the rest of the players really need to step up. I mean, we're talking about Asma, we're talking about MIB and some of his repositioning. Now, the bomb is just going to be hanging far back at that warehouse, not really approaching bomb site A, but as a matter of fact, bomb site A is just wide open. The players of Tyrant Finesse just playing that B bomb side instead. Information does not get sent back as Speech gets shut down by Goyo. Basic taken out by Nochi. It's a 4v3 and the advantage still on the side of Rampage.
Yeah, Rampage still have a man up. Neo is going to be challenging that one, but he needs help from his team. He spots another one. Asma goes down. A little bit too overconfident there for them. That might just cost him the round there. 3 versus 3 now. No trades whatsoever from Rampage. Tyrant Finesse gets a pick there. And now it's going to stop the push from Rampage. Goyo, he spots 2 players. He's going to call them out. Is he still going to go for this one? A minute left. Goyo going to be in that 3rd floor, trying to make the play for him as well. But there is going to be a perimeter setup. MIB is going to be huge if he can get that one. Tags up that player. Takes down Neo. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 2.
Yeah, good movements out of MIB, just spotting Neo out. Neo trying to back away, but he should have just played that angle a little bit better. Unfortunately, ducking behind containers wasn't the best of ideas from him. Zarif now good position, and the timing will be able to bag Goyoung. One final player. MIB settles that as he blows the vehicle up. Rampage on match point.
Match point indeed, but anything can happen. Finesse, they can make the comeback here, especially if they rush towards the side of A. It's going to be very unfortunate if Rampage will lose this game because they're at match point here. And if you are Tyrant Finesse, just try to work on your team, work together here. Look out for information before they start pushing, but the B rush is going to come through from Rampage. And there comes the nade. They take down MIB. Goyoung with another nade. Spots the player on his left. We'll wait for some backup, but so far, so good on the side of Finesse.
Try to 3 match point numbers down on the side of Rampage, but it's not something that they can't make a comeback from. The bomb just at the B side and the attacking side of Rampage will be able to find Jello as well, equalizing the numbers for just the time being. Neo will be able to find Nochi. Rampage really needs to make a play for that bomb right now. Perhaps pick it up, bring it over to that A side, but Asmal wins a good big gunfight as he shuts down Neo, but immediately traded out is Zarif. Goyoung takes out Asmal as well. All now on the shoulders of Speed. Is he going to be able to bag it? Basic finds him, pressures him, and Eldos will be able to finish that off as Tyrant Finesse stays alive in this S&D.
Big kills coming in from the side of Tyrant Finesse. 2 more rounds to win this. 1 to force around 11. But so far, Tyrant, they are looking sharp even if they are losing, if they're losing down by 1. Can he make the play again? Now we do see Speed takes out basic. Neo goes down as well. And I think this just might be the end of it unless they can pull off something here. Tyrant trying to make a play here. No frags yet with the nades or the thumpers. But Bomb should be able to go down. There's going to be a player near. Zarif takes down Eldos. 2 versus 5. Jello takes down Zarif. Still a winnable situation. Takes down no, unfortunately does not. Speed. He's gonna get 2 players in a row, and that's just unfortunate because 2 of the Tyrant players there, they had each other's back. 6-4. Rampage Gaming ties it up 1-1.
Yeah, perfect plays by Speed. He was the hard carry of Rampage in this SND. And, you know, good on the squad for having him on for those perfect plays, man. Because if it wasn't for Speed, I believe Rampage would have just gotten bagged out of this and they would be down 2-0. But they keep it alive for themselves. Rampage, they pull it back. And match number 4, most definitely guaranteed for us right now. But as to who's going to be able to pick up this win in the series, it's all left in the balance. And like we said, Speed picking up the MVP with such a dominant showing, 15 kills. The guy manages to bag in this SND.
Yeah, it's 15 kills by Speed. Just very fast, always first in the fight, just getting a lot of kills at the same time, trading his teammates if they need that trade. So Speed living up to his name, AJ, doubling up that speed and getting those kills.
And of course, Neo doing a lot on his side as well. We did see Jello step it up a couple of times. But this was just the side of Rampage who was mad. This is just the side of Rampage who were absolutely relentless as they went out there for the victory. Obviously, they had map mastery. They had the ideation as to each and every single time they stepped into that, the base to go in there for the plan. But each and every single one of those plays, it's not going to be a copy-paste situation in this domination matchup, right? When we double back down into a respawn mode, hopefully it's not the same story that we saw at firing range earlier on, because that was just such a one-sided affair. Over at Summit, we know it to be quite the one-sided map, and with the special forces side being picked by Rampage here, they will be able to play a lot of these initial pressure, but I just wonder exactly how are they going to be able to run away with this matchup after performing unfortunately horrendously over at Hardpoint earlier on.
Yeah, I don't know if how they are going to be able to do it. Rampage Gaming, they are struggling in that respawn. That 150 to 53 really going to sting them. But if they can do it, Summit's going to be that one. It's not their map. It could have been their map if it was Hardpoint, but Tyrant Finesse just a little bit sharper. They didn't want to play Summit at Hardpoint. They wanted standoff, and now Summit Hardpoint. Let's see who can control that second floor and get those spawn traps going.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. You've got that second floor. You will be able to play the defense for both the B as well as the C flags, both at the same time. But it's easier said than done, because the challenge from your opponent is going to be consistently, pushing through. And I believe the ideation here is a very, very early flip of the spawns, and then later on just having an easier run in that second half for the players of Tyrant. And this is something that Rampage really needs to be looking out for in this matchup early on, Jericho.
Yeah, they really need to find that early start, getting those initial gunfights, getting those first streaks, setting up properly so that you can get the other side to look at you or even just sprint at you. That's what we've been seeing for the past 2 series, is that in domination, a lot of these players, they just push through when they have that opening.
So let's see exactly how they will pull this off now in terms of domination. The players of Rampage not focusing on the flip. They are moving straight on in for the challenge of both the C flag as well as the B flag concurrently. And, not the best of ideation here. They lose a couple of those gunfights as well. And yes, the players will be able to run away with the initial hold on that C flag. But has the distraction paid any dividends for Rampage? Were they able to play any pressure on the B flag? The answer is no. So that was an initial waste of a few engagements early on in the game from the Malaysian side. But let's see how they recover, because they throw in the numbers now with the capabilities of finally finishing off, wrapping up this B flag. Eldos with the prevention, not going to be able to pull it off. And Rampage, they get it done early on.
Yeah, they got it done immediately, 11-7. But here comes TYRANT trying to cap it as well. Basic gets 2 in a row, make that 3 in a row. That's all you need. 3 kills in a row, and they managed to cap B. And now TYRANT Finesse making their way towards C. He finally gets taken out. Basic doesn't have help from his teammates, but B will be captured by TYRANT Finesse, and that's all they need at the moment.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And now that B flag attempt coming through from the players of Rampage, but every single one of those players have abandoned the C flag. Nobody's playing defense. Nobody's wrapping back around to pull the cable cars right back. But the gods of RNG going to be forcing Rampage to spawn out towards the cable cars, and that will be an easy flag pickup for them. But at the very same time, TYRANT is just going to be flipping right back out, and a C flag on for the whole. Hunter Killer drone coming out here for the search as well. Speed got to be careful. He gets taken down by Eldos even before the Hunter Killer reaches him, and TYRANT Finesse, they're right back in this.
They're right back in this indeed. 33-26, and Rampage Gaming, they are struggling right now. They're just trying to make the play here on his own. Asmal hasn't really cleared out a lot of spots here. Decides to hop on it immediately, but he's gonna get spammed by arrows, but it doesn't matter. Nachi, he's gonna make the play here, and here comes Basic again, but unfortunately it is one shot, and there comes Scream, and I like that. That's when you pull out that Sparrow. When you know there's a lot of enemies to pull it out, that's where you pull it out. But so far, it's just a back and forth, and Basic brings out his now. This is the Sparrow at its finest, just dealing a lot of damage to all players.
Yeah, and Basic earlier on, as he just ran away with all of those initial kills, this time he just sneaks on back but gets the concussion placed right on his face, and that allows the one and only Cream to bag him out. Good plays coming through, Speed to bag him out. Good plays coming through all around for the players of Rampage, but they really need to make a beeline now for the C flag, and the gods of RNG actually giving Rampage the spawn at cables. And now the solo play, the duo play should be able to secure this flag. That distraction on for the B flag play as well should be more than enough, and this is the moment that Rampage finds their way right back in here. They need to win each and every single one of these gunfights, and Speed, he has the Sparrow on for the ball, but focuses in the wrong angle, and that will be prevented. Basic once again running amok with the KRM.
I just didn't like how Speed used that in the end. Yes, he was close to streaks, but like, he could have just saved that for next round. Now he doesn't have a Sparrow, but yes, he does have streaks. But is it high streak? Is it cluster strikes? Is it Goliath? Unfortunately, it's just until that Predator missile. So it wasn't really the best option to use it. But so far, TYRANT Finesse 75-48. Everything going for well them, but they just have to know how to use that Sparrow, when to use it. And here comes MIB.
Yeah, and it's the players of TYRANT initially opening up with the back-to-back kills. And at that B flag, nobody is there. But it's only because the overextension by TYRANT Finesse. Look at the smoke out as well. A Sparrow would do great here for the prevention. But clearly, like you pointed out earlier on, that was not possible. MIB does manage to pull it out. But that distraction provides enough time for TYRANT Finesse to double back towards that B flag. But the gunfight's there, won by the players of Rampage. What a stellar comeback here by the Malaysians now.
A stellar comeback indeed, 53-84. TYRANT Finesse asking questions here. They haven't capped it. Nachi drops that Predator missile, 57-86. But here comes TYRANT capping towards B. But there's going to be the trades coming through, and I like this from RG. Just very active on all sides, stopping all the flag caps as well as getting a lot more points here. MIB trying to defend it on its own. No more players there, and that's going to be 3 down for the side of TYRANT Finesse, and for the side of Rampage, they can actually capture C.
Yeah, and now Rampage actually going in for a triple cap attempt here. Are they going to be able to pull it? Oh, flag on that final second prevention, but it bought them enough time. It bought them enough time to now hold on to both the B and C flag. Sentry setup coming through as well from the one and only Speed. Neo trying to go in there for the break. Will be able to put a lot of pressure. Brings out a thumper to shut down that sentry gun as well. Continues for those shots against it. He's doing a lot for the team because that sentry needs to be removed from the equation if they want to be able to contest that B flag again.
Yeah, that has to be removed here. But look at this. If they remove that, there's going to be another sentry from Asmo. So there's a lot of utils and score streaks being used here for the side of Rampage, making that comeback. But TYRANT Finesse still has that early lead, and they can actually just work on a team here, focus on capping a flag instead of pushing in one by one, because so far that's what I'm seeing, AJ. Just one by one they go, one by one they fall.
Yeah, Rampage now with a good chance of a comeback. They just need to be able to win all of their gunfights. I know it's a lot to ask, but they seem to be doing stellar out there on the battlefield. Three-man play coming through from the side of TYRANT FINESSE to grab that C flag, but Asmal with the good timing brings out the score streak, and he will be able, brings out the operator and will be able to prevent it with a good Sparrow play. Red now comes in for the double, but only manages to find one in the name of Cream, and Rampage are right back in this fight.
Yeah, Rampage right back in this fight. 119 to 108. They're going to be able to cap that one. Jello trying to make his way towards the B bomb side. Eldos, they take one down, but Nachi also takes out another one. To trades back and forth. And if you are tired of Finesse, how many score streaks, how many operating skills do you have? Are you going to pull it out just to destroy that Centric, or are you going to save it? And the answer is a no. A Sparrow's for them, because it's going to be the Sparrow of speed. But Eldos finally takes out speed. 125 to 121. Here comes the side of TYRANT just capping on a B and also getting A as well. So this is very, very huge for them.
Yeah, good positioning coming through from the side of TYRANT FINESSE, but the B flag prevention by Zarif just keeps Rampage alive in this matchup. And now, for the first time, they will be able to run away with this if they can hold on to those two flags. 133 to 131. TYRANT FINESSE has the opportunity to make a comeback. And yes, Nachi was about to get shut down earlier, but they trade each other out with the Thumper. That's just, this is rare before the Thumpers were a thing in the competition. But TYRANT FINESSE now with the opportunity to now make a run for this triple cap. Do not do it, TYRANT FINESSE. Oh, they got it, and now they won't be able to close the game off.
They might just make that comeback, and I think Rampage, they're going to be struggling here. TYRANT FINESSE, I think they just did it. That's going to be the play, unless Rampage, they manage to capture it. Is there enough time? They actually have enough time. This might be a tie. 146 to 147 to 145. Who's going to be able to win this game? TYRANT FINESSE, they need to capture one more flag here. 150, and I think that's going to be it, but not yet. Who is it going to be a tie? But no, TYRANT FINESSE, they beat the clock. 150 to 148. What a crazy game number 3. And I think that might just be it. The momentum boost they need to try to end it 3-1. But so far, TYRANT FINESSE can breathe after that final tick.
Wow. What a fight, man. I mean, there was just practically nothing to analyze in that match that the audience just weren't already witnessing, right? Because strategies aside, they were just throwing their bodies in. They were just going one after the other, winning each and every single gunfight that they could. And it was not just that one specific flag that they were focusing in on that we can, bring up as part of the story. But it was whatever goes, whatever the gods of RNG give to us, whichever flag we spawn out really close to, we're just going to step on there, try to win as many gunfights as possible and pull this away. And towards the final moment, if that triple cap did not come through, if that triple cap was not taken by the side of TYRANT, this victory would not be possible. And oh my goodness, what a way to break the spirits of your opponent. I hope Rampage just uses this defeat as a good boost in their own motivation to show up strong at standoff hardpoint. Because I feel like if this happens to anybody, it's most definitely going to crush the confidence as well as some of the spirits of your opponents.
Definitely gonna crush some spirits here indeed. Firing, I mean, that was just very, very close. 150 to 148. It came down to the wire to the last tick. That last cap by TYRANT pretty much sealed the deal there. I mean, that was just such a very, very scary moment there. But now that was a must win for Rampage. Because if they won that one and they lose that hard point, it's okay. It's gonna go to a game number 5. But now it's going back to a hard point. And TYRANT, the last time they played a hardpoint against Rampage, they dominated 150 to 53.
Yeah, and I believe in the Rampage brand because of that Hackney Yard showing. I believe in the Rampage brand because of what they've been able to show in this Summit domination as well. But how can you doubt TYRANT FINESSE after that comeback. How can you doubt Tyrant Finesse after such a strong showing at firing range? This is just so difficult, man. I love both of these teams. I love exactly what they're bringing out there onto the battlefield. Such exciting battles, but there can only be one winner. And the question here is, will Tyrant Finesse now finish things off in a sudden death, or will we see a strong comeback from the side of Rampage to push this into match number 5? They do not have much of an option. That's exactly what they need to do if they want to continue being one of the top dogs in this competition, because as of right now, CA United's already standing above them in terms of the leaderboard. They cannot afford to lose this.
They cannot afford to lose, indeed. But now this is going to be it. Is this going to be the final match, or will we see again number 5, like you said, AJ? And so far, initial gunfights going through the side of Tyrant Finesse all go down for Rampage, and 10 points already for Finesse. Can they keep on going? This has been the first, that fast start that we've been seeing, just like in firing range. And Tyrant Neo gets 3 in a row. Eldos gets 4. Last player alive is going to be Notch, and that's 5 down for Rampage.
Yeah, and Basics just so dominant out there with the CBR. 3 kills in here so far, just looking for a few more. We'll be able to find one guy who just carelessly sliced in front of him. Speed on that combo. Basic already fully streaked out with the 6 back-to-back kills. Guys, the guy hasn't fallen just yet. Hunter killer drone sent out. Will bag nobody as of that moment. Pred on standby. Sentry on standby. He most definitely will be able to help his squad dominate the second hard point.
Dominate the second hard point, indeed. And that is what is Neo doing. Already rotating to the next one. Neo gonna spot one. He's gonna get slide cancelled and slide shot by Zarif. But Zarif trying to make the play here. Will spot that Centrica. They need to take that out. He takes down 2 in a row. And Cream takes down Zarif as well. And now Tyrant holding down that P2. They have a sentry gun inside. Neo making the play for himself at the back. And so far, no plays whatsoever from the side of Rampage. Just pushing it one by one. I know they are fighting for their lives here, but they need to push together here.
See, 43-14, the players of Rampage finally breaking that hill good, but the sentry on the setup by the side of Tyrant Finesse just playing its part with a lot of pressure. Yes, here comes Basic as well, gets a double for himself, finally shut down by Notchi, and Rampage will have a good opportunity to make a strong comeback in here as long as Speed can sustain himself, whilst the rest of his team members just make that long rotation around, but he loses it, spawning out from the Gorilla base, the rest of the players of Rampage, but just final few seconds in here, there's a lot of traveling to be done by the Malaysian side if they want to get to Grannies, and that very early rotation from the side of Tyrant Finesse gets them not just the spawn, but also the opener on the hard point. And from here on, Tyrant Finesse, they initially need to lock down the spawns first. As you can see, that is exactly what Eldos is getting done, and he does have a little bit of backup from Neo as well. Once they lose this spawn, it's going to be a GG. That's where Rampage makes their way right back. But Rampage, they're throwing their bodies straight in for that hard point play. Look at Notchi go.
Yeah, Notchi just really making that play here. 63-36. Can he keep on going? He gets 2. He gets both of them. 4 kills from him, working towards that Predator missile. Can he make it? He eats 3 thumpers there. It's still alive. Notchi, just a man on a mission here, but can he keep it up? MIB finally gonna get taken out. Eldos making the play as well, but the Sparrow makes the play. 1 away for the cluster strike, and Rampage are back in this game immediately. Fully streaked out is Notchi, and now Rampage, they can rotate, they can just go out, and here comes the Fred. Not the best time to use it in my opinion, because none of your teammates are very close, but it's gonna work now. Here we go.
Yeah, he helped his team members take out one guy from that equation, and Rampage just need to check the second floor. MIB does that, but Neo punishes him with the CBR, but it doesn't matter because the hard point is going to be opened up by the Malaysian side, but they are still on the hunt. They will be able to take the guy out and finally start playing the points on the hard point, but is that a little bit too late as Eldos now approaches? He gets shut down. Jello taken out of the equation as well. Basic's not going to be able to cut it with the KRM, and now the players of Rampage trying to run away with this. Notchi brings out the XS1 Goliath, stepping on into Bakery. This is the 4th hard point, the money hill, and the Malaysians, they want to cook it up good.
They want to cook up and good, and the Goliath, that's going to be the one. That's going to force the players of Tyrant Finesse to back off if they have anything to break that Goliath. I mean, yes, you can get kills with the players, but they need to break it with the Sparrow here. Are they going to force it? You know, 18 seconds left. There's gonna be Jello there, but he's gonna get traded out. Speed is gonna be in there as well. And just like that, that's gonna be a lot of time for the side of Rampage. And now this is where TYRANT Finesse has to think. Are we gonna force this, or are we just gonna go for that rotation? And the answer is rotation is going to happen. And now this is gonna be such a huge hill, because, you know, Nachi still alive in that Goliath. If he goes down, a cluster strike should just come in here. So a lot of decisions here for Rampage and for Finesse if they want to take that out.
If your XS1 Goliath is still standing from bakery into hotel yard, it's a GG for your opponents already. And after he goes down, he will be able to use the cluster strike instead. But hopefully the timing is right here, because if he pulls it out a little too early, it will be able to shut down those players. But he needs backup from the rest of them to pick up the points. And thankfully, he does have exactly that. Zarif back onto the point to play it. Speed is there for the backup as well. The cluster will be able to play a lot of pressure. Look at Jello, smart plays, bringing out the Sparrow, shutting down the play. And although the cluster was there, the challenge was solid from TYRANT.
The solid challenge by there. Now, if he pulled out one more arrow, he could have gotten those 4 kills and some streaks. But so far, everything is working out for them. They just have to hold this down. MIB making a play for himself there. But here comes Zarif as well. Rampage Gaming, they can't end it here, but the rotation should be there. There's only one player from Finesse to be there. That's going to be Eldos over at the back of the map. But they have to get in the hill. Eldos, he has to get in the hill now. 3 more seconds left. He has to win the gunfights. There's all up to Eldos. He spots one, and unfortunately, he gets taken out. Dave, number 5, AJ. Rampage versus TYRANT.
It is the first game number 5 that we are having on broadcast, and that's what's exciting about the series. We expected it to be close between the two teams, but we did not expect it to be this close, right? TYRANT Finesse doing a lot, but Rampage doing a little bit more in this hard point just to redeem themselves for the poor showing as we opened up the series. And now, as SND wins you championships, it will also win you this series. Will it be on the Malaysian side, or will it be with the Filipinos? It is Rampage going up against TYRANT Finesse in what I think will be not an easy fight at all. Speed, hopefully, he gets to step it up for his side yet again. I mean, look at him bag the MVP back-to-back.
Just doing a lot for his team. So, I mean, just a lot of great plays coming in from them. But, I mean, I got to give it to Nachi. Nachi was the one that started it for me. You know, that P3 hill, he held it down. I don't know what TYRANT...
Solo, bro.
Solo. I mean, there was the play there that Nachi was in a corner. One guy went through from the front. Another guy came from the window. I mean, that's just basic things. Wherein you have to wait for your team. Let's challenge that together. 2 is better than 1. And, you know, unfortunately for the side of TYRANT, they just went in there. I just don't understand what kind of mindset they were going through for that P3.
Yeah, I mean, if you were Rampage at that particular situation, you want to be able to break the spawn, you know, being held by grannies. Because if you do not break the spawn, even though you win your gunfights inside of the hill, they're just going to be spawning literally right at your doorstep, right? And that's the impressive thing here out of Nachi. Not just the fact that he was able to step on in there, win those initial gunfights, but he ate multiple thumpers, continuously met players right after that, pulled out his score streaks, continued streaking himself out. The Sparrow was pulled out at the perfect timing, and nobody else was there to back him up. Everybody else from the side of Rampage, they focused on one thing: keeping Nachi safe, taking that fight up against the rest of those players down there at the spawn at Granny's itself. And I feel like, you know, this was one of the best matches that we have seen Rampage in participation. But now, as we move things down into this 5th game, it's just so hard to see exactly which side this little domino is going to fall, Jericho.
I mean, you gotta give it up to Rampage, because Rampage, they in that S&D and Hackney Yard, they brought it to them. They were getting everything right, but this time I think it's going to be S&D again. And I don't know if TYRANT learned in that game number 2, or will it just be the same story of just double the pace from Rampage and TYRANT losing and, you know, trying to scramble what kind of plays they're going to do.
Yeah, and it just looks like the CBR is just the meta for the side of Rampage, and in the hands of Speed, the DPS the guy is able to derive from the gun is just absolutely insane, right? And now we end things off within the series at Raid. Exactly which side manages to pick up this victory well, we will be able to witness for ourselves as Tyrant starts off on the defending side. It's going to be a 2-3 split, throwing 3 players in towards basketball court, whilst the rest of Rampage moves in straight towards the swimming pool. And they want to take a strong fight up at basketball court. Now, this information with all of this smoke in front of them, basic with the spray speed. Neo backs a double for himself. Rampage down on numbers, but Neo playing the hit glitch. HUNTSMEN punishes him, and Tyrant, they now will need to find a way to retake this. They still do have the numbers advantage, so that's going to be good for them. Jello shuts down Zarif, only leaving HUNTSMEN, the one with the bomb in his hands. HUNTSMEN with the timing, and Eldos bags him with the SVD. Great opener from Tyrant Finesse.
Yeah, Tyrant Finesse 1-0, and okay, now Tyrant Finesse making, I mean, sort of good adjustments. You know, remember in that Hackney Yard, very short, it's very small, very mid-range map. AJ, very close engagements, and now Raid. I think that's where things might just change. Zarif sit down, Goyong shuts him down. And now the rush by Rampage might be stopped here, but Tyrant made one mistake here, AJ. And that is leaving Kitchen open.
Yeah, and then that's just an unfortunate mistake to make. Goyong, is he going to be able to punish? And
oh my God,
yes, man. I mean, I don't want to ask this question because, you know, it will be a very disrespectful question to ask. But do they not communicate? I mean, that's just impossible. And he shouldn't be able to take those back-to-back kills.
Yeah, I mean, whoever died first over that cutout should have called out, hey, he's at back spawn. But no call out, no call out from Rampage whatsoever. And I agree with you. Like, are they even communicating? Are they even? I mean, maybe fatigue could play a part here, AJ. I know it's getting late now, but like you're playing for 10,000 USD, AJ. I mean, I don't think fatigue would be an issue here. You just really have to work on your teammates. And so far, the thing in Rampage Gaming, they're not winning much. And Eldos takes them down again. And Tyrant Gaming, Tyrant Finesse 4 versus 3.
HUNTSMEN, the angle here that was being played by that player. HUNTSMEN is going to be able to bag one away. Notche shut down by Neo. Tyrant still in front with the numbers. Now with the spray, will not be able to find a kill just yet. Grenade on for the pop, but has to reposition himself as he has to face all of those wall banks. Now the players of Tyrant Finesse, they do not need to rush. They're the defending side. It doesn't look like they care.
God, I don't think they can here. But Basic gonna spot 2 players, but HUNTSMEN with a better shot there. A little bit over aggressive for my liking there, AJ. Just no trades. It's a little bit too fast, but number 1 at the back. That's gonna be Jello. Just makes that play, makes it to 1 versus 2 here. And it's all up to MIB. That player, he can definitely clutch this one. He's been in that situation before. Now it's gonna be a 1 versus 1. MIB versus Goyong. Goyong with that sniper. Bomb is down. MIB decides to pick it up, and he should just rotate here. And I like this. Just, you know, simple plays by MIB.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And MIB should just focus on getting this plant right now, because at the end of the day, the defending side, they can buy as much time as possible for themselves. But no reposition coming through from the side of Goyong. He will stick to his own side, and it just looks like square center will be the spot where he has to rotate from in a little bit, which the distance might just play into the hands of the players of Rampage right now with the CBR already with the pre-aim. Let's see if he can make use of this DPS, or if Goyong will get the best clutch quick scope of his life, because he needs it.
Yeah, he needs to get it here. 25 seconds left. Let's have enough time. But, you know, if you are MIB, you're playing too far from the bomb with not the best weapon, AJ.
Oh, it's possible.
But he's just going to jiggle, peek this. The nade comes through. That's going to be enough delay. And I think that just might be it. He's gonna get naded out, and okay, you know what? I take it back from MIB. He played that perfectly, but even if he played that perfectly, in my opinion, if that was against a different kind of player, maybe a top, maybe from an almighty blacklist, you got to play that very close. You know, initially get those first shots on him already.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And he's just very lucky that Goyong did not get the initial flick because it was a shot that he just clipped the outside of Tiki, and if that had landed on him, it would have most definitely made MIB regret early on. But Zarif punishes Goyong early, and this is that opener for the side of Rampage. Advantage in terms of the numbers, and the attacking side moves the bomb into its square center. They should be able to plant this now at the B bomb side, and the rotation is quite solid from the side of Tyrant, though. Jello with a backstab, speed taken down, goes in for the prone, face the head glitch, but Asmal has the save on him, and he manages to bag him out. 4v3 now. Neo trying to make a play. Head glitch once again. Neo doesn't bag one. MIB punishes him. Eldos from the back. Notchi taken out. It's a 2v2.
2v2 indeed. Zarif trying to find a spot here. Can he spot anything? Nothing but that. I mean, this should just call for rotation. They should just move out already. They don't need to find anything here. I don't understand it. You don't have to go for it anymore. I mean, you just, that's what you get for trying to force your way into A. I mean, to B and MIB. Why would you go through the middle, go through the back? You know, that's just very unfortunate. Just small decisions that are costing.
MIB clutch play. Clutch play, bro.
Actually,
clutch play, bro.
This can work here, but with the CBR4 agent, not really the best weapon right now.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate MIB because, you know, I thought he'd be able to trick the players out, but Tyrant Finesse just clearly way too smart for that play, man. They spot him out at mid, and instead of going in there for the early rotation, they understand one thing, that they have the numbers advantage on their side, and they use that to pick up the third round. Rampage now. Oh my goodness. They need to make a strong comeback, and those strong comebacks are not going to be possible with those rushes that they were pulling off to perfection at Hackney Yard. Clearly, Tyrant Finesse is so much more comfortable on raid.
Yeah, so much comfortable on raid, and they are showing why they are the better team here in S&D. But unfortunately, here comes Basic, gonna get 3 in a row. Getting challenged for one more on his right. Jello takes him out, and Basic, he's just gonna make the play, and that's gonna be it. 4-1. I mean, hello, darkness, my old friend.
No utilities being played for the access into the bomb site. No concussions, no smoke at the very least.
Nothing.
No slide challenge. Just all open,
Oh my
running
God.
into the spot. Goyong punishes Zarif for shooting him down early. And this time, it will be the side of Tyrant Finesse with the advantage. Neo moving straight on in towards basketball court, pushing out the rest of the players of Rampage who want to play retake towards kitchen. Jello with the positioning slide challenge as well. How can you punish Jello with such supreme mechanical abilities? One final slide will not get it. MIB from the backbacks a double, but Neo makes him eat a thumper. And Tyrant Finesse now on match point.
How do you let Jello get 3 in a row like that, Age? I mean, first, the 1v1, yes, you can, but after that, you get double killed, and then the third person's gonna trade you. I mean, that is just top tier plays.
Yeah, man.
I mean, that's it. And in Rampage, nothing. They can't do anything here anymore, and unfortunately, this just might be it. MIB, he's gonna be the one defending it. He's gonna get shut down by Basic. That's gonna be a 5 versus 4. Easy plan for the side of Tyrant. Rampage Gaming, what can they do? Zarif takes down Eldos. 4 versus 5. Jello, a little bit too aggressive for Kitchen now, but will spot 2 enemies. Bomb will be down. Now let's see what kind of retake can Rampage do.
Basic shuts down Zarif with the grenade. That was unfortunate if you are Zarif. The 4v3, 4v2 now as Jello finds Asmal. Notchi tries to make it all equal. Plays the hit glitch to perfection. Speed shuts down Jello. 2v1. They've got the numbers. Goyong now with the DLQ. Can he get this? Initial grenade's not going to get it, but the diffusal's already on point. Nobody's there. Over-aggressing. They spot out the sniper. Initial shots. 9 more seconds now. And Goyong bags speed. Can he reposition himself? I'm sure the diffusal's on point. And yes, Rampage will be able to steal 1 point back.
Yeah, I mean, finally they got a point, but it took too long already, AJ, to the point that everything they have to do has to be perfect. And now 5-2 Rampage, what can they do here? I mean, very good plays, but there you go. That's the opening they need. Zarif They take down 1. Zarif takes down 2.
What?
Zarif
The third
takes
one.
down 3. But he finally gets taken down. But the damage has been done.
Yeah.
Neo gets taken out. 1 versus 4. Good round by Rampage.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Now Rampage, they really need to stay together in terms of that unity, in terms of gameplay to hunt down Goyong, because you cannot underestimate the ability of this sniper. Goyong, Nochi, closing down the space between the two players. Goyong just playing this safe as he takes passageway instead of Art's first floor. Needs to be able to spot Nochi first. Nochi with the position, Goyong with a quick scope, and this is what we're talking about. You cannot take this play for advantage. Goyong will be able to get this clutch if he's given the opportunity, and it looks like he's already on the prowl to look for that bomb. But I like this play from Rampage, right? Don't go in, don't over-aggress, don't go hunting for kills, just hold the bomb.
Yeah, hold the bomb indeed. And now 1 versus 3. Bomb is taking a swim here, but Goyong, can he clutch it? I think he spots that hit over at that heady, but they also hear him on his left. The pre-fire comes through. 1 more player on his right, but unfortunately 2 more players there. And now Rampage Gaming 5-3. Slowly but surely they are making that comeback, but still a long way till the W. Can they manage to do it? But Zarif, huge play by him that last round of 3 kills. You know, he's been shut down by Goyong by the past 7 rounds, but now he is making the play. Now the slide challenge comes through. He hears some nades there, but now look at TYRANT Finesse working on that pick. You know, they're trying to let Goyong do his thing first before they start pushing, and I like this play for them to switch it up. You know, the rush isn't working anymore. Let's play for picks.
I'm just thinking about the final series of the day already, right? C8 United and Almighty. Hopefully these boys got some sleep for themselves, because they're going to be starting close to 12 a.m. here.
Yeah, they really need to get some sleep here. But unfortunately, it is what it is. You know, you got to fight for it. Game number 5. This is where champions are built. And now we are looking at TYRANT here. Try to do something here. Speed. He spots 1. Can he try to think of anyone but Jello? Finally gets that first blood, and that's just the opening TYRANT needs. Here we go. This is gonna be it. This is the play right here. MIB takes 1 down. Can he take down the second one? No, barely takes it down, but he gets that to the half health. And Zarif will not spot anyone. Does not even have a thumper. Smoke is there. 45 seconds is gonna be punched in now. And Aswell trying to hit the flank. Jello takes down Nochi. And Aswell going in there, actually making the play for his team. And Zarif is there as well. 2 versus 4 now. But Goyong is going to be there as well. Can they need to get the kills here? You don't need to challenge if you're TYRANT and Rampage. They have to go for it.
Yeah, and it's a good open plant. Zarif trying to shut down Jello. Spots 1 in Tiki. Could not punish. Quick scope. Zarif manages to bag Jello. And it's a smart play from Goyong. Asmal taken out. Zarif has to focus on the defusal of the bomb. Does he have a smoke on him? But Goyong punishes. And TYRANT Finesse finishes off by getting the victory in this series against Rampage. A well-fought, hard-fought victory. Valiant effort from the Malaysians, but it yet continues to be a Filipino Rampage in the 3rd day of the group stages.
I mean, they are just TYRANT just Finesse. They did show off something. You know, they were losing their first 2 series, but they showed off something, and I am a big fan of Goyong now after hitting those nasty snipes. I mean, the way that he was hitting those, and I am liking this, you know, a comeback from TYRANT Finesse. You know, from now they finally have a win on their under their belt, and Rampage Gaming, they are falling off, AJ.
I want to comment on that, man. I really want to comment on that, but I feel like, you know, if I say anything at this point, it's just a little unfortunate, because it's not going to favor the players of Rampage at all. And I feel like this is something that I've been mentioning about Rampage, competition after competition after competition. They are a team that has been in the esports ecosystem of Call of Duty Mobile for the longest of time.
Yep.
But I don't feel like they've grown all that too much. I mean, each and every single time we see a new and upcoming team, they meet Rampage. They see how good Rampage is, and then they surpass Rampage. Rampage, on the other hand, they just continue to be the gatekeepers as all of these other squads, you know, just surpass them. And it's disheartening if you are from Malaysia, or if you're supporting Rampage, if you're a huge fan, because quite honestly, it was a series that they could have won, but it started off really soft from the side of Rampage. They had a great comeback at Hackney Yard, very convincing initially, very strong approaches, but yes, we did see that comeback from the side of TYRANT Finesse as well, which got a little scary, but they managed to wrap it up. But Speed was the one doing the biggest damage, pulling in the biggest numbers of, kills for the side of Rampage. Over at Summit, it was a great showing, but just not enough to close off Jericho.
Yeah, not enough to close indeed. And I mean that was the one. That was the nail in the coffin in that stat. I honestly thought Rampage was gonna win this because in map number 4, that's when we saw that that momentum shifted over to Rampage because they were winning every single gunfight they could there. And then towards that S&D, it was just all TYRANT Finesse, really much finessing their way through to that game number 5, just winning everything and just making huge plays by everyone.
Yeah, it's insane to think that initially it was Rampage that opened up firing range with a lot of confidence, right? Picking up those points. But the moment TYRANT Finesse kind of got their strut in here, and it was a runaway from that third hard point onwards. The fight for the second hard point to a certain degree was still solid from the side of Rampage, but the challenge was just not consistent as they were bringing in all of those fights. And TYRANT Finesse, yes, they took a little bit of time, but the moment they found their momentum in there, they just ran away with this game.
Yeah, they just ran away with this game immediately. And I think that was just that set the tone for them, And I feel like Rampage, if they could have rewritten this storybook again, I feel like they could have played this hard point a little bit better, because if they won this one, I mean, they could have won the series 3-1, but unfortunately, it is what it is. They let TYRANT Finesse get those kills, get those streaks, and it ended up just snowballing them till the end of the series, until the end of the game.
And Cream, he just streaked himself up at that second hard point. It was a good showing. Third hard point, it was already looking bleak for the players of Rampage. I believe they bagged nothing out of the third hard point. And the second hard point, it was questionable on whether or not they managed to sneak anything off in there. And it was just a simple finisher without a reset of the hard points at firing range, which is quite rare, I have to say.
Yeah, quite rare indeed for a team with that kind of caliber. But everybody has those bad days, AJ. But unfortunately, Rampage, they are taking it to the hole. And this is very unfortunate.
Yeah, but S&D was so much more stronger from them. Initially, TYRANT Finesse, they opened up strong, bagging 3 kills. Rampage, sorry, it wasn't TYRANT. It was Rampage that opened up with the 3 back-to-back wins. This was the issue with the graphics earlier. We do apologize for that, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But it was not a situation that was calming in any way whatsoever if you are a fan of the Rampage brand, because they allowed TYRANT Finesse to make a strong comeback up to that 4-way point.
Yeah, it's a 4-way point indeed, and I mean that was just they kind of tested a little bit of something there, but Rampage in the end, they had that map control that they needed, and they ended up getting that game too. But here in game 3, it was just anybody's game. Nothing really special from both teams. Everyone was actually making huge plays individually and also as a team with those score streaks, those operator skills. But it came down to a little bit of luck there, AJ. Yeah. Whoever was closer obviously would win. TYRANT Finesse was the one who took home that W for Summit domination.
And I feel like a lot of, game sense goes into this victory on the side of TYRANT Finesse as well, right? When, it was their backs up against the wall and everybody was scrambling for those points. They knew that they had to get something done in here. And this was the point where they were behind, managed to grab a triple cap, and then losing 1 flag over to the side of Rampage, still holding on to 2. That was what put them in front a little bit. And Rampage just had no comeback in there. They managed to grab another flag, but towards the end, TYRANT Finesse still managing to finish off. It was just back and forth in that domination match. But when we went in there for a refresh at hardpoint, at standoff, it just seemed like perhaps Team Rampage could make a difference in here. But TYRANT Finesse, they had such a strong start until Notchi happened at the third hardpoint.
Yeah, Notchi here. This was the start of that comeback for them. I mean, he got fully streaked out. They brought out the Goliath immediately, just smart plays by him. And then they couldn't take out the Goliath. It ran from boxes to P1, AJ.
Yeah.
You see it right there. I mean, like what you said, if it's still alive there, that's pretty much a GG.
Yeah, exactly, man. I mean, usually and this is something that Tyrant Finesse really needs to think hard and long about as to why they did not really try to shut down the XS1 Goliath play. But at the very same time, props to Rampage, because the XS1 Goliath, as it held on to that fourth hardpoint bakery, it did not over-aggress. It did not try to go in for these engagements. All the XS1 Goliath was there to do was to sustain the battle and allow all of the other players to go out there, put themselves in the way of harm, and take those initial fights, which is what allowed that XS1 Goliath, to stay alive for so long, on point for that rotation. It all ended well for the side of Rampage. But when we moved into SND, Rampage should have learned early on that they could not, or they should have not played the same exact rushing method that they had in Hackney Yard. Clearly, Raid was a much more comfortable pick for the side of Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, a Hackney Yard Raid, very different from both maps. In the Raid, you have a bigger map, you have more rotation, more spots, more time to wait. And for the side of Hackney Yard, it's just really, really small. And for our Soldier of the Game, we do have Tyrant basic, 13 kills, 12. That's an average KDA of 1.08. Just doing a lot for his team, especially that triple kill in that game number 5, AJ. Huge plays coming out from him and the team, Tyrant Finesse. Congratulations on their first win. And for Rampage Gaming, they have to go back to the drawing board, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. But, the saving grace here is they kind of equal up the points with Tyrant Finesse. So Tyrant Finesse not really running away with this just yet. But they also have to remember C8 United. This one it's not the strongest team within the C8 brand, but they are most definitely learning fast. They clearly have great guidance. They are able to look up to the players of C8 Legacy and be able to, kind of strategize exactly how to approach some of these matches. And that's one of the advantages you have when you've got two groups under the same clan in a competition of this level, of this stage. It's just insane how C8 managed to get this done after being set up so recently, Jericho.
That is true. It's really, really unfortunate, but I mean, it is what it is in this time of in these kinds of tournaments. I know it's only day 3, but everybody's stepping up, and that's why Tyrant Finesse is doing.
Yeah.
But that's gonna be it for that third series, guys. Very, very great series. It went to a game 5. But now we have to take a quick short break, and then we're gonna go back and we're gonna go to a game the final series, guys. After this quick short break. One away from a cluster strike. Yes, he gets it. And look at this. Just spamming it. And that's going to be a triple with the Pred. Takes him out.
Luffy just tries to outplay Cisco and will be able to back castle for my lord, Luffy! Everything out here.
Yeah, the rest of this team members just doing a lot. If you have your teammates popping off and just like that, if you're hitting those shots, nasty shots, make it 3 in a row.
Now being outshined. Yes, they did quite a good job getting up to that 100-point mark. But in the second half, it's just been one name being read out again and again and again, and that is Rampage. They are going to be able to equalize in a couple. People make a better comeback here, but they have to focus on breaking the spawn first.
Yeah, breaking that spawn first indeed now, but 7 here has that SKS. We do usually see an SVD here, but 5 kill streak for him. It's been working out. Make that 6. Can he make it 7? One away from a cluster strike. Yes, he gets it. And look at this. Just spamming it, and that's going to be a triple with the Pred. Takes him out. And the Doctor, they are struggling. He wants to go for it. Annihilator still alive. 7 is just on a tear here.
Spawn grabbing all of these players and now finally making his way for that A flag, and he's just playing pure distraction all on him. My goodness, Yato. Just use your score streaks already, boy. He doesn't even need to bring any of them out because this is just such a dominating run. And Yato's just trying to get melee over all of these players. Won't be able to find yet another punch behind the back of the head. And
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters day number 3. We had 3 matches. This is the final match of the day. Almighty versus C8 United. I am BB Jericho here, down here with the Mustachio AJ, and we just witnessed a best of 5. All went to a game number 5, and TYRANT Finesse came out on top. They got that first win, and that was just a very, very great win for them. But this is our schedule for today, AJ. We started off the day with Aguila ESPORTS versus Huntsman, getting 31. C8 Legacy getting 31 as well versus NERVO. And then we just had Rampage versus TYRANT Finesse 2-3. And now we're heading over to Almighty versus C8 United.
And I believe the game between Almighty as well as C8 United may most probably end up like how Smart Omega as well as Blacklist International Ultimate bagged Team Fury and the Doctor, because we're talking about ultimate teams within the competition going up against new faces, going up against new blood. One might be able to argue that the Doctors aren't new blood, but technically it's one of their first majors. So, you know, we cut them a little bit of slack in here. Almighty as they take on C8 United now. Alip, Heaven, Ian, Incendio, Irfan, J, as well as Jeff Pro. I tell you, man, this squad was already stacked before Alip as well as Jeff Pro joined the listing. With them on board, I don't know if Almighty is currently stoppable.
Yeah, I just don't know what's happening. I mean, this is just Almighty at its best right now, you know, adding Jeff Pro, you know, and just you should be scared if you're C8 United. I mean, these guys, they're probably just ready to get to rain hell on these players.
Yeah.
But you know, if you're C8 United, you gotta think positive here. You know, Almighty, the second best team in Garena so far. Things are just gonna get better and better for them.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. C8 United with the lineup of IXify, Sage, Ron, Riz, Twy, as well as Fluffy. We've seen each and every single one of these players step it up on the battlefield. IXify as well as Twy really getting a lot done for the team. Fluffy has been quite the anchor for the squad as well. But you know, we're not going to go too hard on them if they're not able to cut it. But if they are able to take a good fight against Almighty, hats off to the C8 brand as a whole, because, you know, it's one thing to come in as new faces and be able to do a lot. It's a whole other thing to take on one of the titans of the competition and make a name for yourself. But of course, that all hangs in the balance of whether or not these young ones can pull it off.
Yes, that is true. To C8 United, very, very young, you know, and they've been struggling, unlike their brother C8 Legacy, who has been very, very good so far in this tournament. They need to pull off something here, you know. Maybe there is film for Almighty, just like Blacklist International Ultimate. They have a lot of film in their disposal, but it's just the matter of, did they study it or did they work on it? And so far, the head-to-head, Heaven versus Ron. You know, Heaven with 19 kills at 7 deaths with an average KD of 2.81. You don't see that every day. Ron with 24-19 with a KD of 1.24. I mean, definitely Heaven is the winner here, and you expect that to go up even higher, AJ.
Yeah, but we also have to pay attention to the average score here as well. Ron really stepping up for his squad, but the KD on the side of Heaven, it just shows exactly how he can sustain himself out there on the battlefield without really getting into these compromising situations a lot. And being the, you know, the point man, being the sniper of the Almighty squad, he's most of the time holding these long angles where it's quite hard to reach him, but he has an overall view on the rest of the players to kind of just wipe them out from the equation. Let's take a look at the bans and picks here and see exactly who Lady Luck smiles at, and it will be the young ones. It will be C8 United with the ability to decide where to go, and they ban out Crossfire. Good decision from the squad.
Yeah, good decision indeed. They definitely need that one. They ban Crossfire and Takeoff, and they get that first pick. C8 United, let's see where they bring in Almighty. It's going to be standoff, and I don't think that is... I think that's going to favor Almighty. You know, I mean, pretty much, what map can you play against Almighty? They have pretty much mastered all the maps in Call of Duty Mobile, all the competitive maps here. Yeah. And pretty much you're just getting in there to try your best to just beat them mano-a-mano in gunfights.
Yeah, unfortunately, right now for C8 United, these maps, bans, and picks mean absolutely nothing. It's just a formality at this point. Hackney Yard Hardpoint is the response by Almighty, and they drag us into raid for SND. And it will be an SND response for C8 United if we get to a match number 5. But you need to be a hopeful human being to think that's going to be possible. Summit SND. And now we are really hyping up Almighty. And I tell you, man, I'm going to lose my mind if C8 pushes this to match number win. If they get to map number 5, they win my respect already. They bag this 3-0. My goodness me. I won't do something drastic like shaving my head or my mustache, but I tell you, I'll be a fan for life. Annihilator and Death Machine out of the list. Sparrows on for the play. It's a great 3-first map. Standoff rate and firing range to take this series on.
Yeah, I mean, that's just going to be very, very interesting on how they are going to play this one, especially with the Sparrow being in the picture. 5 players with Almighty, 5 players with guns with Almighty, very scary. 5 players of Almighty with Sparrows, even scarier. So I think, you know, if you're coming in here with C8, you got to shut them down really quickly. Easier said than done. Obviously, all these players at Almighty can definitely make individual plays, but C8, very, very young and upcoming. I feel like they can find something here, but they got to start strong.
Yep, all the young blood now. Moving on into Hotel Yard. Not over-aggressive, not stepping on into the hard point just yet. Ron and Say, good decision-making. Jeff Bro shut down early on, and this is how, and this is what we want to see out of C8 United. But shut up now, making this way in towards Hotel Yard. All of the players of C8 United spawning at the back of the Special Forces Avenue as they step on forth, continuing this battle. It seems to be a tough fight to take on against the players of Almighty, but with one victory of IXify, it's gonna be good enough. Almighty's not backing down just yet. It's way too early for an early rotation. So C8 United, it's just a little bit of a question mark as to why not all of their players are moving on to the point just that early. Sage is holding on to the second floor of Bakery, but I don't feel like that's the best to play that power position just yet. It is not domination, it is hard point, and the probability of catching these players of Almighty strafing around in the mid square, it's gonna be quite low. And look at this, man. Almighty abandoning the hard point, moving on straight for the setup of the second hard point at Warehouse.
Yeah, just already rotating already. 21-15 here. A little bit of a close fight here, but Almighty cleaning house already immediately. And they're going to get control of this hill. But look at CA United. They have that back spawns. They need to win these gunfights. Twoy going to be inside the hill, but the Thumper is going to make him weak. Shut Up going to be inside the hill as well. He's going to take down Twoy 30-15. And now we do see Shut Up as well. Gonna be on that left corner. He's gonna take them down. And see United just really struggling in this P2.
There's only one thing that I'm learning right now from day 3. Drop the M13, pick up the CBR, because quite clearly all of these players have gone in there and discovered that the CBR really seems to be bagging out the M13 in the recent meta. Yes, the Type 25 is able to hang on a little bit as well, but nothing in comparison to the DPS put out by that little CBR, right? Just absolute fantastic play so far. Almighty's been able to bring on in. Shut Up already with the 10 kills in here. Has got the 2 combo, make that a 3. Won't be able to streak himself up all that too much just yet, but with that 4th kill, you know he's already halfway there.
Yeah, that's going to be halfway there indeed. 74-15. They're going to be rotating already, but they get shut down by CN. They get control of this P3-4 at the moment. And IXify, he's going to be making some plays here. He's going to attack up one player in Tractor, brings out the Sparrow. Let's see if he can do any damage here. This is going to be very, very huge here.
Oh.
But he gets taken out immediately by the Clutch King, Irfan J. Ron, spamming it, and another one. And that's just very unfortunate. He burned 2 streaks. Irfan J with the Purifier. He's going to try to make them plays here. And now we do see the side of Almighty winning this P3 at the moment.
Yeah, Irfan J now. Is he going to be able to continue barbecuing all of these players? The answer is no. Information sent back. And that's something that I like to see out of these young ones, right? Their communication seems to be stronger than some of the players that have been out here in the pro scene for so much long. I'm not going to say names, but that's exactly why C8 just deserves so much of respect. New ones on the block, but it doesn't mean that they're weakest ones out here. Incendio with the Purifier as well. 110-27. They are running away with the series. They want to finish this off because I know these boys, most of them have got full-time jobs. They just want to sleep right now.
They just want to sleep indeed. And so far, Almighty, they are the ones making the play here 115 to 27. CA United asking questions. What can they do? Incendio with a purifier, just spraying it down without water. But Ron breaks it and Sage breaks it as well. But as soon as you say that, here comes the players of Almighty waiting for that one final push. Number 5 on top of your screen with the purifier. Shut up, gonna just scroll down to everything here. They take him down, and I think that just might be it here. And this just might be a GG already.
Yes, sir. And we do not get to set things up for a reset of the hard points. 20 seconds to go. Almighty, challenge comes through, but the Purifier is there for the barbecue session. And you know, although Singapore's not well known for the best of food, sorry Singaporean, they are most definitely able to show a good barbecue out here on the CODM battlefield. Incendio now, Type 25, just trying to hold them back. The C8 finally pulls away the final few points of this hard point, but Hotel Yard will have to be the place where we finish things off. On that reset, just a couple of seconds in there, and the Singaporeans, they clean up house in such a convincing fashion from the get-go.
Just a fast game overall, 150 to 42. They beat them in convincing fashion. And I mean, Almighty, that's what we expect from them. The second best team in Garena, showing up and showing off why they are that team. And CA United, I mean, they are probably demoralized at the moment, but they have to focus up because S&D is right up next. And I mean, if you are C8, you gotta think, what kind of mindset are you gonna go through here? You know, focusing is one thing, but at the same time, if you gotta win your gunfights. But all these players from Almighty, well placed. They know what they're doing here. Shut Up in Heaven with 24 and 21. Irfan J with 19 and Jeffro with 15. And Tedo, he only needs to get 9 kills.
I'm speechless because, you know, Incendio is usually the guy out there with the insane plays, and when he doesn't even need to do much out there on the battlefield, and yet the squad's winning 150 to 42 in such convincing fashion, you know, this is a whole new side of Almighty. This is a whole new level that they're hitting now. But the other teams, yes, the saving grace here is they're taking on C8. The young ones are, you know, they've got quite a long way in their journey in the Call of Duty Mobile, pro scene. Hopefully they will be able to step it up a little bit on the Search and Destroy, where they get to manage the pacing of Almighty a little bit more in a non-respawn match.
Yeah, non-respawn match indeed. And now that's going to be game number 1, 42 to 150. And I feel like Almighty, they just, they threw that gauntlet down. You banned and I will ban the Death Machine. And I feel like the Purifier was the best option there.
Yeah.
I think all of them ran Purifiers. And look at C8 with that Sparrow. They couldn't really do much with that. There was that one play when Ron started spamming it. Irfan J just slid through, took him out. And that is the when you burn that operator skill, it's just very, very unfortunate.
Yeah, and C8 shouldn't have thrown in the bait. In fact, they should have taken out the Sparrow or the Purifier. Very clearly, both those operators played very, very great against them, and they didn't have much of an answer, right? The Purifier was the MVP in a lot of those battles. And just like what we've been talking about all throughout the group stages, it's just that in this one particular matchup, we see it used to such, efficiency back-to-back by all of the players that step on out there. With those dominant plays and the ability to just fry everyone in front of you in such, small spaces within each and every single hard point, it's definitely a fan favorite to bring into the matches now. But of course, as we drop into Search and Destroy, let's see what C8 United can pull off and raid.
Let's see what they can do here. But remember, this is Almighty's map here on S&D. Fluffy takes out Incendio immediately. That's a good kill for them. But look at Almighty. They're already inside the hill. Heaven takes down Toy 4 versus 4. Ron takes down Shut Up. And now look at this. They're going to be trapped inside at C8. They're making huge plays here. They're going to go for that pitch immediately. Iexify trying to make the play as well. Jeff Pro, last player alive. He's going to spot 2, but the pinch is through. And C8, they get that clean first round on defense.
Let's see if not C8 will be able to continue this momentum, because it's not every day you get to bag out Almighty in such convincing fashion, and they didn't even play this slow. In fact, they played it the exact opposite, right? Super fast on the approach, on the defensive. You wouldn't have expected that out of the young ones. And now C8, once again, the 2-3 setup. They leave basketball court out for the taking, and 3 players in towards Central Garden. They should be able to get the initial frag on this player. Heaven is the solo one, and he runs away as quick as his feet can carry him. He knows exactly what's coming, and with the information relayed by the rest of his team members, Heaven knows that he needs to double back into bedroom, and he does exactly that to cover the back angle, and no backstab is going to be possible for C8 now, as Heaven is in position already. But one break can come through if they do go in for the long flank through Garden.
Yeah, and if they go through that long flank and garden, they can actually make the play here. But now they might just get trapped in as well. They're in the middle of a firefight here. And 4 versus 4. Toy trying to make a play here. Shot up takes down 1. Riz takes down Jeff Pro. 3 versus 2. It's all up to Irfan, who's going to get taken now. Last player alive, Heaven. But it's going to be a diffuse. They're going to try to stick it immediately. Heaven, he's going to get taken out in C8. They get that round 2 immediately.
Excellent ideation. Excellent approach to shut down Almighty. I love how they just wanted to pull that flank, that aggressive flank into that B side, and they have the numbers all committed to just that one bomb site. So worst case scenario, even if they do have 1 or 2 guys falling, they will be able to recover that situation. Once again, they pull this off, but you see the adjustments coming through from Almighty. You see the angle being held on by Heaven. It's not the same at Art. He holds on to passageway this time around, expecting a rush from the players of C8. No initial takedown just yet, and the rest of the players of Almighty, they back away. Shut up, gets shut down. Incendio, what a great slide challenge on the Incendio by Toy.
Yeah, it's Toy. Just bring in the fire for them. Bomb is down for the side of Almighty. 4 versus 2, and Almighty a little bit struggling here on this SND. And remember, this is their map, but so far, C8 United have answers for those counters. They are just flanking through, flying through the map, and I like that aggression coming in from C8.
Timing, as Heaven will not spot Riz. Great movements out of Riz, ducking in and out of that defensive position. CBR on for the spray. Even Heaven's quick scopes could not react fast enough. Irfan J has got the DLQ in his hands. Solo player in here. Will he be able to get the clutch? Nobody's holding onto the bomb just yet. It is an open one. The moment he's in there, he needs to be able to slide out. No utilities to be played just yet by the one and only Irfan J. He should have been able to at least drop that smoke first. But C8 United, they take advantage of that. 3 rounds in a row.
3 rounds in a row. Good action coming in from the side of C8 United. They are actually on fire right now. And Almighty struggling here on radio. You don't see that often. You don't hear that us say that often. And finally, Heaven takes down 1. But look at the aggression of C8. They're just aggressioning on. They're just going in. But this time, Irfan J takes Toy from the back. Irfan J takes out Fluffy as well. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 2. This might just be the play. Jeff Pro takes down Ron. And this should be an easy plan for the boys of Almighty.
3-0. Almighty now. Jeff Pro with the bomb in hand. They have got the numbers advantage, but it's not really all that too much. Riz with the CBR should be able to get this job done. But Irfan J, as usual, the designated sniper, and Jeff Pro is a menace when he steps up right in front of your face. The bomb will be planted. Riz has that information. DLQ in hand as well. But look at the setup coming through from Almighty. Immediately backing away into Garden for the defense. Looking out at Kitchen. Even if this player does come in here now, it should be an open plant that they should be able to secure from this Garden side.
Yeah, from this Garden side, indeed. And now Riz, last player alive. A little bit aggressive there, but he has to go for it. Oh, beautiful shot coming in from Riz onto Jeff Pro. But this is just smart play coming in from Irfan. Doesn't even have to check, just have to jiggle. 7 seconds left. He has to go for it. Unfortunately, that's all you need. Irfan J ends up getting that kill. And that's going to be the first round for Almighty.
Hey, you don't need to rush in there in a situation like that. The timer is on your side, and he just needed to play the time to perfection. And it's the game sense out of the Clutch King Irfan J, but it has not been enough to get Almighty in front just yet. So far, it's been the young ones who have been dominating this SND, and they should, after quite the slow round they took at a hard point earlier on.
Yeah, a slow round indeed. 3 versus 4 now. But now, look at Almighty. They are finally answering back, and C8 United, they slowed things down a bit here. Toy, he's going to get tagged up, but Shutup's going to be there trying to change it. Incendio takes out Fluffy. Irfan J goes down. Toy goes down. Now it's going to be a 1 versus 1. Shutup versus IXFI. He spots him there. Bomb is down actually on the blue van. And this is the advantage of IXify here. Actually, he has a very good advantage here. Doesn't really have to pick or do anything, just have to be in that good vantage point. But then again, he has that better gun with that time 25, a little bit more range there. A minute left.
See what he can pull off in here. CBR got the DPS, so taking the fight up against the Type 25. Close quarters combat shouldn't be an issue. Let's see if he can pull that off though. The attacking side, bomb on the ground, needs to go in here for a slow approach. What a long flank around. This might just be on the side of the defensive, and it looks like C8 United might be able to just pull this off into the fourth point on their side as well. Let's see what this approach is going to be. Bomb now should be planted open onto the side of swimming pool, and the rotation coming through from the defensive through garden. So it's a good decision making, and straight into Tiki. That will be the spot. Thumpers out for the play as well. Not going to over aggress with it. DLQ in hand. He doesn't spot anyone, but it's a good rotation. Look at him, man. Immediately understanding this play should be from the other side. If he gets this call onto Tiki, it's a GG. CA, you earned my respect.
Oh, unfortunately, checks that open stairs, but I like it. Learning where to where the bomb should be planted. That's just another game sense type of knowledge there, AJ.
Yeah.
And I like it coming in from C8. But
Correct.
Almighty, just a little bit better than that timing. That's just Call of Duty timing there. You had to check one of those corners. And now here comes Almighty on the defensive side, where they love playing on raid. And here comes C8 United pushing through on the B side.
Yeah, C8, they only have to deal with one and only clutching Irfan J. No head glitch for you, sir. Jeff Pro manages to back to, oh my lord, too many as C8 fall. Only two more players left in the mix here. It's going to be Riz as well as IXify. Two players down at this B bomb side. Bomb on the ground. Riz takes out Heaven, gets traded out by Shut Up. It's all in the high hands of IXify now with the DLQ. Can he get this clutch? Can he put the team in front? Yes, he gets Jeff Pro with a quick scope, but unfortunately not able to back away fast enough as Almighty equalize 3-all.
3-3, and now this is where we see Almighty. Yes, they lost those first 3 rounds, but they are slowly making the comeback here, just taking over that S&D and NCA United. I thought the plays is it still enough here? Is it still going to be the one that they need? So far, they are struggling. Irfan J takes one down. Heaven takes one down as well. Ron, Irfan J gets another one. Irfan J gets 3 in a row. God. Last player alive by Exify. They send it to the next round. Almighty. Just showing why they are one of the best teams in Garena. Oh my God, AJ.
Yeah, C8 United, they've proven themselves by being able to take an initial first 3 rounds. And, mechanically, they are able to keep up with the Almighty, man. Hit marked by Heaven. It's not going to be happy with that, but the player that he manages to hit, IXify, repositions himself downstairs. Quick scope, Incendio shut down. What a play by IXify.
What a play indeed. And now we do see IX 4 versus 4. Boy, gets shut up. No more sniper for the side of it. Heaven still gets one more. 3 versus 3. Ron still alive. But Toy takes down Jeff Pro, and now it's going to be a 3 versus 2. Irfan J and Heaven. Last 2 players alive. Ron spots 1. Sits down on Heaven. Irfan J, Clutch King. Can he make it happen?
It's a 2v1. Bomb right behind. But on the defense is Almighty. Irfan J spots him. Who backstab? Oh, game sense. Who turns around? Twice spray! But not quick enough as Ron bags it. And it's a 4-all. C8 United. What a play!
What a play indeed. 4-4. This just might go to around 11, AJ. And C8, they're slowly riding over that momentum. Let's see if they keep on going here, or will this be another game for C8 for Almighty?
IXify this time not bothering to go into the second floor of bedroom, just playing downstairs first. Open stairs, we'll see one player who backs away into kitchen, the one and only Jeff Pro. A lot of pressure by IXify. Is not going to be bringing the players of C8 anything on the attack. The bomb just cannot step out from their domain, and this is how scary Almighty is as a squad, locking down all of these positions, locking down all of the entrance. But Central Garden, that is wide open.
Yeah, wide open indeed, as well as in the middle. It's a little bit open there. Yeah, you're right, AJ. But the Look at that kitchen, the double stack is gonna happen there. Evan just missed that shot, and Ron, he's gonna be the first one in that fight. Irfan J gotta get tagged up, but he's gonna be still alive. But Ron takes him out and takes himself out as well. 4 versus 3 now. Bomb should be able to go down. IXFI trying to make the play as well, but here comes the thumpers. Is he gonna drop down on the bomb? Shut up takes down Fluffy. That's just lineups right there. And Shut up takes down 2. 3 versus 2 now. And now Almighty, they have that mad advantage. Can they manage to plant? They just have to defuse the bomb here, but Toy missing those shots. Unfortunately, they're gonna stick down, but actually not gonna stick the bomb here. So he actually made the play there. Jeffro gets takes down 1. Incendio cleans it up, and now match point for Almighty.
And Almighty looking to wrap things up as C8 United, the young ones, really putting up a strong fight against their big brothers here. It's just an unfortunate situation. They are senpais, you can call it, in the pro scene. Almighty, they're just teaching them a few of these rotations, a few of these lessons that pretty much they can catch up on if they sharpen up their mechanical skills. But I'm just so happy to see C8 United being able to keep up with the players of Almighty.
Yeah, the plays that they're working, it's just really working. But now they are just getting red back and back. Shut up takes down 1. IXFI, it's all up to you in a 1 versus 4. What can you do? The Katana trying to make the play just a little bit too far. Game number 2 goes to Almighty, 6-4, 2-0. One last game for the 3-0. Or will they force a game number 4? But so far, Almighty, they had to sweat a little bit of sweat there, because C8 United, they had some plays that Almighty were, they weren't expecting. They were just really rushing in, bashing in play for those trades, and I like that from C8.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it was this series was all about seeing how will C8 United handle the situation against the Supreme Almighty. And it seems like they are holding their own pretty well. They're not dropping by an insane amount of points. They are keeping up with the second best in the whole eastern side of Garena Call of Duty Mobile. And that's just absolutely insane for a bunch of kids who just stepped onto the pro scene, man. It's just so impressive to see what sort of potential C8 brings out into the battlefield of Call of Duty Mobile.
Yeah, I mean, those are just small things that Almighty are just mastered, how to actually adapt to the game and, adjustment around. And for C8, the plays were working for the first couple of rounds, but once Almighty managed to crack the code, that's when things started to fall off.
Yeah, exactly, man. And, overall, it was a valiant effort from the side of C8 United after a not so convincing round at hardpoint standoff. But as we move into domination firing range, the question here is, can they push this into a game number 4? Can they continue to prove themselves against the Almighty? Or is it going to be a similar story where they are able to have some, tremendous exchanges in terms of gunfights, but not be able to close things off towards the end? And, even if they're not able to, we can't hold it against them. They're taking on one of the best in the competition right now, Jericho.
Definitely one of the best, and that is just a scary sight to see. Unfortunately, they were grouped in together, but now they're going to be fighting for their lives, because this might just be their final game, or they can still force that game number 4. Here we go. Game number 3, Almighty versus C8 United. Domination in hard, and I just said domination in hard, but domination in firing range.
It happens, brother. It's closing into our bedtime already. We are old men. We need that sleep to the beauty sleep. Irfan J, Sage. Irfan J backs a double for himself. The B flag on the hole. But you can see Almighty already primed, already poised to take over the B flag. But they just want to be able to control the situation a little bit better. But they lose out on all of those gunfights back to back. Insane.
Yeah, insane. They just lost those gunfights. They got those initial fights at the start, but C8 manages to stop it, and they are going to be hopping on that flag immediately. But IXFI, he gets shut down. Irfan J, the Clutchkin, gets 2 in a row. Ron, he's going to get taken out as well, and now this is where Almighty wants to live. You can get that B flag. We'll take your home flag. And this is just very, very good from the side of Almighty, just applying so much pressure while the boys of C8 just trying to find something.
Oh my, okay, this trade now should be good as the distraction by Almighty forces C8 to move on to the barracks side, but Irfan J Clutch King with the prevention play and a triple cap now on Impending for the side of Almighty, and they hit it so early on.
Yeah, it's so early on indeed. 21, and finally C8, they managed to stop the bleeding and capture that A flag for them. They have their home flag at the moment, but so far Almighty very, very strong and everything right now. And C8, they gotta get kills first before they start hopping on the flag. So far, they're just trying to bash their heads in. Yes, trades are gonna work in S&D, but for domination, you're gonna respawn up. So you gotta set something right first.
32-16, C8 United, they are struggling already. This is not hard point where you can make a last minute comeback. It should be a consistent effort all throughout this game. Incendio now. I mean, it's easier said than done, man, especially against a team like Almighty. Jeffro almost streaked out, just needs to find another 2 kills, and he should be there. Evan, on the other hand, has got that activation on the Sparrow. Jeffro fully streaked up. That's a GG before he dies. Sage, if only he had gotten that kill, there would be no cluster strike on standby for the side of Almighty.
Yeah, no cluster strike indeed, but here comes Jeff Pro. Fully shadowed, gonna use that Predator missile to take down one, but here comes Riz. Riz making huge plays here. If he can get this streak, this could be game changing here. So far, Riz working towards heaven. He's gonna get one. The Sparrow will get that, but can he still get more players? He finally gets taken, unfortunately, and that's what's happening with the Sparrow. It's not a one-shot kill anymore, AJ. But so far, here comes C8. They're working on it. IXify hopping on that C flag. He's gonna eat some bullets here. But that might just be it for that first half. 66-32, AJ. C United just really struggling.
Yeah, and now they've got the cluster. They've also got the XS1 Goliath on standby. Bread missile here as well. You know what it is. Incendio, he's already on standby to shut down the rest of the players with his Purifier. 2 players on the side of Almighty on that activation of the operator. Prevention for the B flag comes through by Irfan J. Gets a double kill. Purifier is still not brought out just yet. And absolutely no reason to rush at all. 75-point mark reach. Second half is gonna be barbecue time once again.
Yeah, barbecue time indeed. Goliath is ready. Dragonfire as well is ready. 75-42. I mean, if you are on the side of C8, you gotta hope that Riz has something else. He's the only one dropping 60 kills so far. Everyone else single digits, and everything is just going well for the side of Almighty, AJ. 76-42, looking like a massacre.
Shadup's mama needs to tell him not to hold his phone too close to his face, man. I mean, that phone's so bright, it's lighting up his whole future.
Hey, whatever floats your boat, AJ.
B flag, Irfan J drops in Purifier. Once again, in front of him, it will be the one and only Fluffy. IXify cleared out. Irfan J on for the spot, just holding down his own at that A flag. Not really hopping onto it just yet. He needs a little bit of backup. Doesn't really want to waste the Purifier as well, but he'll get taken out by Rod. CBR on the play, but Almighty, they are still in front with a 2 flag hole. They don't really need to aggress on. As Heaven brings out the SVD, punishes the rest of the players. Irfan bags a double with the Pred. Heaven will be able to punish once again, and this is all going in the way of Almighty.
Yeah, Almighty just really about to hit the 100-point mark. They have everything they need. They can even go for the strip cap, which they are going to try to do. Irfan J kills one, and this is going to be the cap. And here we go, AJ. The triple cap's coming through. They still have a cluster strike ready at their disposal, which they are not going to use yet. But so far, it's just all Almighty and CA United are trying to make a play. They're trying to cap B, but every time they're so near, there's always a player from Almighty just getting it.
This XS1 hasn't been used. Cluster hasn't been used. It's a GG. Almighty is just toying around with their food now. C8 United, they are making a good comeback in here with a B and C flag, but they need to hustle up a little bit more if they want to stand a chance. They need to take the triple cap. XS1 Goliath finally comes out for the play. It is going to be holding on to that A flag for the side of Almighty, whilst the rest of the players, they hurry on up to the opposite side of the map. Red does not shut down XS1 just yet.
That's just unfortunate. That's just Call of Duty timing at its finest. The Pred got timing, but here comes the Dragonfire. He's gonna spot enemies here as well. Spots 2 more players in the middle, and that's gonna be very huge for them. Irfan J, as well as the side of Jeff Pro, just waiting for them to use those streaks. But so far, this is it. This is GG already, AJ. 120 to 82. Because if anyone can make the comeback, they gotta get that triple cap now.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Valiant effort from the side of C8 United. Triple cap down. Either side of Almighty. Cluster strike about to rain down on them a little bit more as well. As you can see, the A flag, the C flag, my apologies, clearing area almost got picked up by C8 United, but a well-timed cluster strike will be able to not only prevent it, but hold this triple cap for the rest of the Almighty squad. Incendio has the XS1 Goliath on activation. Will bring in the Dragonfire instead, just to play the game of information. XS1, I don't think his XS1 is even going to have enough time for that activation by the time this game's over.
Yeah, that's going to be it. 150 to 84. Valiant effort, say United, but you're just not gonna have it with this Almighty squad. They are the second best team in Garena. They are Almighty, and they are your victors for this matchup.
This is the third perfect series for Almighty. I mean, talk about impressive. They most definitely are getting a lot done out there on the battlefield. It's just absolutely insane what they can pull off together as a squad. And once again, with the addition of Alip as well as Jeff Pro to this insane team, they just took Call of Duty Mobile supremacy up to a whole new level. The greatest question here is, how will they fare against the other brands? How will they fare against Blacklist International Ultimate, Sem9, M420 Low Kings? Yes, we're pegging them up with the Titans at the moment. Smart Omega as well. A lot to be asked, but Almighty, you know they can deliver. Look at Irfan J, Clutch King, 34 kills, 14 deaths. Is that a triple positive right there?
I think that is a triple positive. I think it should.
Almost.
If he got it 6 more, probably could have been. But yeah, but 34, it's still a lot in a 150 match time limit. And I just want to say again, I feel like we have to enforce the rule that they should just stay, even if you lost. Like, I mean, there's nothing wrong. It happens to the best of us. I mean, it is what it is, I mean, if you drop at least like 6 and 40, it doesn't matter. I mean, it happens. It happens to the best of us. But I mean, in the end, 42 1 to 150, 4 and 6, 84 to 150. It was all Almighty, start to finish, wire to wire victory. And I feel like the biggest part here was Annihilator and Death Machine being banned and leaving the Purifier ready at your disposal.
Yeah, and we had both the Sparrow and the Purifier on activation in this matchup, right? And I feel like I believe it was C8 United that went in there for the ban on the Annihilator, which was such a terrible call, if you ask me. They should have taken out the Sparrow or the Purifier, and they would have just had to deal with one-sided massacre when it comes to the operator skills, right? But instead, they just leave themselves up open for the taking. It was unfortunately a one-sided affair when we stepped into standoff. One of the best maps we know Almighty has full control of.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the reason why some of the amateur semi-pro teams, when they get into these map and bans, when they ban the operator skills, they don't look at it with the map. Sometimes they just ban it because they don't like it. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's just very, very unfortunate because most of these teams, that's what they do. But Almighty, they know what to ban because they've mastered every single map, and they know what kind of operators are actually useful for these maps.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And it's just insane in terms of the ability of C8 United to make strong plays in this SND, but unfortunately for them, the Titans, the kings of the MYSG side, they're going to be able to step it up. It was not super convincing initially, but Almighty made that supreme comeback either way.
Yeah, they made that supreme comeback either way. And then in the domination firing range, it was just a wire-to-wire from start to finish. Clutch King dropping 34. Jeff Pro getting full streaks out as well. But there was some bright spots there. Riz, dropping the most kills of his team, 23 kills. But it just wasn't enough as the triple cap just kept on going for the side of Almighty.
And towards the end of the game, I mean, not even towards the end of the game, even halfway point, some of these players on the side of Almighty, they were quite streaked up already. And they just did not invest it. They did not underestimate the team of C8 United. And, that's the kind of respect that Almighty usually shows any one of their opponents, which is what earns that respect from me when it comes to Almighty, right? I really love the way they go out here and play Call of Duty Mobile. It's a very inspiring team if you take them out there on the battlefield. But, at the very same time, C8 United, they didn't have time to respect their opponents. They had to just rush on in there, try to get the job done. And at a certain point, it just turned into a absolute massacre.
Absolute massacre indeed. For the first two the two halves were just really wire to wire. I mean, look at your fridges getting triple kills back and forth. They didn't even get to use all their streaks properly. They just dropped it in and just and the Goliath was running around the whole map. Shut Up was there, just pretty much doing a lot of damage. And CA United, they just had enough of it. I mean, and Irfan J, well deserved being that MVP, 21-9 with a 2.70 KD ratio. He is your MVP for that series.
Yeah, Clutch King stepping it up once again. Soldier of the game, no doubt at all. KDA ratio of 217, insane. Because we've been watching all of these other players, we've been watching the other teams. It's not easy to pull a positive. It's not easy to pull a KD ratio of 2.17. And Almighty, they have just been proving themselves all throughout this whole competition. But of course, it's a quick recap of the day. When we started off things, Aguila Esports, they beat Huntsman down 3-1. A similar story was between C8 Legacy against NERVO, as C8 Legacy stepped it up and showed that they're most definitely a brand to be looking out for in this competition.
Yeah, they're a brand to look out for. CA Legacy really stepping up for that one. And for our match number 3, Rampage and Finesse, it went to a game 5. And TYRANT Finesse actually handing Rampage their second L of the group stage. And TYRANT Finesse finally getting their first win. And to close it out, Almighty and CA United, classic 3-0. CA United, they got to step up and do something. And then for our off-stream matches, it was both Donuts, Smart Omega and Black International. Ultimate getting those W's. This is the updated list, and so far it's only been Almighty reaching that 3 wins and 0 losses in this group stage.
3 perfect wins, sir. 3 perfect series, 3-0. That's what they bag for themselves. It's insane what they can get done. This is the first round robin completed for Group A, and we will be able to see, if or not anybody steps it up against them a little bit later on. Group B was not in performance today at all, whilst Group C and D caught up with the number of matches played overall. Group C still sees Smart Omega sitting down at the top, Aguila Esports making their way up, Huntsman and Team Fury sitting down in the 3rd and 4th spot. Group D sees Blacklist International Ultimate at the very top, together with C8 Legacy in the 2nd place, NERVO and the Doctor sitting down in the bottom parts. Now, only Sem9 and Almighty, they're kind of keeping the hopes up alive here for the MYSG side.
Yeah, so far, because if Group C and Group D, it's all a Filipino top 2, but it's still possible. You got Huntsman there as well. I feel like they just need a little bit of that extra help, that extra bump that they had from before, because so far the veterans really struggling in their group stage matches.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And it's just a little frustrating to watch some of these situations sometimes, but not as frustrating as it is to witness Rampage getting trampled upon, even though they have been around for such a long time, right? The team, it's high time they figure out exactly what's going on. Perhaps bringing in a brand new coach onto the mix. They just need to be able to, take some of their fights out there on the battlefield in a more, put together manner if they want to be able to find anything for themselves. This coming Friday, February 18th, you will be able to witness group stage day number 4. It's opened up by Smart Omega meeting Aguila Esports, and then later on, it's a back-to-back blockbuster, man. Blacklist International Ultimate takes on C8 Legacy. I tell you, the first 2 series alone is going to make the viewership spike up to crazy numbers. Gaijin meets Triple V Esports. Sem9 takes on M420 Low Kings. Who are we kidding, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? If you miss day number 4 of the group stages, I don't know what to say, man. I don't know how you can call yourself a fan of the Call of Duty Mobile Pro scene if you miss this day.
I think this has to be one of the best days for COD Mobile history and on the Garena CODM Masters as well. All of these top teams finally on the broadcast. Definitely not going to be 3-0s, but if there will be, very, very questionable 3-0s that most likely.
Thankfully, it happens on a Friday, so if it continues to overrun beyond 12 a.m., at the very least, these guys will be able to find some rest on that Saturday. But it's most definitely a day that you guys can look forward to for crazy matches within the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters. But so far for today, Jericho, it has been a stellar day of a setup. We thank you guys for joining us all the way down to 12:42 a.m. here. Thank you very much for sticking by. We do apologize for all of the technical issues earlier on of the day. We hope they were sorted out perfectly before, it kind of got to some of you. We will try to make sure it doesn't happen for day number 4. But on that note, Jericho and I signing off. It's been quite a long day. We'll see you guys on day number 4.
Good night.